As we move into our legislative session, we realize the importance of giving the constituents access to their legislators. Therefore, the Santa Fe Chamber of Commerce, the New Mexico Chamber of Commerce, and the Hospitality Association, along with chambers throughout the whole state of New Mexico, have teamed up to create the first ever virtual Roundhouse event series. We believe that New Mexico must have a strong business environment, and the virtual Roundhouse event series exists to provide citizens of the state easy, safe, and free access to the state's governmental leaders. This platform is a digital replacement for the components and events you're used to experiencing at the legislative social calendar and in person at the Roundhouse. Now, bear with us. This is our first time doing this virtual Roundhouse event, so we may have a little bit of technical glitches, but stick it out with us because we're really excited about the presentation we're going to be offering you today. I want to begin by thanking our legislators and elected officials for their hard work and service to New Mexico and for participating in our event. Just a few tips because I want to give you the best experience today. So first of all, visit our reception icon. It's on the left-hand side of the platform so you can access a complete list of all of our sponsors that help us bring this event to you today. Below that is a schedule of events. All presentations today are going to be taking place on the P&M stage that you're viewing at this moment. In fact, our cabinet corner is about to start after I'm finished. From 2 to 5 p.m., you can click on the Expo icon, also on the left-hand side, to access office hours with our legislators, as well as you can visit chambers throughout the state and other New Mexico businesses. We encourage you to check out the chat box for updated information, which is on the right-hand side, regarding the events and any just general comments from some of our participants today. You can also visit our help booth, which is the first booth in the Expo section if you have any questions, or if you're a speaker later on in the afternoon and want to answer those questions. We encourage you also to visit virtualroundhousenm.com for a schedule of our events for next week. This event is going to continue on through the entire legislative session, so I hope you can be here with us every single Tuesday. Now with that, I'm going to turn it over the stage to Rob Black. He's the president and CEO of the New Mexico Chamber of Commerce, which is formerly ACI. Rob, take it away.
Thank you, Bridget, and thank you so much for everyone joining us today. And it is very exciting what we're doing today. We're the only state that we know of in the country who's doing something like this, who's really trying to create a digital platform that creates access to governmental leaders during this pandemic. So thank you for being part of this experiment. We think it's going to be a really important conversation today. We have a great lineup for you. We'll be starting off with our four of our cabinet secretaries: Secretary for Tourism, Economic Development, Workforce Solutions, and the Department of the Environment. We'll have, and then starting around a little after 11 o'clock, we'll have a series of legislative leaders, both in the Senate and the House, who will be speaking to us about what their priorities are for the upcoming session. We'll also have a great panel that'll start just after noon called Advocating in a Virtual World, where we have 3 experts at the national level that talk about what it's like to try to get your voice heard in the times we're at today in a virtual world. And we'll have from there representatives from the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, from the Hotel and Lodgers Association, as well as Marriott International. So we hope you'll be joining us for that conversation. And then later on, after the panel discussions, and we finish up with our legislative leaders, and at the end of the day, our last one will be Speaker Egoff at 1 o'clock. We'll take a short break and then move into our Trends Conference, our virtual office hours, and our expo session. And that'll start at 2 o'clock. But again, I want to thank all of the sponsors who've really helped us make this happen, from P&M to being the sponsor of the main stage, to Thornburg, to Lee County Economic Development Corporation. There are so many organizations that have helped us put this on so that we can make this free for New Mexico residents and citizens to participate. So thank you for our sponsor support. Again, go to the reception icon on the left later on and check out who those sponsors are. Make sure that you're supporting them. And with that, I want to acknowledge one of our partners in this, and that's Kathy Como from the Hospitality Association. She has been an amazing champion for the industry in these trying times, and they've put together a really good program for the trends portion of this conference. And I will turn it over to Kathy to both talk a little bit about what's going to happen this afternoon, but also introduce our next speaker.
Thank you, Rob. And I want to add my gratitude to the sponsors that have allowed us to put this event on. It's been such an exciting process. It really has been developed sort of on the fly. And I want to stress to everyone that's joined us already this morning that this is just the first day of a 10-week event. And we have so much more exciting content coming up for you. So I hope you'll mark your calendars going forward for the Tuesday of every week during the legislative session. We'll be bringing you input from other legislators, from state departments, from nonprofit organizations around the state. And one of our goals is to sort of recreate that Roundhouse experience. So if any of you have ever been at the Roundhouse during the legislative session, you know there's always great activities taking place in the rotunda, presentations, award ceremonies, proclamations. And so our goal is to recreate that in this virtual environment. So if you have awards that you would like to present on a public stage, if you have a cultural presentation that you'd like to share with the state, I would encourage you to reach out to me, and we'll get you on the schedule, and that way you can get your message out. I also encourage all of you to let the general public in your area know that this is an interactive opportunity. We're going to continue to add legislators to the legislative office as we go, because our goal really is that this is for the public to interact in the legislative process and to be part of the policy-making process. In just a minute, I'm going to be introducing the first of our speakers, but I'm just waiting. We've had a couple of technical glitches already this morning, and I am waiting to see if Secretary Schreier has been able to get back in to the platform, because she is going to kick off our presentations this morning and get us started with our cabinet secretaries. And as I'm waiting for her to show up, I don't think I see her just
not quite yet. But Kathy, I will jump in, and we may have a dog and pony show a little bit today. One of the things, exactly, I'm glad you brought the dance routine.
Always.
One of the things that I think is really innovative, and I'm really excited about, is the office hours portion that's going to happen starting at 2:00. We've got a great group of legislators who've agreed to join us for that conversation. So it'll be similar to where you go into a Zoom room. You knock on the door, click on the link, and in that room will be your legislator, and you'll be able to have a one-on-one conversation, or maybe a 1-on-10 conversation. There may be more folks in the room. They have the ability to also do kind of private breakout conversations, but I want to really express our gratitude for those legislators who've made this time available to talk to their constituents during the process. So I think, again, it's something that's unique. We haven't seen this done anywhere in the country. And I really do think that the secretaries, cabinet secretaries that have joined us today, as well as the legislators who are participating, we really appreciate their willingness to be creative and how we try to put this event together. I am seeing that that the secretary is in the waiting room. She's getting set up. So I think we're soon to be back with her.
Perfect. Yeah, I just want to add to what Rob just said. Oh, yay. Well, then we won't continue the dog and pony show. I will move right to the introductions because I know Secretary Schreier has a lot of great content. So it's my privilege and honor today to introduce the Secretary of the New Mexico Department of Tourism, Secretary Jan Schreier. Everyone who has worked with her knows that she is a champion for the industry. She and her staff have worked tirelessly throughout 2020, not just for our industry, but for business and the state as a whole, as we work on dealing with the COVID crisis and starting to plan for economic recovery. She and her staff were instrumental in the creation of COVID safe practices. They worked closely with the Economic Recovery Council to start to put economic plans in place. They were the creative and the driving force behind New Mexico Safe Promise and New Mexico Safe Certified, which has been, again, a cutting edge program that you don't see anywhere else in the country. And they've also gone to bat for our industry and for industries around the state with the New Mexico Finance Authority to help expand those grant and loan programs to make them more accessible to businesses. So without further ado, it is my pleasure and honor to introduce Secretary Jan Schreier. Secretary.
Thank you, Kathy, and thank you, Rob, for inviting me to speak today. It's just a real honor to address the entire business community across New Mexico. And this is a little bittersweet for our industry specifically because typically we enjoy coming to Santa Fe. We enjoy being at the Santa Fe Convention Center. And, that's a part of business travel. And unfortunately, this has just been a trying time for the travel, tourism, and lodging sectors. But I just want to really compliment the industry for their resilience. And when I say Happy New Year, I think for me, it's not only just saying goodbye to 2020 and a lot of the struggles that we had, but it's also a time for us to look to the future, to see that there is hope around the corner, and all of us need to work together and collaborate for our economy. And as 2020 began last year, it started off looking fantastic for the tourism industry. Not only did we have 9 years of record-breaking growth, this particular industry was growing at 2.9 times the rate of non-tourism employment since 2010. We had seen increased investment throughout the entire state for the industry. We saw record-breaking jobs, and we knew that we were bringing in all these visitors into New Mexico that were spending money in our local communities, not only enhancing the quality of life for our fellow New Mexicans, but also bringing important tax revenue. And then the pandemic hit, and we as an agency really pressed pause after we got through the initial shock and asked, what should we be asking right now? And these are the two questions that we landed on. What can we do now to prepare for economic recovery? And what can we do now to help our small businesses, our nonprofits, and other tourism assets survive? And so these two questions really drove our strategic steps forward and the new programs that we created over the last 10 months. And I just want to take a moment and just express my gratitude to the public servants here in New Mexico. We are doing things that we never dreamed we would be asked to do or need to do. And I think the innovation that is occurring within government is a real testament to our people. And I just want to express the gratitude not only for my own team, but for those throughout state government. We are seeing a new level of collaboration across state agencies that are really allowing us to propel forward. These are some of the initiatives that within the tourism department we stood up in 10 months. And government does not move fast. And this is a real tribute to not only our team, but also our partners, because each of these initiatives we collaborated with tourism partners, with other people in the business community. As Kathy mentioned, we stood up the New Mexico Safe Promise and the New Mexico Safe Certified programs to really help small business be able to make smart decisions and be able to operate during these tough times. And not only did we stand up these different programs, we're also in the process adding more, because it's just not enough. And we are not going to stop until we have done everything possible to help revitalize the travel, tourism, and lodging sectors here in New Mexico. And with the vaccine on its way of being rolled out, we know that there is great opportunity, and we have a choice. We have a choice to just kind of limp along. We have a choice of just accepting the reality and letting whatever happens, happens. Or we can really fight and take this opportunity to come out on the other side of this smarter, with better assets, and prepared to take advantage of coming out of this pandemic and be competitive. And I believe New Mexico deserves to be competitive every single day. And that's not just in the tourism sector. I think that is just a fighting spirit that we have as pioneers. And for us, our economy has an opportunity to expand and grow. But we need to take care of our businesses that we have here in New Mexico. We need to figure out and help support them and retain those businesses. And that's what we're keeping a sharp eye on as we move forward. So I spoke a lot about how we collaborated and our partners, and I could not just thank them enough. We have worked with partners from every corner of the state, including the Four Corners. With Tanya Stinson, the Farmington Convention and Visitors Bureau participated in one of our programs. And it's not just for rural areas, it's also for our urban core. We worked with Visit Albuquerque, making sure that we helped elevate everyone's game and preparing for recovery. We also worked with Lovington Chamber of Commerce in our southeast New Mexico, really looking at how do we help them prepare for when it's the right time to invite people from out of state, those tourists, to come back into our communities. And we also worked with Taos Ski Valley Chamber of Commerce and several others. There was over 40 partners in this one particular initiative. But I love about what Courtney says here is really talking about New Mexico True and how it's an umbrella brand for the state. And it's always been a consumer brand. It's been a magnetic brand that just really encourages people to come here and enjoy everything we have to offer. But what we've seen is it's not only a consumer brand, it is a spirit of New Mexico. It's the spirit of collaboration. And it's been a wonderful way for us to collaborate across not only with communities, but also private sector. We have nearly 400 brand licensing agreements with private sector and their products, which allowed us to do a lot of e-commerce, digital e-commerce during this time to make sure that a lot of our artisans and our makers, our breweries, our wineries, all had an opportunity to sell their product online, and we were able to help them with those sales. I want to talk about what's to come. And I can't talk about what's to come if we don't talk about where we are now. And what I love about tourism, it's not just economic development, it's community development. We know that tourism helps us subsidize a lot of the great assets we have in our communities for our fellow New Mexicans, for a quality of life. And so it's a real partnership when we talk about tourism. It's not just about economic development and businesses, it's also about community and how we work together to create wonderful visitor experiences that our residents get to experience as well. And so we conducted one of many research projects that we did this year to make sure that all of our projects are rooted in research. We launched a New Mexico resident survey around tourism. And because the concern was, like, are communities going to be nervous, or New Mexicans going to be nervous about inviting tourists back into their communities when it's safe? And the answer overwhelmingly was no. We are not nervous about tourists coming here. We understand the value the tourist brings into our community. And as you can see, the money visitors spend in my community is important to the economy. 96% of the survey participants agreed with that statement. Tourism helps a small business in my community. 95% agreed with that. And I think about the absence of tourism in 2020. I think people realized that their businesses, they needed those customers coming in to keep those sales up. They needed those visitors to come into their restaurants, their retail, their museums, to make sure that we get those sales up and we can continue to build and have wonderful experiences here in New Mexico. And so I'm very, I'm excited. As much as this has been just such a hard time for our industry in particular, I am so excited for what's to come, because I believe we're going to come out of this strong. And I'm going to talk about that today. This is the economic injury so far of what is projected. Just in this sector alone, it's about 1,000 people are unemployed. And we are losing an average of 337 million in visitor spend per month. It's a loss of 3.1 billion so far from March to November. We're still waiting for those December numbers to come in. 126 million in GRT, 34 million in local GRT. So we're projecting, and we'll have a stronger actuals in the next month or so, that the state lost about 4.3 billion. And that's including visitor spend, taxes, and then also the cost of unemployment. And I bring this up because there is a need, when it's safe, to bring this industry back as fast as possible. We know that we can put fuel onto the tourism marketing machine, and we can bring people here quickly. We know that this particular industry is elastic, and so as this false suppression of demand is lifted, it will spring back. We will see businesses hiring again. We will see visitors coming. I don't know about you, but I am planning an epic vacation. I cannot wait to escape from my office and go explore everything that makes New Mexico true. And I really encourage everyone here to do the same. Another one of our research projects that we completed this summer is looking at the 2008 recession, as we were trying to wrap our arms around what impact this particular virus is going to have on the tourism economy, and what that process is going to look like to come out, and what that recovery timeline looks like. We looked at 2008 and gained a lot of great insights that we have weaved into our programming. We looked at each individual sector to see which sectors came back sooner and what were some of the factors in making them come back. And so this research is really going to provide a lot of insight of the strategies that we put in place when it's time to get back to work. U.S. Travel Association did a study with Tourism Economics. They're projecting about a 5-year complete recovery to get to 2019 levels. Due to some of the unique makeup within our state, we think that could be 6 to 7 if we just do status quo. And I think you're all waiting for me to say, we're not going to accept status quo. We know that we can shorten this timeline. With strategic increased investments, we can put these investments in areas that we know will be tourism catalysts that will help us propel out of this the situation that we're currently in. And that's what we're looking to do this session. This is what we're going to be talking to legislators about. Talking about how do we restart this tourism engine. It's not just about marketing. That is a huge component. We need to make sure that we have a very loud voice and we're competitive. And when it comes to marketing, and you're all business people, you know about how to get more customers. You know that we have to have be adequately funded to have a voice that is competitive with our competitive states. So let's look at that. Right now, if you look at the states that I have listed here, a lot of the states have invested significant CARES Act dollars into tourism destination marketing. And without increase in funds for New Mexico, we're going to get drowned out. People will not hear us. There's just so much noise, too many commercials. They're going to just out perform us in regards to advertising spend. So New Mexico needs a pretty hefty investment for us to get that market voice back. And so this is what we're looking at this year. The governor has approved a $25 million special appropriation for the tourism department, specifically for marketing. And this will be going through legislative session, and I'm asking for your support. Not only is this going to help with tourism to bring visitors back here, it's also going to elevate the overall brand awareness of New Mexico. We know that will help with business attraction efforts. We know that will help with talent recruitment, which all of us want to make sure that our workforce, we have adequate workforce for the businesses that we have here, because not only do we want to retain the businesses we have in New Mexico, we want to help them expand. And we know we need to have the skill set and the talent here in New Mexico. And then we also know that having that brand awareness, so people know about New Mexico and what we're about, is critical. I can't tell you the amount of times and the anecdotal stories that we hear of calls coming into our office of people asking if you need a passport to come to New Mexico, can you drink the water? My favorite is, we heard you have great beaches. And so despite that, one would think people would know New Mexico is part of the United States, and we're sandwiched between Texas and Arizona and just below Colorado. That's still something that's a paradigm that we're trying to shift, and that's going to help all of us, not just tourism. So I mentioned that we believe that we will be able to shorten this recovery for our industry to 3 years, but that's with an increased investment. We know we have to be competitive when it comes to advertising and marketing. We can't be outspent 3, 4, 5 to 1. We need to have an equal share of voice out in the market, attracting domestic travelers to New Mexico. We know that if we are given this investment, we can project that we will have 27,000 people back to work within 3 years. We know that this would save $1 billion in unemployment insurance. We know that this would increase state and local tax revenue by 10 to 15% each year. And if we can get back to those 2019 levels, if we can invest now and not limp along, not wait, see what happens, but make strategic investments to come out of the gate strong after the pandemic, we are going to position New Mexico in a better place. There is not one state that has not realized economic injury, specifically in the tourism sector. Overall, domestic travel is down like 40 to 60%, depending on what time of year during the pandemic. But we know we can change the chessboard and be very strategic about how New Mexico comes out of the pandemic. So how do we do that? Well, we have guiding principles here in our agency, specifically around marketing. How we make decisions is really focused on these 4 things. We look at the venturesome traveler index. We attract people that love authentic experiences. We don't try to go after people that want a Mickey Mouse vacation. That's not what we're about. We're not at a commercialized, over-packaged kind of experience. We want people that love adventure steeped in culture, and that is something every single community throughout New Mexico can deliver. We also look at the Economic Development Index. So for each of the media markets that we do advertising in, we make sure that there is disposable income in those regions, so that way they have the money to come here to be able to take vacations, and not just come once or twice, but multiple times. Then we also look at accessibility. We know drive market is going to be very popular, especially as we come out of the pandemic. But we also know that our flights, our direct flights, are going to look different than they have in the past. For those of you that have commercial airports, you know that your direct flights, a lot of them have gone away. And it's critical that we bring those back. And that's not just for tourism, that is for our entire economy. Because as business owners, you know that you need to be able to fly people in. You need to make it convenient if you want to get that extra business. And what I know is that these direct flights are typically subsidized by tourists. Usually they're about 50 to 52% of the load of passengers on these direct flights. And so making strategic investments of which flights we really want to see come back is critical. Again, it's not just for tourism, it's for our entire economy. And then we look at the media cost index. In some areas, media is way more expensive than others. And so we take a look at all four of these factors to decide where the best places are going to be for us to do our fly market advertising. Historically, we've been in San Diego, Phoenix, Colorado, Austin, Houston, Dallas, and Chicago. And these might be the right ones still. But as we come out of this pandemic, we're going to sit down and make the assessment again and make sure that we're spot on our strategy. The other thing that we've had over the course of since 2012 is we've done pretty much 2 campaigns. We're only in market 12 weeks, which means advertising is running for 12 weeks a year. We do one big push in the spring to encourage summer travel, and then we do another big push in the fall to encourage winter travel. And that's because we just don't have enough funds to be out in the market longer than that. With increased funds, we'd be able to. And the other thing I know about New Mexico is we have 4 amazing seasons. And so we really have an opportunity there and to be competitive. So looking at our fly market, I talked about this a lot. There is a great need for us to generate some demand and to secure those direct flights. And we know this is going to make a significant difference for tourism as well as our communities and the larger economic efforts. The 4 seasons, we know that we can deliver more than just on summer and winter. We can deliver all year round on incredible experiences. And with increased investments, we'd be able to have advertising in market that would cover the entire year. We also know that our lodging industry has been heavy hit. They've been hit hard. And they are not going to have the cash flow to really be able to invest in marketing coming out of this. And they're going to be overly reliant on OTAs, is what we call them, online travel agents, which is essentially Expedia, Travelocity, Bookings.com. And those platforms can take anywhere from 18 to 25% of their profit, which is too much. And so part of our strategy is how do we help increase direct bookings to our lodging community? Because that is going to help them recover. So I've been telling my staff this on a regular basis: old solutions will not solve new problems. None of us have dealt with a pandemic before. And so we have to look at this with fresh eyes. Marketing is not going to be the silver bullet to get us out of the pandemic and the economic injury our industry has endured. We're looking at new challenges such as workforce migration. So a lot of our tourism destinations are seeing their employees move out of state. We're losing talent. And so we have newly identified skill gaps that need to be addressed. We're concerned about abandoned infrastructure or closed businesses. I think all of us can think of a business that's had to shut their doors. We have new customer acquisition factors, how people are booking trips and their actual consumer behaviors have shifted. We have a liquidity crisis within this industry. They don't have cash sitting around where they're going to be able to buy food to restart their restaurant. And then one of the concerns that I really have is really preserving our locally owned businesses, because that's what gives us our local charm. It's what makes New Mexico true. We can all think of our amazing restaurants or experiences we love, and it's the mom and pop. It's the quirky little, store. And those real unique experiences are at risk of not coming back. And so we're prioritizing business retention. I'm a firm believer that if we want to attract new businesses, we need to demonstrate that we're taking care of our own. And this is the fastest solution to the unemployment crisis, because we know tourism is elastic. It will come back. It's come back after 9/11. It came back after 2008. It came back after wars. It's come back after the last pandemic. It's going to come back. And it can come back very quickly. As we know, we've seen it grow faster than other non-tourism sectors. And like I mentioned, it helps with business attraction. So how can you help us stabilize the economy? When it's safe, this is what I'm asking you to consider. Please plan a New Mexico vacation. Every time New Mexicans leave to go skiing in Colorado, or they go to shopping in Flagstaff, or they go to Austin, that's money leaving our state. And as much as I want to escape and go somewhere new, we need to stay here and support our neighbors. We need to support our small businesses here in New Mexico. Please stay in a traditional lodging. Our short-term rental market, so our vacation market, which is your like Airbnbs, they've done great nationally. They have seen like a 20 to 30% increase across the nation, while our lodging facilities have not. They have had restricted occupancy. And so I just ask, choose to stay in a traditional lodging in your next trip, and book direct. Try not to book on Expedia. Try to book direct. That will help them. Invite friends and family to visit when it's safe, when that quarantine is lifted, when our public health order is lifted. Invite friends and family to experience everything that makes New Mexico true. Buy local, eat local. Schedule business meetings at hospitality businesses. I think so many of us are absolutely sick and tired of this virtual experience. This is very well done, Rob, but I am sick of it. I can't wait to be in a crowded room when it's safe and have business meetings again. And all of you can play a part in that. Encourage your national network to hold their meetings here. Our convention and visitors businesses have had to cancel millions and millions of dollars worth of business. And when it's time for that sector to come back, you can play a role by asking the national associations you're affiliated with to have a board meeting in New Mexico, have a retreat in New Mexico, have an annual meeting in New Mexico. That will make a big difference for your community. And it doesn't cost you or us anything to make that request of those national associations. And finally, I'm going to ask you, please fly out of our airports. I know sometimes it's convenient to drive over to El Paso, or to drive over to another out-of-state airport. But we need you to fly out of our airports to help stabilize those direct flights, to show those flights that we are going to be able to sustain that direct flight. It's just critical. And I have a big asterisk on this slide saying when it's safe, because we know we're not out of the pandemic yet. We know that we're in that second half, and we're really hopeful for the vaccine rollout and what's to come, and to get some sort of timeline on what that's going to look like and when we can go back to normal. But until then, we still need to be safe. And so I want to say thank you for having me. Thank you for your support of this industry in particular. And I'm just asking if we can all collaborate together as we move forward for recovery, because there's going to be a lot of businesses that might not survive this, but we can do our part and help save what makes New Mexico true by making those types of choices. So again, thank you for having me. Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Kathy. And I wish you well.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you so much for being here with us and your leadership in the state. I'll say I thought the online sales platform you put on with New Mexico True was great. It was a great opportunity for me to do my shopping safely at home, and I was able to get my wife some very nice handmade bags that were made in a local artisan in Albuquerque. So you created a platform for those businesses to be able to stay busy in a safe way. So thank you for that. There were some other comments that I wanted to just really touch on, and you had mentioned the importance of the restaurant community for our underlying our tourism and the attractiveness and uniqueness that creates for the state. Carol White mentioned that 52% of restaurants are from their side are saying if they're not able to open in 6 months, they're probably not going to be opening. So I think your comments around trying to push more support through the legislative process for restaurants is very much appreciated. So thank you again for your leadership.
Yeah, absolutely. It's my honor. And I wish you well in the rest of your conference.
Thank you very much.
So thanks again. All right. Bye-bye, everyone.
And Rob, if I can just interject really quickly.
Kathy, you're on mute.
Am I back on?
You're on.
I just want to interject really quickly. We did have a couple of questions. We will get those questions directly to the secretary and make sure that you get answers to those questions that you posted. And also we did have a question as to whether these sessions are being recorded, and they are being recorded. So, and we will get the PowerPoint presentations collected and make them available to all the participants today. So I just wanted to address those questions.
Thank you, Kathy. And we are running a little late, so I'm going to move right into our next speaker. I want to welcome Secretary Keys from Economic Development. Secretary Keys has been an amazing resource and partner with us at the New Mexico Chamber of Commerce in thinking through issues around competitiveness as a state, helping us looking at areas where we need to continue to focus on growth. And I think she and her team, including John Clark, who's a deputy secretary, have just done amazing work to position New Mexico effectively and use some of the important tools that we have in New Mexico. And I want to reinforce how important those tools are with LEDA and JTIP. I think that the secretary and her team have been really instrumental in utilizing those to great effect for New Mexico. So with that, I want to roll right in. We have the secretary and Mr. Clark on. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having us, Rob. We really appreciate it. Now I'm trying to share my screen, but it doesn't look like it's, you might need to press an allow button there.
So we will work with our event team in the back. I'm seeing the same thing. It says Backstage for Stage. We're live for Backstage for Stage. So why don't we, we'll work on it on the backside.
It gives me great solace that you're having problems too, because John and I have really been having problems this morning with this. Ashley has been really gracious.
Wonderful. So it says Backstage for Stage. I'm not sure if we're actually live. It's hard to tell. If you're in the
John and I have a lovely interpretive dance that we have also practiced that we could do for everyone.
This is the challenge of the of not having that live feedback with the audience.
Yeah.
You are live. All right, we're good to go.
Okay.
But we are not sharing. So I have texted our friends in the back end who are doing the technology side.
Okay.
So hopefully we will get that up and operating.
Okay.
If we don't get that, we will probably have to do a little more winging.
I'll just put John on the spot to give us a view of what you feel like the legislative session is going to hold for everyone.
Kathy, can you leave? Sorry to do this to you. I think that's what's holding us up. Now you can share your screen.
Wonderful. Okay, great. Now
I'm sure it wasn't Kathy's fault. It was just,
Okay, perfect. So can you see that, Rob?
Yes, we can.
Okay, wonderful. We just wanted to first thank the Santa Fe Chamber and also the New Mexico Chamber and the New Mexico Hospitality Association for having us. I am joined by our Deputy Secretary, John Clark. And as a lot of people know, John worked with the LFC prior to this. So we really have somebody who is knowledgeable on the session. And we have to just kind of start this presentation with a caveat, which is this session is very much still in flux. We have some legislation that we are going to present to you that has been approved by the governor, and they are department bills, but there's still a lot going on behind the scenes. So just everybody keep that in mind. So our mission at the Economic Development Department is to improve the lives of New Mexico families by creating economic opportunities and providing a place for businesses to thrive. Our philosophy in this department during this administration is really to invest in disruptive research and innovative companies. We are realizing that the people that want to be in New Mexico are here for a reason. They're not choosing LA, they're not choosing New York, they're not choosing San Francisco, they're choosing New Mexico. And they want to do things differently. These are companies like Sky, Descartes Labs, Netflix. And we're finding that those are really kind of the best fits for New Mexico in terms of bringing companies here. Our philosophy is to train New Mexicans for 21st century jobs that pay them well, that they don't have to have another job, that they're not doing the New Mexico shuffle in terms of just like, what we've all been doing for years. So, and also to plan for really the next 20 years, which is careful growth and economic diversity. And I know that Rob's group has been super helpful with us in prepping for our 20-year plan. We received an EDA grant to put together a 20-year strategy in addition to a short-term strategy for recovery and economic development. So that's going to be a big focus for us this coming year. And also to really devote special attention to those underserved areas. We have always struggled to represent New Mexico as a whole, not just the big metro areas like Albuquerque, Santa Fe, Las Cruces. So that is also going to be one of our big pushes for the next year or two and upcoming. So just an overview of economic development, and most of you already know this, but under the Office of the Secretary, we have a team of economists, our communication and marketing, and also our general counsel. We have the film and television office, which is headed by Amber Dodson. Also the outdoor recreation division, which is headed by Axel Navas. We have the economic development division, which is headed by Mark Roper. And under that, we have the community business and rural development, the finance part of our organization, Main Street, JTIP, Office of International Trade, and also Office of Science and Technology. Administratively attached to us is Border Authority, Office of Military Planning and Support, and Spaceport. Spaceport's been in the news a lot lately. I am also the chairman as the cabinet secretary of the Spaceport. So you see a lot of stuff that we're doing with the Spaceport, and we really feel like it's an incredible asset for New Mexico, and we're going to continue to recruit companies there. So, John, why economic development incentives?
Sure. So obviously, this is going to be a different sort of session. There could be legislation introduced to expand incentives or create new ones, but there might also be legislation introduced that could possibly curb existing incentives. So we need talking points for why incentives matter for economic development, why we don't just adjust the general tax base and get rid of incentives. So the key point is that most of our economic development incentives target economic-based companies. These are companies that bring money into New Mexico from outside the state. And so they're bringing new dollars into New Mexico rather than recirculating dollars within the state. Now, obviously, as we recover from one of the most severe economic crises in our nation's history, making sure that we are saving our local businesses is critically important. Long term, though, making sure that we keep these incentives in place for our economic-based companies that bring in outside dollars is critically important. Also, another really important point is that a lot of these positions, a lot of these economic-based companies provide higher pay levels. Those employees then have higher spending power in the local economy, but also those companies aren't dependent solely on New Mexico customers. They're dependent on customers from across the country or sometimes across the globe. And so, whereas New Mexico could be subject to local economic downturns that might not be seen across the rest of the country, companies that have a customer base across a wider geographic area are going to be more stable in general. But also they provide benefits to local service and retail businesses. Obviously, when you bring in a company that manufactures something or produces a great film and media product or produces a great software product, those companies and those employees are going to demand services and goods from local companies. So they still support our local mom and pop shops. And then also, these economic-based companies provide economic diversification. We know that the state is too dependent on the oil and gas industry, government, and retail industries. So if we want to diversify away from those and create a much stronger private economic sector, we need to diversify and we need to target the companies that we think have the best chance to grow and offer great jobs to New Mexicans. And we'll get into that more in just a second about what types of companies those are. But another key point here is that economic-based companies can locate anywhere. Because they're not serving the local population, they don't have to be here. And so we have to be competitive with other locations.
So I'm going to go a little bit off script here. So we mostly help economic-based companies within the EDD department. However, during the past 9 months, we have been doing quite a lot of webinars, which teach companies, whether you're a restaurant or a manufacturer, how to have a presence online, how to apply for SBA, all those kinds of things. So please go to our website if you're a company, and we have all of those webinars in a library for you right there. And then, John, could you really quickly, because we didn't include it in this presentation, but just talk about the last Great Recession and what happened and what we need to be very wary of? Sure.
So coming out of the last recession, in 2009, 2010, the state pretty much stopped spending money on economic development for a while. As a result, over the next 10 years, New Mexico saw far slower job growth and wage growth than the rest of the country did, especially wage growth. We know that New Mexicans historically have always made less on average than people in the rest of the country, but in the 10 years following the Great Recession, we saw the rest of the country recover in a way that we just didn't. And we saw that gap significantly grow. So we have more ground to make up, and we just can't let that happen again. We don't want to repeat the same failures that we had 10 years ago and fall even farther behind the rest of the country. We want to catch up and then eventually exceed the average of how the rest of the country is doing. And so these are the 9 target industry sectors. Again, in order to diversify the economy, we need to diversify away from those 3 sectors that I mentioned before, but we also need to have a focus rather than just a scattershot approach. So these 9 sectors are the sectors that we're targeting, the Workforce Solutions Department is targeting, and we're working with other entities on the state and regional and local levels to try to go after these industries so that we're all facing in the same direction, going after the same sorts of companies. And the great thing about these companies is that they already have a strong presence in New Mexico. We're not building them from scratch. Also, these are industries that pay above average wages for New Mexico. So these are companies that provide good jobs and provide much higher wages on average than you would see in traditional sectors of the New Mexico economy, like traditional manufacturing or traditional agriculture.
So, as John was saying, there's never been a more important time to invest in economic development. Prior to the pandemic, we saw just a huge amount of energy for New Mexico. And we were terrified that that was going to go away during COVID. The silver lining is that more people want to be in New Mexico than ever. We have been incredibly, incredibly busy for the last 9 months, not only helping companies here cope with the situation, but also talking to companies from bigger cities that want a quality of life, that don't want to be next to their neighbor, on top of their neighbor. So it's been a busy time at economic development. So in 2020, we did 18 LEDA investments, creating 2,486 jobs. And these companies are going to be investing $756 million into New Mexico, for a total of $152 million. That's an economic impact of $1.5 billion over 10 years. Now, communities that we approved LEDA in, from Lovington to Moriarty to Santa Fe to Santa Teresa, and in terms of industries, like John said, aerospace, biopharma, film and television, manufacturing, quantum computing. So this legislative session, we are requesting $30 million to maintain the fund balance so that we can do these LEDA offers. One of the most exciting sectors for me right now is global trade. And prior to the pandemic, we went to Taiwan because a lot of the Asian companies are wanting to onshore, reshore outside of China into the United States for their manufacturing. And so just recently, we closed 3 deals for Taiwanese companies in the Santa Teresa area. So just a lot going on throughout the state. So please talk to your legislators. Tell them how important LEDA is. Tell them how important it is to really double down on economic development right now, because we have an opportunity that I don't think we've had before. In terms of JTIP, this is our much loved program. In 2020, we approved 2,380 JTIP positions, 75 companies. 855 of those were in rural areas, which is fantastic. Also aerospace, biopharma, film and television, and all these different communities. So we're going to be requesting 12 million total in JTIP. So that is 5 million in our base budget, and then 7 million in a special appropriation. And once again, just any help we can get with regards to talking to legislators about how important these two programs are would be great. You want to talk a little bit about Main Street, John?
Sure. So this is another major request we're making. We're asking for $10 million in capital outlay funds for Main Street. That's the same request we made the prior year. In Main Street, I'm sure almost all, if not all of you are familiar with, because this program has been around for years and years. And it's one of the best ways that we have to help out communities of all sizes across the state. We have a lot of Main Street communities located around New Mexico. And you can see here some key points of the program, that within 3 years of completed public infrastructure projects, you see a 60% increase in pedestrian traffic, 60% increase in business expansions, 95% increase in new business openings, 70% reduction in building vacancies. And that's so critical when you're trying to revitalize a downtown area or a Main Street area, is reducing the number of vacancies. And 80% greater attendance at downtown events. Now, the Main Street program is going to be more critical than ever coming out of COVID, because over the last majority of a year, we've become accustomed to largely just staying home, not going out and congregating, not going to downtown or Main Street areas. And so we really need to step things up with the Main Street program to try to make sure that we're able to bring these areas back to life as soon as we're able to in an efficient and safe manner.
So just to add, we are requesting 10 million in capital outlay funds, and it's very important. If you want to see our rural communities survive, if you want to see these fantastic Main Street programs survive, it's important that we get these programs going, and they're really fantastic and lead to the livability in these areas and really help us to attract businesses to Main Street. Sorry, I've got dogs, I've got presentations I'm flipping through. Okay, we're hoping that Pepe does not have to go to the restroom right now. Okay, outdoor recreation. John, hit it.
So the Outdoor Recreation Division is our newest division within the department, and it's already been a great success story. And we know that the outdoor recreation economy is really important for New Mexico. It supports over 33,000 jobs and about $1.2 billion in wages. We have three key initiatives in the Outdoor Recreation Division: the Outdoor Equity Fund, which I'll talk more about in a second, Special Projects and Infrastructure Fund, and Business Incubators. And if you can see this picture on the left, this is a success story of the Outdoor Equity Fund, where in this last year, we awarded $10,000 from the fund to a nonprofit in Gallup, and they used that funding to establish a mobile ride center. And this mobile ride center now travels around the Navajo Nation, repairing bikes for young riders. And as you can see, the gentleman in the photograph is wearing a mask, so they're doing it in a safe way. But this is a great way to help our youth get out and experience all of the great New Mexico outdoors that we have. And obviously, bike riding is a fantastic COVID-safe activity. This has been really a wonderful project, a wonderful way for us to partner with the Navajo Nation and try to get youth more engaged with the outdoors. And that's a key component of what this division is attempting to do: get more youth outside, especially get more disadvantaged youth outside. So this has been a great program, and we're asking for two separate special appropriations out of this session. We're requesting a little over $1 million for the Outdoor Equity Fund so that we can do more of these sorts of projects. And we're asking for a little over $3.2 million for the Great New Mexican Trails Package. That's essentially the Special Projects and Infrastructure Fund, where we'll be able to use that funding to go in and significantly improve trails, signage, things like that across New Mexico. And part of that is also trying to identify for people who are going to enjoy the outdoors, local amenities that they can avail themselves of while they're in that area.
Yeah, just to add on that, I went out to the Pecos the other day, and when I got off on the interstate, I noticed all these cars that were parked right on the interstate. And I asked my friend, I was like, what's going on? And they were like, oh, the mountain biking here is so fantastic. And I'm like, these cars are parked on the interstate. They could be parked in the Pecos and like actually going to restaurants and going to businesses there. So one of the things that we talked to Axie about was like, what are those communities that if we built a trail there within access of that town, could we change the whole economic development of that town? I mean, there were hundreds of cars. So it's like, how do we just get them a mile down the road into those rural areas? So that's really that's why we're asking for 3.22, is we really feel like that we can create those opportunities in those rural areas. Okay, let's go to the next one. Spaceport America. So lots going on. I think that most people saw that Virgin Galactic had a successful flight in the sense that it went up and it came down successfully and there were no issues. They unfortunately did not get into space, but we feel like that the next flight will be soon, very soon. and we're very excited about that. In addition to, we've just got a lot going on at the spaceport with other companies. We have a sweet spot here, which is launching satellites into lower Earth orbit. And we've got two companies that are at the spaceport right now. One is Spin Launch, the other is HAPS Mobile. So we're going to see a lot of great things happen in the aerospace industry in the next coming year. So Representative Day Hockman Vigil is putting forth legislation that extends the Informed Consent Act. Currently, right now, it expires on July 1st, 2021. And this legislation is absolutely necessary in order for Virgin Galactic or any space company to be at the spaceport. So we really urge everyone to support this. And we're requesting an extension of the time period and improved language in the previously enacted legislation. So please reach out to Representative Hockman Vigil on that. But the Spaceport America and also EDD and the governor are in strong support of this legislation. Border Authority. So we're also going to be moving forward with legislation to begin allowing hazmat cargo through the port and charging a fee for it. Requesting legislation to allow NMDOT to collect a hazmat fee for hazardous cargo passing through the port. Our border is one of our biggest economic assets. And there is what when we call hazmat cargo, think of like, Coca-Cola, oil, that type of thing. And so we need to be able to have the facilities in order to promote this kind of trade back and forth between Mexico and New Mexico. Recently, with the deals in Santa Teresa, we've been working with our partners in Mexico, in Chihuahua, to really work together to grow that area and to find some kind of binational agreement or binational association so that we can attract more companies down there. When you go over to Texas and you see El Paso and you see everything that's happening there, and then you come over to New Mexico, it's shocking. And this definitely needs to be a focus for us in the future. Okay, Film Office. So the film industry supports over 9,000 jobs here in New Mexico, with the average wage for 2019 over $56,000. So these are fantastic jobs for our students, for people in the trades. You don't necessarily have to go to a four-year institution in order to get into this industry. With the recent expansion of Netflix, we really feel like New Mexico is going to become the place for film and television. There are a lot of companies that are very disillusioned with Los Angeles and New York right now. So we definitely have an opportunity. And so one of the statistics that's on the side of this is when the companies come in, there's also a give back program. And this past year, $330,000 was donated to 20 film programs across the state. So we have a fantastic director, Amber Dodson. She's doing a great job. She came over from the city. We are not running any legislation this year because we feel like it's very important for the industry to see New Mexico as stable. We had some issues in the previous administration where there was a cap put on. People didn't know what was going to happen. They didn't know if they were going to get paid back. Now with SB2 having been passed last year, we have stability. We are perceived as the place to be. And so we just really, there are some changes that we would love to make in the film legislation. It's just not the right time. But we're going to continue to grow this as an ecosystem. The average budget of a film and television production, 40% of it goes to small local New Mexico vendors, and that is millions and millions of dollars. So just please, everybody kind of, certain legislators like to pick on film and television for certain reasons, but right now stability is the most important thing so that our students will have jobs in this industry, 20 years from now. Oh, this is just a slide which we thought was interesting. Last year, a 5% bump was added in the rural areas for legislation. Senator Steinborn introduced that along with Representative Small, and we have seen that it is working. We have been able to push films into locations like Farmington, Roswell, Shiprock, Zia Pueblo, Alamogordo. And if you are in a community and you would like film there, please reach out to the film office. We always need lists of restaurants, hotels, services, lumber companies, anything that you have within your community so that we can build these resources up so that film and television productions know that they can go there. So I think we're rounding it down. I'm Alicia. That's my number. That's my email. John Clark right there. Mark Roper, our director of EDD. And like I said, a lot's going to be happening in the next few days. So you might hear more from us. And we've got a great team, communications team that usually pushes it out in the papers. But look at our website too. And we're working with a lot of the legislators that you are going to be speaking with this afternoon. And just seeing what else we can do for New Mexico businesses. So thank you, Rob. Thank you, Ashley, for having us. And I don't know if you're opening it to questions or.
Well, yes. Well, we had a couple of questions, I think, that came up. And first, thank you very much for a great presentation and kind of where the priorities are for the department. And a couple of the questions was, one of them was, why do you think that in the film industry side, folks are not happy with LA right now, or California, or New York?
Well, I think that our governor has done a fantastic job in creating a safe environment here. And people perceive New Mexico as much safer than California or New York right now. In addition to, it's a quality of life issue. I think that people were thinking about it before, but now they're really thinking about it. Do I want to be in a crowded apartment in New York, or do I want to be able to afford a house? We have a great crew. We've been working on this for 16 years. And the word is getting around that it's kind of lovely to live here and work here. So also, when we do LEDA deals with people like NBC Universal and Netflix, that creates a buzz, not only within the film and television industry, but within other industries. They're wondering, why is Netflix moving to Albuquerque? It just seems a little random to them. But, I think that over the next 10 years, you're not even going to recognize Mesa del Sol. I think that, the expansion that Netflix is planning is going to not only change the face of Albuquerque, but just be an opportunity for so many of our kids to go into an exciting industry that pays them well.
That's fantastic. And I think there was some mention as well around some of the stock performance of some of our aerospace or space companies. But John, I wonder if you could mention a little bit. I know that there was an economic impact analysis released last session regarding spaceport, and I think what's surprising to a lot of folks, because the spaceport has taken some heat over the years, is that report showed that we're now in a positive ROI for the state for those investments that we made in the early 2000s.
So I would actually comment that report that was released by the prior director of Spaceport America, and input provided by the Economic Development Department was not taken by him into the report. So I actually would not prefer to comment on any aspects of that report.
Well, that was good coming on my part.
Yeah, John and I can't see the questions that are coming in, unfortunately. So I don't know what the question was with regards to stock price. But here's the deal. Space is a new industry. There is inherent risk. When Elon Musk launches a satellite or a spaceship and it explodes. That is what happens in these emerging industries. So we have an asset which is incredible. It's the spaceport, and a lot of money was spent on it. And we feel in this administration that we need to do anything and everything we can to build up that asset. And I think that Governor Richardson, had a lot of foresight in the sense that launching satellites into lower Earth orbit is the way of the future. And we can do that at the spaceport. So one of the things we've done, in addition to having to go through this investigation, which, now we feel like we're on the right path, we have really narrowed our focus in terms of what we feel like we can do there. And we are going after companies that we know can be there in the next few years and be there for the next 10 years. We're not necessarily going for companies that we think might be able to be there in 30 years. So that's one of the changes that we've made recently. But the acting director, Scott McLaughlin, is doing a fantastic job. He's got a great team down there. We have a new focus. We have a new board. We have new bylaws that are going to be promulgated. So we really feel like we're on the right path at the spaceport.
And just in terms of the state's investment and potential for return, I'd say the key point for me is ignore the money that the state invested into the spaceport in the past. It's a sunk cost, and Economics 101 tells you ignore sunk costs. So what should we pay attention to moving forward? What does it take to continue to operate the spaceport versus what can we get from it? So don't pay attention to what was invested into it in the past. Pay attention to the relatively small amount that it takes from the state to keep it operational and the huge potential for jobs and enormous private investment. If you look at it that way, and that really is the right way to look at it from an economics perspective, you see that it's an incredible win to continue to support the spaceport. That we can't go back 15 years and evaluate now the original decision whether or not to build it. What we can evaluate now is what do we do with it, and do we take this potential that we've created and run with it? And when you look at the relatively minimal cost it takes to keep it going, and the incredible jobs and incredible paying jobs, and how it supports those economies down there, there's just no question that that's the way to go.
There's another question in the chat. It says, if the Space Force actually becomes a real entity in the U.S. military, are we thinking of bringing that here? New Mexico has always had a good relationship with our federal government through military and lab support.
So we are trying to get the Space Command here. And that has been going on for the past few months. We had a great meeting with them the other day in which the governor and the mayor of Albuquerque pitched New Mexico and Albuquerque, and then they had a wonderful tour the other day of Kirtland Air Force Base. So we are waiting to hear on that. But yes, we do believe that we have the assets to get something like the Space Command here. I hope that answered the question.
Thank you, Secretary.
So
Okay.
Thank you very much for taking the time to join us today. Thank you for sharing the priorities of the department. And Secretary, thank you for your leadership across the board. It is something. It's something we desperately need. The effort to focus on one, I think, and John and your team has been great in bringing people together to have these conversations about how we can all work together to really try to drive this broader change in our economy. The competitiveness and the focus on that is very much appreciated. So thank you for being here, and we look forward to working with you on those priorities, because those are priorities that we at the New Mexico Chamber of Commerce also share. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. And thank you for the collaboration. John and I always say it's so important. We don't know it all. We don't have all the answers. We just need everybody's input into what we're doing. And you and Ashley do a great job of helping us lobby the legislators and talk to them and educating them on all different kinds of things. So thank you guys.
Thank you. And I will say the one other thing I think with Netflix and these other companies that's an important differentiator for New Mexico is obviously the chili, right? Because LA, New York, it's just not happening. So
Do you know what? I would love to say it is, but it's the people. Like they get here and they love our crew. They're amazing. And so it is the people. And I find that we find that with a lot of companies that move here. They're very concerned that they're not going to be able to find the right people to work there. And then, weeks later, they're like, it's great, fantastic. So.
Well, you set me up very well for our next speaker. We have Secretary Bill McCamley from Workforce Solutions, who's going to be coming on following you two to talk about our people and the resources we have and what we're doing to make sure we're able to connect them with the jobs they need and the industries they need. So thank you again. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
So as we said, we've got Secretary Bill McCamley going to be joining us. Is joining us as we speak. Secretary, thank you for being here.
Good morning, Rob.
Good morning. We really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today and to hear from you kind of what the priorities are for the department. What do you see happening this session and how can we in the business community be helpful?
Thanks. So I don't have a long PowerPoint presentation like the previous presenters, so I'll hopefully be able to get you back on track time-wise. We have a couple of bills. One is a simple technical fix to extended unemployment benefits. That original policy was put in during the Great Recession, and we need to change the dates and the amounts allowed in order for us to keep that program going according to the Federal Department of Labor. That'll be introduced by Senator Bill O'Neill. And like I said, it's just some technical changes. The much bigger and evolving need for our department is going to be a resolution, as you personally are well aware of the Unemployment Trust Fund. As many of your folks watching this probably know, unemployment benefits are paid by payroll taxes from employers.
And Rio Rancho Regional on in just a quick second to answer your questions.
I'm sorry, I was hearing someone else.
Hey. All right. Here's our friend from Rio Rancho again. How's it going?
Rob, can you hear me? I'm hearing someone else.
Good, good. What can I do? What can I do for you?
I just had a quick question. Is there any way to?
I'm not in your thing. I'm hearing someone from the backstage portion of this.
Locked in? Are we able to?
Do you have something?
Yeah, I'm hearing the gentleman who's the staffer for the backstage part. I'm not hearing you guys at all. I can now, yes.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I just don't know how I turn off that other guy because he's speaking all over me.
It sounds like it's through your microphone, so I'm not sure if it's what's going on there.
Okay.
I apologize.
So anyways, we are about $206 million in the hole to the federal government because we've been borrowing money to pay for unemployment benefits since about beginning of September. And that money needs to get paid back. And also we need to make sure that we are providing benefits to the people of New Mexico who need those unemployment benefits right now. So the Legislative Finance Committee, as well as our staff and the governor's office and some legislators have been involved with trying to find a fix to this situation. And there's two pieces that need to get done. Number one, we need some kind of injection of funding into our trust fund so we can continue to pay benefits without borrowing more money from the feds moving forward, since we have to pay that back and there's interest going to be accruing on that at some point. And number two, we have to pay back the loan that we've taken from the federal government. And so some kind of combination of a revenue increase to be able to pay off that loan, combined with an injection of funding, hopefully somewhere from the state, to help us with our system, would get us there, and in a way that would be as easy as possible on our business community, because we understand that, raising revenues in a time where we're in an economic issue and we're asking our employers to help us put our folks back to work is not the greatest solution. So we're going to do what we can to come up with a solution that is the best that we can find moving forward. Hopefully Congress will help us out as we get into the new congressional session and provide some relief there as well. But we don't know what's going on there. And with all due respect, I just don't know what's going to happen in Congress right now with this situation. So that's kind of what we're looking at legislatively. We are starting to put together a plan for how we restart New Mexico and get the 100-something thousand people that are on unemployment right now back to work. As you heard from your previous speakers, we've got 4 real areas that we know in New Mexico from an economic perspective are going to be hiring people. Healthcare is going to need people like crazy. We need folks from nursing assistants all the way to brain surgeons. We need folks in the construction industry, welders, electricians, plumbers, et cetera, and so on. We need all sorts of folks in the STEM and IT fields. So anybody that can do programming, internet security, any kind of engineer. We actually need field biologists, a lot of those science-based folks we need. And we need teachers like crazy. And so those are the 4 areas we're really going to be focusing on as we work ourselves into programs and asking people to say, hey, look, if you want to reskill, now's the time, and we might be able to help you out in that regard. So you can get one of those jobs that will not only give you a solid economic future, but help contribute to your communities going forward. With that, Rob, that's kind of all I've got right now. I'd be happy to answer any questions anyone might have.
Ashley, did you see any questions in the chat?
Yeah, there's a couple of comments. First of all, Fidelity is still hiring, apparently. Good to know. Thank you.
Well, we're actually very interested in getting that contact information, Rob, for Fidelity, because
yes, I will.
We're hiring from at home, and that's a position we can really start pushing right now. So
I will put you in touch with Leanne Kravitz. So we'll do that today.
Another question related to the UI rates. Bill Lee wanted to know if those increased without legislative approval.
So the way that the current system is in place is there's a formula, and that formula is based on 3 general things. The first is, what economic area do you come from? And different economic areas, for whatever reason, in 2016 have a different coefficient that's put into the formula. But the 2 big variables are the health of the trust fund. The lower that fund is, the higher the rate tends to go. And this wasn't set up for a pandemic, right? So the theory when it was passed was, as it goes down, you raise the rate a little bit by little bit and it evens out over time. Well, we went from $460 million to 0 in the span of about 6 months. So that's an unnatural situation we find ourselves in. And the other big thing is that how many people you laid off in the past 3 years is another variable that goes into how much your rate goes up. So the Senate Bill 3 that was passed in July in the special session basically held folks harmless for the cost, the level of the fund, as well as how many people they let off starting at the pandemic in March. So if you'd laid people off at a decent amount before that, we have a 3-year, what we call look back, which will still affect your rates going into the upcoming year. But the way the formula is set up, we're holding people harmless for layoffs starting with the pandemic, and then we won't start using the health of the trust fund to calculate rates until next year. Now, what does that mean? It means there's a relief this upcoming year for businesses, and that people aren't going to see their tax rates go up based on the effects of the pandemic. The problem is we're not going to be bringing in the revenue that we need. And so that's one of the reasons we need some kind of injection of help for the trust fund, because otherwise we'll just have to keep borrowing from the federal government and kicking the can down the road on paying them back.
Well, I appreciate you've been great in really trying to be proactive on that, Secretary. So I appreciate your engagement with the business community around how do we mitigate, that harm? I know that you appreciate the challenges that we're having as a community, and are doing everything possible to help us mitigate, kind of how we continue to keep that fund healthy. But there's a shared burden there. So thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
All right. And I think we don't have any other questions at the moment, I don't believe.
That is correct. No more questions came in, and it looks like Secretary Kenny is also here.
So, Secretary, thank you again. Please let us know how we can be helpful. And going forward, I think the areas of focus are very much aligned with where we are on the chamber side and the business community side. And I will be getting you Leanne's information later today. So with fidelity. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
That'd be great. And if I could just say one more thing, and this is probably an intro for Secretary Kenny, for all the business folks out there, please encourage all of your compatriots to follow the COVID safe practices. We say over and over again, the health of our economic future is intimately linked with the health of our people. And every time the governor has to put a new public health order because the cases are going up and we don't want to overwhelm our hospitals so more people don't die. That means more people end up on the unemployment rolls. So the more we can wear masks, socially distance, follow all those things we're supposed to be doing, the more we can introduce more risk and get people off of our rolls. And we can do what we want to do, which is get people back to work. So thank you all very much for your time. I do appreciate it.
Secretary, thank you very much. And that's a great lead in to our next cabinet secretary, Secretary James Kinney.
Jim owes me a drink from here on out.
Thank you. And soon we'll be joined by Secretary Kinney. He has more than 21 years in two different stints with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, most recently as a senior policy advisor for oil and gas. In that role, he worked with senior agency leadership and designed strategies to support environmentally responsible development of oil and gas, and working with states, tribes, federal agencies, and industry. With that, I know we're running a little tight on time, so I'm going to skip his long, illustrious resume and just turn it right over to Secretary Kinney. Secretary, thank you so much for joining us today. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, Rob, good to see you. Ashley, good to see you as well. I understand you're running a little bit behind. I get how that happens with us long-winded cabinet secretaries. But let me know, how long would you like me to just sort of chat for before we open it up to more of a discussion?
I think we've got whatever you need, 10, 15 minutes.
Perfect. That sounds great. So I'm going to throw in a little timer for myself so I don't get too passionate about any one topic and put you further behind. But again, thank you for having me. Thank you for inviting me to this presentation today. What we're looking for as we move forward, not only in a legislative session, but just coming up in the next fiscal year is really, I think what you heard from a lot of the other presenters is getting our economy back on track. And really keeping COVID managed and at bay. I'd like to say us being victorious over COVID would be a great goal for 2022 going into the new state fiscal year. But I start with COVID with the idea that many people, I think, have grown to know the Environment Department beyond the agency that looks at safe drinking water, good air quality, remediating hazardous waste, and keeping people safe. And seeing us from a different vantage point as an agency that really focuses in on public health in protecting people from COVID. A lot of what we're doing now and what we plan to do throughout 2021, I sometimes live between fiscal years and the calendar year, so the numbers come out wrong sometimes. But in 2021, moving into the next fiscal year, we plan to continue our efforts to keep employees safe, keep employers operating, and working on COVID in terms of rapid responses where we actually coach businesses how to get through when COVID enters the workplace. And that's what we've done a lot of The numbers escape me at the moment, but I want to say we're above 6,000 rapid responses since May of last year. So we'll continue in that vein, working with New Mexicans to keep their businesses minimally disrupted by COVID. Looking forward to the vaccination distribution. I would encourage everybody who's watching to make sure not only you, but your friends and family are registered for the vaccine as well. Beyond that, as you mentioned in the introduction, we also plan to work on a number of air quality and climate issues going into the current year. We started those over the past 2 years, looking at oil and gas regulations for those ozone precursors, the VOC emissions that are formed from the emissions of oil and gas. Our sister agency, MNERD, is looking at the waste issue. Between the two agencies, we're really tackling the waste issues as well as the air quality issues that result from oil and gas operations. We also don't have to think about things in mutually exclusive buckets, and that's not how we work at the Environment Department. You heard Secretary Keyes on here a little while ago talking about the exciting economic issues. I'm getting a little feedback. That might be the next group coming on, but just want to point that out.
Secretary Kinney, if you may have an open extra page from the backstage. If you close that, it should shut that off.
You are 100% right. That's what was going on. Thank you. So again, I don't think we have to think of environment as well as our economy as mutually exclusive. I think we've demonstrated that with the governor's leadership in this cabinet. And some of the things that I'm really excited about, not only in the way we are tackling our oil and gas emissions by bringing innovation into the equation, such as embracing one of the first states to embrace fuel cells as a way of controlling emissions. Fuel cells, for those of you who don't know, convert the methane emissions, the organics, those emissions that cause air quality problems, into electricity. That's electricity that can be used to power the grid. That's electricity that could be used right on the well pad to better operate oil and gas operations. But let's not think so small. Let's think about, if we can create fuel cells for oil and gas, why aren't we creating a hydrogen-based economy? That's the economy by which hydrogen, a key element within a methane molecule, could be separated from that carbon. I know this is getting a little techie, but that we could then take that hydrogen molecule and use it for hydrogen vehicles or use it for hydrogen fuels. I mean, we have a lot of natural resources in the state of New Mexico, from the solar and wind to oil and gas, and that we for many years just burned it to keep our homes warm, and now we can think about chemically converting it to hydrogen fuels, hydrogen that is moving in the direction of a more renewable fuel stock. And the good thing about doing something like that is, we, again, you heard from tourism as well as economic development, our economy rides up and down on that oil and gas commodity price. Why not diversify the fuels that we have so that we have more stability and less variation in the way our economy moves? The Environment Department is fully behind supporting efforts like that. And in fact, we work close with Secretary Keyes to attract and retain new clean energy jobs in the state of New Mexico. We're really proud that we do that out of the Environment Department. Just a couple other highlights that I'll mention. With respect to water and our scarcity of water and the quality of water we have in New Mexico, we always have to be good custodians of our water resources. One of the big things that we do out of the Environment Department is we not only regulate water for quality purposes for drinking and use around the state, but we invest in water infrastructure. We have millions and millions of dollars that we get from the feds that we basically act as a pass-through. We get that water into communities where they can make improvements on water infrastructure. Really important that we invest in our water infrastructure. Not only are those construction jobs and things like that, but they're long-term sustainable ways in which we protect both our limited groundwater and our surface waters. If any, I always am a big proponent whenever I get in front of anybody. If we can be of assistance to anyone in the state of New Mexico, private entity, public entity, we want to get the money out of our budget and into your projects throughout the state of New Mexico. We have money in terms of subsidy, meaning grants, and we have money in terms of loans, low interest loans, lower than what they've ever been. We just lowered our interest rate on the money that we can lend out for private and public institutions. So if you don't know us as sort of your financial institution that can get you water money, you do now. And I would hope that you take us up on that. And just a couple other highlights as we move into 2021 and then the fiscal year. We have other legislation that we want to introduce this year. Some of it is keeping our water systems healthy in the state of New Mexico, and we appreciate the support of the New Mexico Municipal League in helping us with this water conservation fund bill that we plan to introduce. That will raise a little bit of cash to better invest in the compliance technology and the testing of drinking water throughout the state. You'll hear more on that as the session goes on. Our utility operators, these are the folks who make sure your drinking water is safe. These are the folks who actually turn the dials and hit the buttons and understand the chemistry to make sure drinking water is safe. Never have we been so in need of clean water, safe water than during COVID, but we sort of take for granted the fact that we can turn on the tap and drink the water here. But we want to raise some fees so we can have better training with Workforce Solutions as kind of a partner in this to get more people invested in the career of treating drinking water. What a great career for New Mexicans to come up through the ranks as a technician at a drinking water treatment plant and then to become a proficient certified operator. It's a great STEM job, and in fact, EPA just invested about $200,000 to $250,000 in New Mexico in a competitive grant. We beat out 47 other entities to do just that, to have more San Juan-based training for drinking water operators. We're doing some good things on hemp as well, working to make sure that our hemp industry not only survives but thrives, and working a little bit more with some solid waste landfills and medical waste incinerators to make sure that we are as protected as possible in the state of New Mexico. And last, as you heard from the other presenters that were on, people come here because they love our environment. They love the people here. They love, as you indicated, Rob, our chili. We want to make sure that all those things stay as protected and robust as possible in the state. And we see that as largely not exclusively our mission, but certainly we are part of that mission. I just hit my timer, so I'm going to turn back to you. There's a lot I didn't cover, but I'm very passionate about our department and what we do. So I'll leave it to some questions to flesh that out.
Well, I'm going to jump in first, Secretary, because I think something you mentioned around on the fuel cells and the hydrogen industry was, I think, really interesting. And I don't think a lot of folks understand some of the breakthroughs that are happening in New Mexico today that are transforming, I believe, the opportunity for hydrogen with a local company who has been able to build out portable hydrogen plants that are going to be manufactured at Pesco in Farmington. And this is the hydrogen highway future that people have promised. There's a real potential there, I think, with the technology being built in New Mexico.
It's funny, that same company you're talking about, I'll let you say their name, cause any problems. But when we met with them and I found out that a lot of their technology is built here. They're a New Mexico based company. They're building it in the San Juan and then they export it out of state. We're supplying other states and other countries with that technology. Why wouldn't we use it here? Why aren't we capturing methane out of oil and gas and making hydrogen fuels? And I have a vision, and I hope other people will join me in this vision. And if you do, please contact me right away. Why can't I-10 from Long Beach, California, where they have hydrogen plant being built, why can't I-10 be our hydrogen corridor? Why should we accept anything less than car and truck manufacturers down in the Deming, Luna County area, working with on our international border, where we have a hydrogen plant being built, where we have auto manufacturing being built, where we just have a hydrogen superhighway being formed? I think we're not limited by anything else other than our own sort of vision of what we want to create. And we're built, this technology is here, the manufacturing is here. Let's put it to higher and better use to support our economy. I'm very passionate about that topic.
Yeah, well, I will tell you, I am as well, and I think in part because one, and there's some comments on the chat function around oil and gas and the role and the future role of oil and gas in New Mexico, and I'm optimistic that New Mexico will be the best place for greenhouse emissions as regards to oil and gas extraction in the world, and I think with the collaborative work that hopefully is being done around the methane rule and other things will help us get to that place so that we can continue to be a leader in energy across a variety of spectrums. But I think the hydrogen place is a unique fit for our oil and gas sector, because it does create the opportunity to utilize those resources in a way where your emissions are water. And that's a great place to get to.
Yeah, and again, I think many of us have watched enough Shark Tank to say that you shouldn't pursue like just big equity markets. But I'm going to do exactly what they say don't do on that, which is, that's a $650 million market in 2018 is the hydrogen market. It's going to be 42 billion in 2026. The amount of money that's being invested in hydrogen, we should be chasing it, and we should be landing it here in New Mexico. And I think we can. I agree 100% with you. It's great for our economy. It's great for our emissions profile. And that's why I don't think that anybody who says that environment and economy are mutually exclusive, you haven't worked as hard as I have then to sit down and try to find the bridges, because that's what we do.
Secretary, the one other thing I wanted to ask you about is on the issues around the rapid response. I know that the department and the governor's team worked very hard to create a contract process for our essential businesses to set up a testing protocol and whether it's your grocery store or other stores. How is that going? Are there areas that we can continue to improve on that? Is that working? Just wanted to get your feedback on that.
It's working great. We have about 25 companies, including some of the Ski Valley areas, all signed up to be part of that testing agreement. What they're doing, for those who don't know, is really the grocery stores, some of the essential retailers are testing 100% of their employees every 2 weeks. If they find an asymptomatic positive person, they do contact tracing on that person, making sure that they're not sort of spreading within the workplace. It's working much better. I think we heard loud and clear from people that shutting down grocery stores was not their goal nor our goal. We want people to always have access to food, and we corrected and we moved forward, and I think it's working really well. We're about 1 month in now with all the data. We're auditing the data to make sure that people are doing what they said. I have no reason to think that they wouldn't, but we want to make sure of that. And I look forward to sharing more of those results with everybody. We're very transparent. We put a lot of information up on our website so that people can make good decisions about where they want to shop. I was in a grocery store the other day, and they were doing everything right. I was really proud to shop there, and commend people for stepping forward. We have a lot of good leaders in the retail and grocery sector in the state, as well as restaurants, who are doing the right thing. And we wish the right thing was just a normal thing, but once we get past COVID, we'll hopefully return back to our regular economy here. But I thank you for asking. I think it's going really well.
Great. And are the and I guess you should never ask questions you don't know the answer to, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Are the new home tests that the governor talked about recently, or the health department talked about, are those tests equivalent to the type of tests required within the context of your agreements?
So with respect to those agreements, you can use, whether it's the Vault test, one of us can go on Vault's website and order a test directly to our house. If you do that, don't stockpile it, actually use it, right? A lot of people are ordering them and stockpiling them in case I need it. Don't do that. You'll have access to it. Another one if you need it. Get tested every week if you want. That would be great for our knowing that you're negative. That'll decrease our positivity rate. There's some math involved there, but get tested as much as you want. That'll help your county. But those tests, whether you're using Vault or Curative or another type of test, I kind of say the deep nose, the nose, or the mouth. Those are kind of your options. People prefer the mouth, the nose. The deep nose is less preferred. Whatever the method is, go get tested and get that result as soon as possible. The equivalency in terms of false positives and false negatives and things like that, I can't speak to right now. But I would not be deterred from using any test out there that we've put out information on. That's again the curative test, which is a saliva test, the Vault test, a saliva test, and then the nose test. There's a couple different kinds of those. So I'm going to take, Rob, your question and just make it a PSA about please get tested, because you're only going to do good work for New Mexico by getting tested. You're only going to help your community more by knowing the answer to that question.
And Secretary, it's actually a great point that you made around the test positivity rate. If more people are getting tested, that means it's folks that aren't necessarily feeling symptoms that are also getting tested, which is good because we have better visibility into the disease, but it also brings our numbers down, which is around positivity rate, which is important for opening schools and opening the economy and all those other things as well.
Yeah, Rob, the agreements you spoke of earlier, by our calculation, there are 80,000 employees getting tested monthly now. 80,000 employees based on those agreements getting tested. We want to make sure that every one of those tests, whether you're positive or negative, are included in our DOH data, our Department of Health data, because again, that helps with the calculating the positivity. So if you've been practicing the triangle, running one errand a day, wearing your mask and staying home as much as possible, and practicing some self-care, you're a prime candidate to get tested. You don't need to feel bad to get tested. So, because to your point, to my point, that'll help with our positivity rate. So, meaning bringing it down. And that helps with us making good public health decisions.
Well, Secretary, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today. The work you're doing and your department's doing is essential. And you touched on a bunch of different parts of it, right? It's part of the public health side. It's keeping the businesses safe, keeping restaurants safe, but it also is around economic development because of the role that you play in helping businesses get open, new businesses get open, and do that in a safe fashion. Very important work. And so as well, obviously water being a key infrastructure issue for us as a state, making sure we're managing that well into the future. So thank you for your time today, and we look forward to working with you through the session.
Do it as well. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Minority Leader Townsend as a District 54 House Representative. Minority Leader Townsend serves parts of Eddy, Otero, and Chaves County. Leader Townsend has led efforts to support many of New Mexico's key industries, including agriculture, oil and gas, as well as improving education for all New Mexicans. He has steadily worked to provide better jobs and more opportunities for all New Mexicans. So with that, please join me in welcoming New Mexico House Minority Leader Jim Townsend.
So we are working, there he comes right now. Perfect timing, Representative.
Well, thank you, Rob and Ashley. I do not have a presentation to share this morning. being new to the process and very excited about the new process that will allow more open and transparent government. I appreciate what you guys have started. I think it's a step in the right direction, and I look forward to working with you and really making this a bigger and better platform for people to participate in.
Thank you, Representative. We really appreciate you taking the time and interest in helping us do this, because it is something we're in a unique space, and we want to make sure that we're giving folks access to their leaders. And you taking the time today means a lot. So, we want to really hear what you see as priorities from the Republicans as we go into this session. Where there's opportunities to really make a difference in New Mexico, and help us understand what you see as some of the challenges going forward in a environment like we're in with this pandemic and in a legislative process.
Sure. Rob, I don't think there's anything before New Mexicans right now that's more important than open and transparent government. And I that should not be a slogan that's used or mischaracterized. It should be something that we practice, and it should be something that we continue to strive for. Solid business practices across New Mexico that encourage new jobs, new employment, careers for New Mexicans are absolutely paramount to our well-being and our health as a state and as a civil being. I mean, our kids being back in school, our restaurants being open, our neighbors being employed. I mean, we heard this morning from Secretary McCamley, we're like $210 million in debt to the federal government now in unemployment benefit loans. We heard him talk about increased revenues, which is the slang for higher taxes. And we have to be very careful about that, because we need jobs. We need our kids back in school. We need an open and transparent government. We need lobbyists and people to have access to their legislators as we go forward. So, I have had COVID. My wife has had COVID. It was kind of ironic that during the election cycle, we traveled the state extensively, developing candidates, raising money. You know how it works. And I stay out of COVID the whole time, and I catch it in my living room from a friend at the end of the cycle. So, I mean, it was like, this just isn't fair. But, it was something that we were able to quickly get through. My wife is tougher than I am, as many husband and wives teams are. And she whipped it in about 4 or 5 days. I wasn't that lucky. It took me about 3 weeks and some good medication to get through it. But here I am, and we're ready to go into a legislative session. I hope there are questions from the group about this session, and I'll tell you very briefly some of the things that we're hearing. In Ledge Council last week, it was reiterated that there would be an effort to suppress the number of bills that a legislator could present. That number currently is about 5. Historically, the Democrats have introduced more bills than Republican has individually. And today, with the 45-25 difference in membership, it makes, about 100 bill difference of bills that would be brought forward. That's troublesome. As you guys know, I have stood for the rights of legislators on both sides of the aisle on more than one occasion. And you have to consider that there are legislators that represent, in one case, I'm thinking of Jack Chatfield right now. I think he has 7 counties that he represents, a portion of 7 counties. That makes that legislator begin to pick and choose. You have counties that have been more and less affected by the COVID rules and regulations. You think about what's happening in southeast New Mexico right now, and how many jobs have been labeled as needed, and I hate to use the other word, but we have a group of people that are out there working, providing income and jobs for New Mexico, but because of what they do, they are interacting with people from Midland, Odessa, Hobbs. I mean, it's a big community out there working. And many of them view that their children are being penalized for the fact that COVID, because of their work conditions, may have been enhanced, and the spread of COVID has been enhanced, but their children are being penalized from it. So, you know, I always watch what's happening with my children, and my son lives in the Woodlands area. My grandkids have been in school since Labor Day. They're in class. It's a very populated area. They're making it fine. They're involved in sports. Their restaurants are open. And I look and see and feel what I hear from New Mexicans that create jobs, and they're desperate. I mean, they are hurting. They're losing savings, they're losing equity, and they're losing futures. And so we have to adjust to that. I understand how serious COVID is. I've lost a brother-in-law. I've lost a number of really good friends. But I also have watched people leave the state. I have listened to people call and cry about the loss of members of their family from self-inflicted issues, suicide. I look at drug issues across New Mexico. We have a real issue, and I don't believe we can run from it. I think we're going to have to take it head on.
Ashley, you want to look at the chat?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for being here, and I'm so glad that you were able to kick COVID and you're well. So that is what we're so glad you're here. There is a question in the chat, and it says, how would you recommend we safely open schools and businesses?
Well, first of all, I think we have to look at our neighbors and the practices that they have successfully used. I don't believe we should always go out and forge new territory when there are practices that are working. We have been enhanced by the ability for teachers and support staff to be vaccinated should they so desire. And that is an increased safety that we have before us. But Ashley, we have to look at, for example, Conroe Independent School System. Look at the way they notify parents. Look at the way they are monitoring their children. Look at the way their classrooms are being held. And that system is working in a very populated area in close confines. So why shouldn't we look at what is working in other areas and try to adapt those to our own children?
Thank you for that. There's another one. Should the legislature have more input on public health orders? They are the representatives of the people.
Absolutely. I'm Senator Greg or Representative Greg Nybert has carried that particular bill the last two special sessions. It hasn't been heard yet. I understand Representative Eli has been willing to join in that. And so I am supportive of a measure that would bring the legislature to the table very quickly. And quite frankly, I think it would have been beneficial to the governor to share the responsibility for the decision making as it occurred without trying to be the lone soldier. And because in doing that, she could have shared the responsibility and probably not had as much grief had she done that. And I think it would have made a stronger legislature because we would have been more privy to the information that she was making decisions from instead of sitting in a vacuum watching things happen around us.
Thank you. We have another question. It's kind of a two-part question. Do you plan to introduce legislation? And if so, what will it be? And then how can folks support your legislation?
Sure. There will be several pieces of legislation that I participate in and some that I introduce. There's some rule changes that I will introduce for more transparent and open government. I got one of 3 bills passed last year, rule changes, and I will present those other 2 again this year. There's several other pieces of legislation that I will participate in, but every one of them that I will participate in is for a backbone of stronger businesses, a platform that causes businesses to be brought to New Mexico and careers to be established.
Thank you so much. Those were all the questions. Do you have any other comments?
Well, I think I'd just like to say again, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for representing Southeast New Mexico as well as you do. Being a kid, I appreciate that. But I think the other piece I would add is, as you mentioned, the idea of thinking about what other states and other areas are doing well as we think about reopening. And I would like us to really think about, as we think about vaccination prioritization, is looking at, and I know it's the health department issued on Friday guidance that teachers should be part of that. But I would encourage us to think about getting teachers vaccinated as early as possible so that there is that opportunity to get back into the classrooms as quickly as possible and as safely as possible. And I just want to get your thoughts on that concept.
Well, you know, the idea of this vaccination has been one that has been controversial. There are people out there that are very hesitant to participate in the vaccination, and to be real honest, I've been a little bit confused by some of those thoughts. I have taken pneumonia vaccinations and flu vaccinations. And to be real honest, I had no idea what was in either one of them. But I knew that it was something that protected me and my loved ones. And that is exactly the same practice that we should be utilizing as we look at this COVID vaccination. We wear a mask because we want to protect ourselves and our loved ones. I think we should very strongly consider a vaccination for the exact same reason. We want our jobs, our schools open, we want our families to be protected, and we want our lives back. And it is a measure that allows us to do that. And I understand, people are certainly have their rights to their opinions and their thoughts. But we have to remember we have a nation and a state that is in desperate need right now, and we've got to get our economy back open. I mean, it's just that we have no choice. We have to get our economy back up and running. So when I tell you that, my family has endured it, we have seen good friends and family members lost because of it. You don't know how much I mean this in saying that. With that said, this world and this economy must be restarted, and it must be restarted as quickly as possible. I could not impress on you how important I think it is that our children are back in school, that our children have the right to flourish and to be educated. And it's very evident from talking to legislators and educators across New Mexico that this virtual world of learning is not successful. And so we have to make some changes. We can't hide from it any longer.
Well, as you said that, my kindergartner just came into my office to try to get my attention to help with, a login issue. So fortunately, my wife is also, we're both working at home. But to your point, it is really it's a real struggle. We're lucky; we've got the resources and ability to work from home. But there's so many families that can't, who are the safest place they would normally be would be at school. And
yeah,
and that's part of what I think is so heartbreaking, is that they're not able to have that resource and that support that those teachers provide in our community. So we certainly appreciate your leadership in that. I think you're absolutely right. We have to get reopened. We need to do it in looking at the best practices, do it as safe as we can. But we have to get our businesses open and started. So we're trying to think through what are those strategies for us to do that in the safest way. And you hit on them right there with, you wear a mask to protect your family and your community to help us get the economy back open. You do those things, those practices, so that we can get our kids back in school. So thank you so much for your thoughtful leadership. We look forward to working with you this session. We have, a variety of issues we're pushing around. How do we get New Mexico more competitive economically as we want to come out of this crisis, from regulatory reform to workforce development. So we're looking at how we're training our young people into those careers you talked about, because those are all things that are going to be really important going forward.
Well, we just have to remember that many people that our decisions affect are not ones that have the ability or the wherewithal to adjust like you and I might have in a virtual setting. I mean, there is an absence of a backbone of internet across New Mexico that I think needs to be addressed. But we cannot, now is not the time to be raising taxes and fees on the Mexicans and ask them to do more with less. We have to be bigger than that, and we have to make sure that we have the platform set for this state to get back on its feet and go. And the better way to do that is let the ingenuity of New Mexicans thrive. And they're big enough and smart enough to make the right decisions if we'll just trust them in doing that.
Thank you, sir. We really appreciate you being with us here today.
You bet. You bet.
All right.
Thank you
Thank
both.
you so much.
Bye-bye.
All right, our next speaker is Senator Linda Lopez. Senator Linda Lopez was first elected to the New Mexico Senate in 1996 and represents District 11, which includes the southwest portion of Albuquerque. She has served since 1997, is the longtime chair of the Senate
Ashley,
Rules
I'm going to ask you to hold. Senator, you've got to close one of your windows the backstage window on your computer. That'll stop that feedback. Oh, we lost her. She closed the wrong one. That's a bummer. Hopefully she will come back in shortly. So
I can continue her intro.
yeah, so what that does tell you though is I should not be doing technology advice for folks. So my apologies to the senator.
I'll direct the next speaker, Rob. Okay, so as I was saying, Senator Linda Lopez was first elected to the New Mexico State Senate in 1996 and represents District 11, which includes the southwest portion of Albuquerque. She has served since 1997, is the longtime chair of the Senate Rules Committee, and was recently elected by the Senate Democratic Caucus to serve as the Senate Majority Whip. And we will welcome her just as soon as she gets logged back in. And thank you all for your patience. This is our first time using this platform, so it's a little bit of a learning experience for everyone, but we appreciate you being here with us today.
And I do encourage folks who are joining us to think about coming back in around 2 o'clock. Again, the office hours portion will be taking place, where we'll have different legislators and House members and Senate members in their own virtual office. So it will look and feel a lot like a Zoom room where you'll click on their office. You can go in, they'll be there to have a conversation. We're trying to create this platform that will run not only today's kind of our kickoff and first run at it, but it'll run throughout the session every Tuesday morning at 7:30. We'll create this platform for community organizations, whether it's the Hospital Association or Indian Public Cultural Center or others, to utilize this stage, to utilize the conference rooms, and to be able to access our legislators as we go through this process. So we're excited. We're excited to present that. It's not how we would normally like to do it. Those social events every year at the Roundhouse, I mean, some of the best parts about them, man, are the food. And it's hard to get that virtually. So it's hard to get AgFest and the barbecue and the brisket from afar. But we're going to do our best to make sure you're getting the ideas and the interaction with those thought leaders and our legislative leaders through the process, as well as those community organizations that put on some of the greatest, programming that happens during sessions. So again, we appreciate you being with us today. We are still waiting to get the senator back in. And we will get started with her shortly.
There is an announcement in the chat. So Kathy from the Hospitality Association says that if you are a business or organization interested in supporting this platform to create opportunities for open legislative dialogue, we still have sponsorship opportunities available for upcoming legislative days. And if you look in the chat, you will see her email there. So please reach out to her if you'd like to get more involved.
All right. Well, we do not currently have the senator back. Hopefully, again, we'll see her shortly. And coming up, following Senator Lopez, we have the Lieutenant Governor scheduled. So hopefully that he will be joining us as well. What I'm going to do in the interim, while we're waiting for those folks to join us, is talk a little bit about some of the work that we at the New Mexico Chamber have been doing over the last several months. And what I want to share with you now is a little bit of work we've done around some research on how do we make New Mexico more competitive economically. And it gets to some of the conversations we had earlier today with the cabinet secretaries, especially Secretary Keyes and John Clark, who were played a very key role in helping us work through the research we did in the creation of a report called Driving New Mexico's Future, Empowering a Competitive Economy in a Post-Pandemic World. As part of that research, we wanted to build out a strategy that had very specific recommendations and an analysis around how do we become more competitive as a state. We surveyed over 600, almost 700 business leaders. We conducted 6 different focus groups around the state, really trying to understand what are the things that we can do as a state to become more competitive and to understand where those pain points are for the business community. What came out of this survey work? First of all, the areas where the business community is most satisfied in New Mexico is really about the quality of life that we have in our community, the availability and affordability and reliability of energy, availability and quality of water and sewer infrastructure. Least satisfied was the availability of workers with appropriate skills, business taxes, and the quality and cost of healthcare and insurance. And then additionally, regulations impacting your business. The workforce issues that really struck us were around the importance of soft skills. Here we've got the senator. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen and turn it over to her and let you go forward, Senator. And we'd love to just to hear your priorities, what you see coming up this session.
Great, and I apologize. Can you hear me? That's the terminology that we have used forever, it seems. Can you hear me now? I apologize. Just a few technical difficulties, but that seems to also be the norm in so many ways and places that we are all trying to stay linked up now with COVID. First and foremost, for us, our priority is to do everything we can do to help New Mexico, our New Mexicans. And I know that Representative Townsend, of course, was talking, and I'm so sorry to hear about his family's experience with COVID. And I hope that they continue to stay well. I too, as you, Rob, I have a third grader. So learning how to navigate between being online school and, what we have to do. My little one also misses being in school, but she understands what we have to do and why we're doing this at this point. So for me, it's also a matter of communication and understanding. So there's still much more that we have yet to do. But what we are prioritizing, of course, with the New Mexico Senate is making sure that we are prioritizing against our communities. We accomplished a lot the last 2 special sessions, and there's still so much more that we have yet and will be doing our best to take care of this session. We're going to have targeted economic relief for small businesses and families, actions that we've taken, but we're going to continue to work and build on that. Currently, our reserves are about $2.5 billion, which is about 35% of our monies that we have. And we're going to work to try and get that out and facilitate it to assist in the recovery. The last federal package that we have is helping in certain areas. And of course, we're hoping that some more federal monies will be coming our way. And, New Mexico is not the only state that is hurting with regards to help for state and local government. So I'm pretty hopeful, as many of us are, that we're going to receive some more monies from the feds to help us make our ends meet. We're going to still continue to work on our Small Business Recovery Act that we again passed, making sure more businesses are getting out to our small businesses. And we're going to be expanding the Working Families Tax Credit, which is so important for our lower income communities, persons. And of course, we're looking at other tax measures that will help small businesses and of course our low income workers, including legislation that will recognize and help our essential workers, which is, as you know, across our state has helped to keep our communities at least moving. And, other areas that we're looking at too is looking at recreational cannabis. It has to be done right, of course. And of course, we've been reviewing it. We had the legislation entered in last year, still working on creating that. But that's also, I think, a big boost to our economy once we get it set right. We're looking at a constitutional amendment for the early childhood that will include K-12 and helps to also address the issues for early childhood education. But I also believe that helps to move us forward in the Martinez-Yazzie lawsuit. As you know, we've been working with that and dealing with that. This will be one area that we'll be looking forward to supporting. There's still, and I know that this is an opportunity, and I appreciate this venue to share some information. The Senate, of course, does not have a bill limitation of what Representative Townsend mentioned for the House. The Senate, we are not limiting bill introductions. We are, of course, going to be in a virtual setting. Persons are not allowed in the Roundhouse, but we will, of course, have online committees via Zoom. Folks can go, of course, to nmlegis.gov and participate with us in that way. Still being able to participate for public comment via this type of venue through Zoom. And of course, emails, and we will not have, per se, our secretaries in the Roundhouse, but you can still contact and call our phone numbers that are listed on the website. They will be forwarded to our secretaries via a cell phone. So there's still ways for us to stay in touch. And many of our senators will also be having Zoom office hours. So there's another way scheduled through our secretaries, making sure that we still are trying to stay in touch with our business community, our constituents, and others who have an interest to chat with us.
Well, thank you very much for that. You went through a good list of priorities. What can you see as we think about the impact of potential federal legislation or additional funds? What are areas that the Senate is exploring regarding mitigating those impacts of COVID that we've seen? I know you mentioned reforming the loan program. Are there other things that folks are looking at?
Well, in addition to these opportunities that we call looking at to see how we can help our small business community, there's also the other efforts that we have to look about mitigating COVID. So those are some issues that we are also dealing with. We know the governor and of course her Department of Health and others have a priority as to how they are distributing, should we say, the vaccine across the state. And we don't specifically as a legislature have direct, should I say, input into how that is, but we will certainly be working with her, making sure that our communities have the say, and making sure that all of our communities, not just the Rio Grande corridor, but other areas in rural New Mexico have access to the vaccine. Also working to make sure that testing in many communities across the state, and even in my area, which is Senate District 11, here in the southwest quadrant of Bernalillo County, we are one of the hot spots also for COVID, making sure that testing is available so that folks can come in, get tested, and we can know kind of where the spread is and work with regards to vaccine distribution. I think that's part of the area where we have to work with closely for all of us with the governor's office and her secretary of the Department of Health, the incoming secretary.
Thank you, Senator. We have a question in the chat. What specific legislation will you introduce?
Oh, for me?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. There's some issues, of course, that have been near and dear that I've been working on over the years, and that's, of course, working with our foster children. So we're working with the Secretary Blaylock from CYFD, and also, of course, the advocates who are looking to how we deal with the 48-hour stay. Those are the short stayers. We have some legislation to deal with that. Be dealing with the institutionalized racism bill. As you know, we've had some very heartfelt and quite atrocious issues and events that have happened since last summer with the killing of George Floyd. It's brought up to our attention about how we deal with racism in our communities. I'm once again going to be introducing that bill to get it through, signed by the governor, so we can begin the process of how we deal with anti-racism training in government. Some of the other issues still deal with looking at specifically the ethnic studies, which again deals with the issues that were raised through the Martinez-Yazzie lawsuits and how we work with our communities here in New Mexico and recognize the diversity that we have in our state. We also have some other important issues around an abuse. I'm working with the Attorney General on strengthening the crimes against children with disabilities, on the abuse that has taken place. Working with the AG again on restraint and seclusions legislation. As we've seen many of those instances, one in Farmington notably, there was a middle school girl who was thrown to the ground by a local law enforcement person. And that issue could have been mitigated much earlier if there had been training with regards. So those are some of the areas that I'll be looking into. And of course, there are other issues around health, the guardian ad litem legislation. We're trying to set up a new separate office so that we deal with the guardian ad litems in our state, not just dealing with foster children, but I believe it'll have another effect as we look as to what we do, especially for members of our family who need to be assigned a guardian to watch them and to take care of their proceedings in life. And, those are just some of the highlights of some of the issues that are ongoing. But again, our pre-filing in the Senate goes through the 15th, which is coming up very shortly. We don't have bill numbers that are being assigned, but next Tuesday we will be, of course, in person, the Senate, and getting things rolling, and we'll have bill introductions so that the legislation that is being pre-filed through Friday, the 15th, will then be assigned numbers. So it'll be easier to talk about our pieces of legislation so that we can refer them appropriately with numbers.
Thank you for that, because I will tell you, someone who's trying to track that, it's very challenging to understand kind of what we're talking about and what bill is what. And so thank you. I'm glad to hear that process will, I guess, start next week with the numbering.
Yes. And if I can also ask those who are watching also is please be sure that you go to nmlegis.gov. There will be a lot of information posted in there as to how you can contact us and to keep track of where the bills are, where they're moving, and again, how to access the different committees so that you can participate, listen and hear the testimony and watch what is happening also.
There's a couple of comments in the chat. One person said, thank you so much from our state rape crisis centers and the children advocacy centers. We look forward to supporting. Another person says they would like to hear more about how the Guardian legislation can help at-risk adults and seniors.
What it does essentially with the Guardian ad litem legislation, it's setting up a separate entity. So we are removing it and creating its own, place within the government. And it's looking to have more accountability with regards to our guardian ad litems and for families. So the bill is extensive, and again, we'll be posting it so that we can go and your viewers can read through it. But coupled with this, it's creating, again, a separate office, but we also will have a constitutional amendment. And that will be placed asking those who are, of course, our voters to authorize for it to become something that exists by itself, similar to how we did for, the other areas of our government that we've done over the years. It's a kind of a two-prong, but the legislation itself is setting up this process as to how we can, I think, have, and it's needed, the accountability as to what we do, because sometimes your children who are in foster care are assigned a guardian ad litem through the court system, and how do they interact? What is the response? How do families engage within the system itself? And we know we've needed it for a while, and through a task force that I was honored to sit in, this is our recommendation to the legislature for consideration.
Thank you so much, Senator. There are no more questions in the chat. Rob, did you have any other comments?
I guess as you think about the legislative process this year, and how obviously you talked through on that it will be virtual and we'll be doing everything like this.
Yes.
What other effects do you see happening on the kind of normal schedule that we would have going forward? And I've heard that they may concentrate committee meetings for weeks and then do floor sessions, or do you have can you give us any insight as to what you're hearing now?
What we are working on, of course, this is the Senate. As I mentioned, we will be there on opening day, which is the 19th. There's have been issues, of course, and we all know what transpired in Washington, D.C. So we're paying attention to where and what is happening on that level. But the intent will be is that once we do our opening introduction of legislation, we will, of course, go virtual. And committees usually don't begin until about the second week of session. So there's still a lot of training that we have to go through. So all of our members are familiar with how to work with Zoom. Our staff who will be both limited in the Roundhouse, but then our staff, our secretaries and analysts who will not be at the Roundhouse. So we still have yet to work on that. But the intent, of course, will be committees. Still usually, as has been in the tradition, again, go to nmlegis.gov, and you can see where there may be some changes on times. So for instance, in Senate Rules Committee, which I used to chair, I won't be the chair now that I'm the majority whip, but we would meet at 8:30 in the morning, Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. We will try and still adhere to that same time frame. Judiciary, which I'm also another member on, would still meet Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays in the afternoon. So we will try and adhere as closely as possible to those same timeframes that we are all used to. The only difference is that we won't have a floor session. The floor sessions will be limited, but again, that notice will be given on the website and other venues through such as yours and others, so that everyone knows, where we are, when to expect us for the floor debate and more bill introductions. So we're currently working on that, and I feel that we'll have it pretty close to finalized, as close as possible, because we're still open to the flow, depending on other needs and concerns that are raised.
Well, Senator, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate your time and your willingness to have this conversation with us, and we look forward to working with you this session, and let us know how we can be helpful.
Well, I appreciate it. And we're here to work with you too. This is our New Mexico, and we need to help our families, our small businesses, and continue to move forward in, we just need to work with this COVID thing too, and hopefully we can get this under control. And thank you for this opportunity.
Amen. Thank you.
Senator, we appreciate you.
Thank you. Oh, and Happy New Year to everybody too. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so next up is Lieutenant Governor Howie Morales. Howie Morales was raised in Silver City, New Mexico, has spent his entire life working to improve the lives of people in his community and across our state. He served in the New Mexico legislature on the Legislative Finance Committee for 11 years. A classroom teacher, Howie Morales has fought to protect our most vulnerable communities and local schools, to build a fair economy that works for all of us, and to move New Mexico forward. He went to work as a teenager to help support his family, and later worked as a shoe salesman and maintenance worker to put himself through Western New Mexico University. The first in his family to go to college, Howie went on to earn a PhD in education from NMSU. Howie went home to teach students in special education in Silver City and Cobury School District and became active in the community. And he earned the trust of his neighbors and was elected Grant County Clerk, where he modernized voting systems to make sure every vote counted. An experienced leader with solutions, Howie Morales has a solid record helping to lead the effort to meet our state's big challenges for better jobs and wages and real improvements to public education. Please help me welcome Lieutenant Governor Howie Morales.
Thank you so much, Ashley. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Rob, good seeing you. It seems like we've been on many Zooms throughout this whole pandemic, and every one of them has been so helpful and impactful in helping us as we navigate through this. I want to say, Ashley, for making sure that she gave me the proper technological advice, and I made sure from the last speaker not to follow Rob's advice, so don't worry about that. We're set here. And the wonderful staff who have made this possible. I think that that's absolutely critical. Having the opportunity to connect with your lawmakers, having the opportunity to connect with cabinet secretaries and other people who are going to be involved in this legislative process, even though it's a virtual type of an approach, it doesn't mean that we can't be connected. So I just commend every single one of you for the work that you've done to make this a possibility. And I just looking at the chat box and seeing all the comments that are made, and I really appreciate the continual discussions that we've had throughout these months that have led up to this legislative session is all instrumental to make sure that we're making the best possible decision for the people across our state. Because little did we know that we were going to be entering a pandemic that was going to impact the world. And I can just recall last year when I was en route to go speak, at the time was ACI, and it was a legislative breakfast. And we had a huge snowstorm that took place to make it with the roads. We're hoping that we can get some more moisture, some more snow in our state. But even at that, this is another opportunity that we have to connect virtually, even if we can't be there in person. So as we come into this next legislative session, as Senator Lopez and Representative Townsend had mentioned, it's critical that we can have the ability to speak to one another, the ability to hear what New Mexicans are saying and how we can roll that out. Because we're going to be dealing with some huge issues. When we look and see what's on the agenda, obviously looking at the budget is going to be key to make sure that it's a budget that works for the state of New Mexico, for all the people across New Mexico, our business community, our small businesses, our education system, our healthcare facilities. All these have come into play because we've seen how that's been magnified during this pandemic. And going in, as I preside over the Senate, as Senator Lopez mentioned, we're going to have limited floor sessions to begin with, and that's just an effort to keep people safe. But doesn't mean that I'm not available and others aren't available for you to contact us personally, because I think that that's going to be key to ensure that we can make the right decisions. But my message will be to the senators to just use the KISS approach, to keep it simple, senators, because we want to make sure that as we come in and we have the discussions, that we really attribute to what the debates are going to be, passing pieces of legislation, debating pieces of legislation that's going to make sure that we can move New Mexico in a positive direction. And pre-COVID, we saw that momentum that was taking place. We saw the movement that happened with the investments into our public education system to make sure that we can limit the amount of vacancies that were there for educators. And we saw the amount of support that we wanted to get out to all of our businesses across the state. I predict as we come into this legislative session, that's going to be right at the forefront, is how can we provide more assistance and more support to our businesses across this state of New Mexico. I know that there was some legislation that was passed early on during the first special session that will be revisited and hopefully have an immediate and quick impact to assisting these businesses to get through that. There's going to be other issues as we deal with, and I know from my background and working with many of you, education is still going to be at the forefront of how do we move our education system forward, especially after enduring what's happened with this pandemic. So I can tell you, wherever I've traveled, and even though it's been limited travel from what I'm used to, I love getting out to communities and it's been limited. But even in that limited travel, the number one request that I hear from communities all across the state is to get our kids back into school, to make sure that we can get that face-to-face instruction. And I so appreciate that. As a parent of 2 young children, I know what impact that is, not only on the children, but also on the educator and on the parents as well. So you have my commitment to continue to find ways to do that. And I appreciate the message of unity that's been shared. How do we get to that point? Well, early on when the vaccines were being rolled out, I called the educators be at the forefront to get those vaccines because we want to keep them safe. We want to make sure that they have the opportunity to be in the classroom without putting undue risk to any of themselves and to their family members. And we know from the data what has shown us that education doesn't seem to be an area where there's much spread, but we still have so much with this virus that we don't know. So let's get our educators vaccinated. I know that we've been able to move forward in that direction in many ways. But I also want to make sure that we can recognize how we're all addressing this. It's been tough. And how can we get to the point where we can get from red to yellow to green? I want to emphasize the importance of testing. I think that kind of the messaging may have gone on the side a little bit simply because the focus has now been on the vaccine. But the most important thing that we can continue to do is as much test as possible to make sure that by having more tests done that we're able to get that positivity rate down, get our daily case count down, and that's going to move us in a direction that we're all looking for, whether it's a business reopening, whether it's in the school, or just our economy in general. So I just want to stress the fact of making sure that that continually is the message that we share out there. I also appreciate that when we have these discussions that we can talk about some of the successes that we've seen as well. We see spaceport moving forward in a positive direction. I know Secretary Keyes was on here earlier and shared some of that. We see the campaigns that have been moving forward with our New Mexico True campaign to continue to promote the state of New Mexico. And when we were excited, and we still are, about our outdoor recreational opportunities, we didn't know at the time that that would be impacted the way it has been because of this pandemic. But we still have our great outdoors. We still have our clean water. We still have many things within the state of New Mexico that we can build on. And I know in many of my Zooms, one in particular, Rob, that you were on, it was the presentation that you gave a little while ago talking about what are some of the benefits that we have in the state. Our climate continues to be something that we need to really celebrate and to promote, because our climate gives us an opportunity to be available for many areas that otherwise that may not be a possibility. We also see in the state of New Mexico that we have the luxury of not having to deal with natural disasters such as tornadoes, such as earthquakes, other type of things that happen all too often in other states that we've been fortunate not to have to deal with that. I think that that is something that we also can lend ourselves to a destination for companies to want to relocate, and then to also not forget about our small businesses and our homegrown businesses where we grow from the inside out. So we talk about economic development and doing all we can to make us as viable and competitive, but also the economic gardening piece where we can grow from within. And if anything that COVID has taught us is this opportunity to do so, to continue to grow and to build and to help to foster along these businesses that have been impacted and who are still hanging on as best they can. You have my commitment, and I know that the Senate and the legislature is going to work hard to make sure right out of the gate that we can provide that support there. I also want to make sure that I allow, because the most enjoyable parts of being on Zooms and being connected to people all across the state is to be accessible. And I want to always remain accessible, and I stand here ready to answer any questions that you may have, because that's what makes it most impactful. Whether I'm doing a TV interview, a radio interview, or a Zoom, oftentimes some of those questions that come in help us think and say, hey, why did we think about that? Or what can we do about these types? And it's the opportunity that we have to be connected as New Mexicans. So Rob and Ashley, I look forward to answering any questions that any audience member may have. And I want to thank all the chambers. I want to thank all the businesses who have taken time to help and to meet with me throughout this pandemic to assist us in making these decisions.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Governor. We're so grateful that you took the time to be with us today. We do have a question in the chat box, and it says, if many or most educators in a county are vaccinated, do schools districts still need to wait until the county is in green before children in the county can return to the classrooms?
Yeah, that's a great question. And again, I think the important piece is making sure that educators are willing to get vaccinated. I know there's some question out there. I know that there's some that have wanted to wait. I can tell you that family members of my own have been vaccinated, and with slight or minimal side effects. The more we can get vaccinated, the better it is. Now, we have to recognize too that it's also not just the educator piece of it, the community side of it as well. And that's why I think that the messaging still has to be to continue testing, getting our numbers down, get our infection rate down, and to move forward in the direction that can open up, because that's probably the biggest request that I've heard all across the state. So again, it's going to take a combination of different things, not just a vaccination. It's going to take a combination of all the other factors that we can open up as soon as possible and as safely as possible.
Well, Lieutenant Governor, we really appreciate your time. I know we're running a little behind, and I appreciate you being willing to continue on with us. But I wanted to acknowledge something that I think a lot of folks may not know is throughout this pandemic, you have made a real effort to engage with the business community. You have gone and done COVID safe practice conversations around the state with local chambers and business leaders, 3 or 4 at a time, social distanced, but making sure that you're out having those conversations. And I can't tell you how much that is appreciated, because sometimes there's a feeling that we're a little bit on our own. And for you to be proactive in that way is something that I know my fellow chamber executives really appreciate. So I just wanted to give you the props for doing that and being always available, because as you said, you make that a priority and it's something that you actually live up to. And again, that's something that we appreciate and acknowledge, and I want to thank you for that. And we look forward to continuing to work with you on how we get those schools open and do it in a safe way, because I agree, it is a priority for all of us to get those young people back into a safe, supportive environment where they're able to continue to grow into the adults they're going to be. So thank you for your leadership and all that you're doing for the state.
Thank you so much, Rob. Thank you, Ashley, and all the attendings.
All right. So I think next we've got our panel discussion that is coming up around advocating in a virtual world. And again, I apologize both to our panelists, folks who are discussing with us, and you as in the audience. We're running a little bit behind schedule, but we're trying to get caught up. We have a great group who's going to be joining us shortly. And looking to my folks in the backstage. And the panel discussion today is timely, and it's around advocating in a virtual world. And the idea is, what are the practices, what are the ideas, concepts that we as the business community, as citizens, can take to help people to communicate effectively in a digital space in the middle of a pandemic. So we have 3 nationally who are going to be joining us today for this conversation. I see Katie Wright as the first one to join in. We've got Travis Cutler also joining us as well. And I'm going to go ahead and get us started going forward, because I want to make sure that I'm respectful of your time. And here's Allison Smith, who is our board chair for the New Mexico Chamber of Commerce, a fellow lobbyist as well. She helps represent the Restaurant Association and many other businesses around the state, our Main Street coalitions. So Allison, I'll turn it over to you to do the introductions.
Great, thank you, Rob. And I really want to thank Lieutenant Governor Morales. I really appreciate him joining us. And also all of our presenters so far this morning have been really fabulous. So thank you all to everybody who's been here so far. So my name is Allison Smith, and I am the chair of the board of directors of the New Mexico Chamber of Commerce. I am pleased to be here today to introduce our next program. We will have a panel discussion on advocating in the virtual world, Getting your voice heard with the elected officials is never easy, but it is especially difficult in this global pandemic. Today, we have some of the leaders in business advocacy from around the country who will talk to us about what they are doing to ensure their voices are heard in Washington and in state capitals around the nation. First, I would like to introduce Travis Cutler, who is the Director of State Government Affairs for Marriott International. Mr. Cutler is responsible for managing the company's public policy interests across the country, as well as the state and local level. A native of Williamsburg, Virginia, Travis came to Marriott in 2018 after 9 years of state government affairs work at Virginia-based Dominion Energy. And I would also like to introduce Katie Bernard Wright, my apologies, Katie, the Senior Director of the State and Local Government Relations for the American Hotel and Lodging Association, where she works closely with the government relations team to execute AHLA's state and local advocacy agenda. Prior to joining AHLA, Katie worked for the National Association of Home Builders and the Consumer Healthcare Products Association. And I know we were having somebody else join us. I'm not sure if he has jumped in.
I see he is in the backstage, so Ron will be joining us shortly. So why don't you go ahead and do his intro?
And then I would also like to introduce Ron Eidschog, who is the Chief of Staff and Vice President for Congressional and Public Affairs for the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. In his role, Mr. Eidschog oversees a team of 15 full-time Capitol Hill lobbyists. Ron is also the Chamber's chief lobbyist on environmental, energy, and regulatory reform issues. He joined the Chamber team in 1999 and has served in a variety of roles since then. So we have a fabulous group of presenters today. And I do want to remind you all to please use the chat function to ask questions. And once we hear from this great group, we will have time to answer your questions. So with that, I will turn it over to our presenters. I'm not sure if Travis or Katie would like to go first on this, or if we will wait for Ron to lead off the team.
I think Ron is having a little bit of technical issues. His service is cutting in and out. So if you wouldn't mind, Travis, would you mind starting us off?
Sure. First off, thank you guys for having me. Can you hear me first? Okay. Thank you guys for having me on the panel this afternoon. You know, it's a really interesting time in the advocacy space to be lobbying and, you know, talking about sort of the new paradigm that we are operating within, lobbying through computer screens and lobbying remotely. You know, for professional lobbyists, our industry is a relationship-oriented field. And so not being able to interact with legislators on a more personal level definitely presents challenges. A lot of what we do is facilitated by informal interactions and exchanges in the halls of the legislature. So losing those opportunities does add a degree of difficulty to the job. There's no question. On the flip side of that, however, for people like myself who cover a broad territory, there have been some benefits. The fact that it's now commonly acceptable to meet remotely gives me added opportunities to get FaceTime with legislators while I'm sitting at my desk in Bethesda or in my home in Arlington, even if it is through a monitor. And that's a form of access that's now more readily available to me than it was prior. And that's definitely a plus. I would say that for individuals who are not professional lobbyists, but who want to engage in advocacy, you know, under the current circumstances, you may have opportunities to engage with lawmakers in ways you couldn't before. Folks that didn't have the time to travel to the Capitol in person and spend hours waiting to testify on a legislative hearing or travel in for a face-to-face meeting with an elected official. Hopefully, those folks can find ways to engage more often than they otherwise would have pre-COVID. But having said all that, one thing is certain. It's hard to think of a time in recent history where advocacy is more important than it is right now. Elected officials at the local, state, federal level, they're making decisions right now that have far-reaching implications on us as individual constituents and as industry stakeholders. And these decisions will determine whether certain businesses or certain industries remain solvent, and they have the potential to determine whether people can pay rent or put food on the table or seek medical treatment. So even with some of the challenges we're dealing with, that can't be an excuse not to engage. The stakes are just too high in too many ways.
Travis, Katie, you want to start with your portion?
Absolutely. So hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me today. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak to all of you. My name is Katie Wright. I'm the Senior Director for State and Local Government Affairs from the American Hotel and Lodging Association. I'm coming to you today from Washington, D.C. Just a little bit about me. I started doing state and local GA over 10 years ago. And I thought it was difficult to achieve success, not in a pandemic, but I really like the fast tempo that state and local governments work. So I started doing it, and now there's no looking back, I guess. I joined American Hotel and Lodging Association last February. I spent the previous 6 years at the National Association of Home Builders, and I thought I was familiar with economic downturns and how they affect industries. But I guess the universe had another idea. So just a couple things I'm going to touch on today. How our industry navigated and continues to navigate the pandemic, what our priorities at the state and local level are, and finally a federal overview of what's to come in 2020 out of DC. So where the hotel and lodging industry stands today, essentially in 2020, the hotel industry is down roughly 50% in revenue, and 2021 will be down 34.2% compared to 2019. Travel is not expected to pick up pace to 2019 levels until 2024. So big difference that we're dealing with there. How we guided the pandemic. So way back, it all came about around March, and then April, we were like, how much longer is this going to last? And then Department of Homeland Security started doing twice weekly calls where they were determining who were essential workers, or they listed guidance, and then the states took that guidance and then established who were essential workers. So once hotel employees were declared essential workers, we clarified. We launched 2 campaigns to promote the importance of hotels to the community and the economy in general. The first one was Hospitality for Hope, which was a directory of hotels that were willing to house first responders during the pandemic. We had over 17,000 properties volunteer to offer shelter to emergency workers that were fighting the pandemic on the front line, doctors, nurses, first responders. And this proved to be a very powerful message to elected officials. Every time we launched a campaign like this, we would go through all of our, not to date myself, Rolodexes, and we would send this out to any elected official, any staff member, just to make sure that they knew that we were acting in good faith to try and, we were in this together as a unified group, just trying to get through it. The second initiative was the Safe Stay Initiative, and it's a set of cleaning initiatives and guidelines with endorsements coming from leading scientists, physicians, and public health experts in epidemiology and infectious disease. The Safe Stay protocols include CDC guidance on hotel operations, including meetings and events, also enhanced guidance on elevator operations, food service operations, workplace health safety plans, and also the recommendations from the CDC on daily room cleanings. So the top priority for the hotel industry has always been the health and safety of guests and employees. Through our Safe Stay initiative, the hotel industry continues to be recognized by public health officials and industry partners for our leadership on implementing rigorous health and safety standards. So communicating these 2 initiatives to elected officials was really, really helpful. And it is hard. I was on a call with she's like a face interpreter, and what she said was, for every one face-to-face meeting you have with someone, it takes 4 Zoom or virtual meetings to have the same effect and the same memory capability. So all of these things are difficult. And so just a little bit about our state areas of focus. Because we were involved with both the Hospitality for Hope and Safe Stay, we continue to push our effort of getting liability legislation at the state level, which so businesses acting in good faith throughout the pandemic won't be slapped or subject to frivolous lawsuits in the future. Another initiative we have is the No Room for Trafficking campaign, which today is Wear Blue Day, and it's to raise awareness for human trafficking, which is also one of our top priorities. So where we stand today on the federal side of things, and most of this is probably known, but Joe Biden will be sworn in next week as the 46th president of the United States. Following the runoff election in Georgia last week, the Senate is split evenly with 50 Republicans, 50 Democrats, and Vice President Harris casting the tie vote in the event of one. Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, has a slight Democratic majority in the House of Representatives. What does this mean? Essentially, we don't want to call it the blue wave, but it was kind of a blue wave. You'll start to see more federal involvement in regards to the pandemic. The vaccine rollout will likely be not be at the governor's sole discretion. I would expect President Biden will appoint rollout officials to make sure the use of the vaccine is efficient. And I'm sure, with his transition campaign, he's already doing these. If you recall, I know I do, when Trump came into office, he immediately did a regulatory overhaul, rolling back regulations that were put in place during the Obama years. I would expect that President Biden will probably try and reinstate some of those regulations, just rolling them back for whatever reasons. And then following the Capitol insurrection last week, I expect lobbying at the federal level and the state level will look differently moving forward. There will definitely be stricter security, and whether lobbyists and guests are allowed in the Capitol at all is yet to be seen. So I think we're facing a number of challenges on top of the pandemic, and it's, all learning curve for all of us, I suppose.
And Rob, if I could add to some of what Katie was saying, I know you guys didn't intend for this to be exclusively a hotel industry panel, but we'll certainly take the platform, and I would love to just elaborate on some of the industry's priorities, where we're focused in 2021. Katie did a great job highlighting some of the areas of advocacy that were critically important for our industry at the beginning of the pandemic around essential worker classification. And right now, and since then and going into 2021, a big focus has been and continues to revolve around relief and recovery. Grant programs like the PPP were extremely helpful to our industry, and we believe targeted industry-specific relief is necessary as well, especially when you look at the sustained levels of unemployment that have been affecting the hospitality industry. And in addition to what's being done at the federal level, we are looking to explore what is possible in this space at the state and local level. The ERTC, incredibly valuable and helpful to the industry. Also another federal vehicle, but at the state or local level, tax relief via deferrals or abatements, particularly tax obligations, are extremely helpful to our industry. Even adjusting policies that result in adjusting assessments for property valuations that will reflect the fact that we're operating within a radically different revenue environment for this industry, which in turn should affect the valuation, that would provide significant relief for hotel operators. One challenge that we've had in lobbying, both at the federal level and in some states, is a notion, and I would argue misconception, that the hotel industry is only an area for big business interests. Folks who may not be familiar with our industry have a false impression that, you know, Marriott owns every hotel that has a Marriott branded flag above it, which is inaccurate. Globally, the number of hotels that we actually own out of the 7,000 plus that are affiliated with Marriott, the number that we own is in the single or double digits. It's a handful. Primarily, we provide management services for hotels, or on an increasing basis, Marriott branded properties are operated as franchise establishments. And many of the owners behind these hotels are smaller regional players. And our advocacy efforts, to a great extent, are focused on helping them keep their heads above water, employed. And a message that I'd like to convey to any hotel operators that are in the audience, you know, wondering what they may be able to do in the advocacy space, you know, especially those that operate small or independent franchise hotels. You know, our industry could really use your voices and helping to explain this important distinction to policymakers, sort of pull back the curtain and explain, you know, who are the real interests behind the hospitality and hotel industry that need the support and that stand from some of these vehicles for relief.
One question, Travis, that came up, and I think either of you could talk to this, is, you know, how are you using technology in this time?
So technology, from an advocacy perspective or operations perspective? Advocacy. Yeah, well, certainly trying to explore new platforms like this one in order to, you know, participate in more dialogue across the country, be in more places at once. We're also utilizing technology from a grassroots perspective. That's something that Katie can probably speak to a little bit more pointedly than I can. But ensuring that we're activating individuals and individual voices within the hospitality industry and convey the messages that I was just speaking to. And so there's been sort of a renewed emphasis and effort on communication, outreach, and facilitating, being a conduit between individuals within our industry and policymakers, be they in Congress or in state legislatures or even city councils.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. We, my first all staff meeting at HLA, our CEO is trying to grow our Hotels Act, which is our grassroots campaign that we use to try and get hospitality workers on the ground, motivated and involved in these discussions happening locally, federally, et cetera. And he wanted to double the amount of Hotels Act members we had from 2,500 to 5,000. And it exceeded 50,000 people in October because we were just amping up anybody who was signed up. And it was, I mean, the grassroots is definitely a challenge when you're not dealing with an economic crisis, but when you are, it's really important to use it, you know, to the best of your ability. And I think HLA, to their credit, did do that very well in getting people involved and people commenting, calling into city council meetings, because, you know, a lot of people were out of jobs and a lot of people didn't want to be.
Right. So, Katie, another thing that you mentioned that I think is important for folks to think through is they think about positioning their argument. I mean, one thing is to be able to convey it, right, in a digital environment. But the other is, as you think about how to structure your discussion with legislators, you talked about the role of safety, your healthcare alignment with kind of policy objectives. Could you talk a little bit about kind of how you think about that as you approach, whether it's, you know, state, local, other jurisdictions that are trying to manage this crisis, and how you think about structuring your arguments around kind of the safety protocols you're creating, et cetera?
Absolutely. So the first thing we did when we were rolling out Safe Stay was we knew that we needed a national health expert. involved. And so we got one signed on. He was, they were going over all of the documents to make sure that we were in compliance with CDC, local officials. And I think that proved very beneficial in some of our points that we were arguing around, around mandates state and locally. So having someone, and then we all did a really good job on reaching out to CDC and infectious disease like affiliates and making sure that what we were putting out there was a best practice. And I think that was proved beneficial for us.
All right. Travis, do you have anything on that, or Allison? Go ahead.
No, I just was wondering if we had some questions for this great panel.
Not at the moment. I'll double check chat. And Ron was his technical difficulties overcame us in the backstage, so we were not able to get Ron from the U.S. Chamber on. So our apologies to him for not being able to get that done. I will blame Apple on that. The iPad was not cooperating with us. But as you think about, and Travis, given kind of the context that you spoke of your smaller operators, and I know you talked about that, the importance of that voice in the populations. We have a lot of, well, maybe not in the hospitality sector, but other businesses around this state that are smaller businesses. What sort of, as you think about advising them about how to engage with their leadership, their government, what advice would you give them as we kind of go? We're going into our legislative session starting next Tuesday, and it will be completely virtual. We won't be allowed in the building as lobbyists, and even a lot of the staff, it sounds like, from what we heard this morning, may not be in the building.
A couple things come to mind. One is, taking the time to understand and look, what protocols is the legislature putting into effect? How are they changing their process, accessibility? How are they setting up access for testimony, meeting requests, and just familiarizing yourself. I've gotten a number of letters from the Senate presidents from various speakers from various states that have outlined and articulated what changes they are going to make and given information for individual constituents and industry representatives to help them understand how they navigate a remote only access environment. And so I think taking the time to understand how the process is changing there in New Mexico would be really helpful to those folks. And I think not to sound organizations like the Chamber of Commerce, like the Hospitality Association, these guys are dedicated to navigating those new processes and finding a path, helping chart a path for their members to still engage. And so membership in those organizations is going to be important. Participation in government or legislative affairs committees, so that they can stay abreast of what's happening and where and when they need to get more active.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you for that feedback. We did have one other question here. What are some of the most surprising ways you've made contact with policymakers during or to advocate during the pandemic?
This is kind of probably a ridiculous answer, but telephone, like calling their office has proved really successful.
Yeah.
I mean, you just always think, the phone's outdated, but I mean, people are still answering, and that's great.
Next, we have, when you're positioning your discussion with the legislator online, how do you frame your friendly relationship chat that you normally would use face-to-face? Do you curtail that? Do you expand it? kind of how are you managing the online social etiquette?
Sort of the ice breaking component.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to buy him a drink.
Yeah. For me, it's, kind of trying to read the room. If, the conversation starts in a way where you feel like some friendly banter is appropriate and would be helpful, then I'm certainly prepared to engage in that. But then, of course, it's tougher when you're doing a meeting with 6 or 7 people. If I could give sort of, one tip in the era of remote meetings, is just because you can bring 6 or 7 people into the meeting doesn't mean you necessarily should. I mean, there is something to be said about too many cooks in the kitchen, and this, particularly with technical challenges. And so maybe less is more, so that you can have more substantive contributions from a fewer number of people, as opposed to just surface level contributions from a larger number.
Yeah, I agree with you on that, especially if you have like good personal relationships with somebody on the call, where the banter is going to lead to, okay, now this is what I need from you, or this is what I need. And that's golden in the eyes of virtual lobbying, right? It's just getting to the point, but not having maybe even the person that's going to slow down the conversation.
Right.
Yeah.
Allison, anything on your end?
And unmute myself there very easily. So testifying before committees virtually, have you all had a lot of experience with how that has been handled?
No.
So
maybe
the one
councils, but
yeah. So for one that comes to mind for me, Virginia, they convened a special session and took testimony remotely. In the hearings that I participated in, it went pretty smoothly. To be honest, now that may be the exception, but that's the one. I think it'll be, now that a majority of states are now convening, and doing so with these new protocols, right? The real test is going to start this month and carry through the spring. But Virginia did a pretty good job with it in their special session in the fall.
I guess I'm just always so used to being in the state house. This is totally new world, but we'll all adapt.
We went through 2 special sessions over the year following our normal session mid-February, so we were all in fine shape. We had one house. The house used Zoom for committees and public comment, and that actually seemed to work pretty well, as long as you could figure out where the Zoom link was. Our Senate used email, and so you just kind of emailed the clerk and hope that somebody read it. So we do think what we've heard now is that the Senate will also be using Zoom for public comment. So I think that is going to be a much improved environment. But we're certainly struggling with how we make sure that we're able to do that effectively. All right, I think that is our panel for today. Guys, you got us back on schedule, so I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you for joining us here in New Mexico. We hope that you will be able to come out and stay in one of our hotels here soon and enjoy the cuisine and the beauty of New Mexico soon. So thanks again for being with us here virtually.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Allison.
Thank you, Rob.
And next, I am very, very pleased to welcome Speaker Brian Egoff, the leader of the House here in New Mexico. Brian has been a great resource for us in a variety of areas as we've tried to managed through this difficult process with the pandemic. But even before that, with his efforts to tour the state, to have the conversation around what can we do to create jobs, what can we do to make New Mexico more competitive. We are pleased that he will be joining us shortly. I know he is. I think he is in our backstage area getting prepped. So again, thanks everyone for being here today. I hope that you will, after the speakers talks, we will have a short break because I need to go grab something to eat. But we'll be coming back about 2 o'clock with our virtual office hours as well as the Trends Conference. So now, Speaker Egoff, thank you so much for joining us today. Really appreciate it.
I'm happy to be here. I want to thank you, Rob, for the invitation. I saw Allison, your board president, there a few minutes ago, so I want to thank her for giving me this opportunity. I'm sorry we're running a little late. I've got a hard 1:15 that I've got to be on, so I'll be real quick, and I guess we've got an opportunity for folks to ask questions. So I'll just say that we are working around the clock to make sure that a virtual session is as engaging and interactive as it possibly can be. We will see, I think, new opportunities for people from far afield be able to participate without having to drive 6 hours each way to the Capitol. Members of the public will be able to access Zoom to offer comments and testimony to our bill committees as they consider bills. We're also dealing with a very changed security situation after the insurrectionist attack at the Capitol last Wednesday. The same type of domestic terrorists are unfortunately operating here in New Mexico, and we are going to make sure that we are ready and prepared, whatever it takes, that we can do the people's business and do it in a way that's safe for the public and the staff and the members. So that's definitely work in progress. In terms of the themes, I think the number one issue for us going into the session is recovery, recovery, recovery. And it's recovery when it comes to health, when it comes to our economy, and when it comes to education. And we're going to be doing a lot more work on COVID vaccinations, treatments, making sure that our frontline healthcare workers have everything that they need to do their jobs. We've had a few good weeks of virus numbers and hospitalization numbers here in New Mexico, but I'm afraid we're starting to see the first of the uptick from people traveling, unfortunately, over Christmas or having large gatherings. Vaccination rollout is starting to pick up pace, I think, with the Biden administration coming in. By the time we get to early February, I think we'll see some additional help coming from the federal government. It's really hard to overstate the difficulties that the current administration have put up when it comes to getting the vaccine out in a timely way. We're nowhere near the targets we'd hoped, but we can do everything we can as a state to fix that. When it comes to the economy, we've seen in the two special sessions that we had in June and November of last year, about $1 billion worth of investment out of the state legislature in New Mexico's economy, whether it's the Small Business Recovery Act, direct payments to those on unemployment. New Mexico is the only state in the country to do that. $100 million of grants directly to businesses, not loans, but just straight grants to businesses that are affected. All that went out the door. And we're hoping to have more in the session coming up, whether it's through LEDA, disbursement of additional federal funds. But we're going to make economic recovery a priority because we know that we want these businesses, especially restaurants and tourism and leisure related businesses. We want to make sure that they're still there when we get through this pandemic, because it's going to be, of course, late spring before we have enough vaccination out there for us to really start to hopefully begin returning to normal. And hopefully that's not too optimistic. And then on education, we want our school children back in class as soon as possible. I've got two young children, so I know that distance learning is the best that we can do, but it's not good enough. And we've got to find ways to get our schools reopened in a way that is safe. And that's going to be an absolute top priority, as well as education funding, where because of our responsible budgeting, right now we're forecast to have somewhere in the neighborhood of 35% reserves when the fiscal year ends June 30th. And our revenues did not take nearly the size of hit that we thought was going to come. So we should have some additional new revenue to allocate in the budget while still maintaining top reserves. And the funding priorities, of course, are going to be education, as we also work to pass the amendment to the Constitution to invest more in early childhood education and K-12 from our land grant permanent fund. That's a pretty big summary, but I want to stop there and give a few minutes for questions if there are any, or if you have any. Or Ashley.
I always do. But Ashley, do you want to start?
I don't see any questions in the chat box. Since we're short on time, I'll kick it to you, Rob.
Absolutely. So you mentioned a couple of, in the economy section, those businesses that have been so severely impacted, whether it's, the bars that haven't been open since March, restaurants, hospitality, that tourism sector, service sector. What are some of the thoughts around how do we kind of target those industries as we go forward?
Yeah, so we do have through LEDA the opportunity for the Economic Development Department to create targeted grants that would be, we're considering expanding on a temporary basis the uses of LEDA funds so that they could be used for relief grants as an investment in our overall economy to help those businesses remain in existence. So for restaurants, that would be help with rent or mortgage payments, grants to make payments for equipment that's leased or financed. We could also look at support for our state's unemployment compensation fund so that we could do perhaps another round of support there. I do think that it's more likely than not that we'll see another round of relief checks coming from the federal government. People on both sides of the aisle in the Senate are talking about another $2,000 check for folks that filed a tax return that meet the income requirements. Those direct cash payments make a huge difference in an economy like New Mexico's. So when we put $1,200 into the pocket of everyone who's been on unemployment in the statutory windows this year, the stimulus checks, when they come, you can see from aggregated economic data from earlier in the year, in the late spring, how the federal stimulus payments and the increases, especially the increase in the unemployment benefits of $600 a week, you can see consumer spending was crashing. And then as soon as those checks started to hit, it came right back up. And that, in a lot of ways, saved the economy of New Mexico and saved the economy of so many states, because consumer spending did not take nearly the hit that was forecast. And oil production is starting to come back online in a more significant way as well. So that has a positive impact in terms of employment numbers and tax revenues. And that's how we've been able to do it. So we'd like to see use of programs that already exist in state government. That's why I mentioned the unemployment. That's why I mentioned LEDA, because we don't need to reinvent the wheel, right? We may also consider opening up JTIP, our Job Training Incentive Program, for job retention for companies in certain, especially hard-hit sectors. That's another option that's being looked at.
Thank you for that. I know as we think about there's the on the education side, there's how do we ensure that whatever happens with our teachers, they're safe, and are we creating as safe an environment as we can to get them back? Obviously, from our perspective, we would love to see. I know that it was great news. Department of Health said that they were being moved up to 1B as far as the vaccination schedule last Friday. So we would love to see them as prioritized to make sure that they're able to work in a more safe way and get those kids back in. But I think the other piece on education and healthcare is broadband and how we are able to service those communities around the state, those rural communities. What are your thoughts on kind of what you see coming on broadband this session?
Yeah, so we've got a group of about 8 members that have spent, 8 members in the House that have spent pretty much an entire year compiling what is likely the most complete picture of broadband in New Mexico. Whether it's where is it, where are the gaps, what is it going to take to fill those gaps, and there's going to be 5 or 6 bills coming through the session. We're looking at creating a broadband council. We're looking at leveraging more of our capital outlay money for broadband expansion. LEDA may have to come into play at some of these areas because we want to help with the last mile, but sometimes it's difficult to convince private companies to extend broadband over a great distance for just a few individual new customers. So there may be a way for the state to play a role there. We're looking at cooperating with our investor-owned utilities who have a power distribution that touches almost everyone in the state, and we could use their lines to take broadband. We just need to change the law to make sure that they don't get regulated as a telecom, but they're willing to donate space on their rights of way for broadband lines to be deployed. So that's another exciting thing that we're looking at.
Absolutely. Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to be respectful of your hard deadline. I think I've got about 30 seconds. So I just wanted to use that to say thank you. Thank you again for your leadership. We look forward to working with you in the session and support the efforts around making sure that that building's safe, that you're able to do the work that you need to do that's constitutionally required by the state. And again, thank you for the leadership.
Well, thank you guys. You're doing absolutely a great job. And I like the rebranding. You're going to probably have a lot of people continue to say ACI for a little bit. But everything that I hear about things that are going on with the chamber, it's uniformly positive. And so I can just say to you guys, keep up the good work, and the role that you have performed over this last difficult year, whether it's supporting Governor Lujan Grisham or me in my work or the leadership in the Senate, has been truly invaluable. You've been a great source of information, and I really appreciate this new platform. I think it's going to help make for a great new session. I look forward to being back on it many times over the next 67 days. So
10 weeks, I think. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Be safe.
All right. Thanks so much. Thank you, guys. Bye-bye.
With that, will conclude our programming portion for the business day and the Cabinet Corner. We will be starting back up again around 2 o'clock. We have a series of a group of legislators that Ashley's been working very hard to recruit that are going to be participating in office hours on the platform. So that will be in the expo portion. You'll see that. If you look on your screen on the left-hand side will be the expo. But again, happening in the afternoon, starting at 2 o'clock on this main stand, on P&M main stage, you'll have a series of conversations from the hospitality and tourism sector being led by Kathy with the New Mexico Hospitality Association. So I want to thank everyone for joining us today. Thank you for our sponsors for helping us put this on as a free service to New Mexicans. Again, this will be a process, as the speaker mentioned, that will be ongoing throughout the legislative session. We'll have this platform available for community groups, for citizens to engage with those community groups, but also for you to engage with your legislators every Tuesday morning at 7:30. So, Ashley, do you have anything else to add from your side?
The only thing is I would just encourage you all to speak to your legislators during their virtual office hours now at 2 o'clock and every week during session. It's a great way to get your voice heard by folks that are making the rules. So please join us. Yes.
And while I said you shouldn't take technical advice from me, I'm still going to give you some. The login information you have that you use to sign into this event will work for you this afternoon and all of the continuous events that go forward. So you should not have to register again. You should be able to use the same email, same login information, and be able to come back. And so I do encourage you to, this week, we will be updating New Mexico virtualroundhousenm.com. Virtualroundhousenm.com. We'll be updating that with the ongoing schedule of the activities for each coming week. So that'll be the local community groups that are involved, the legislators that are going to be participating in office hours, etc. So with that, we will take a break, go grab some lunch, make those calls, and we'll look forward to seeing you back here at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
We had a very, very packed, fun-filled, educational morning. Rob and Kathy, thank you both. What did you think? Great job this morning.
I thought we had some great speakers. Really pleased with the cabinet secretaries and the kind of the information they brought, and then with our legislators as well. So from Majority or Minority Leader Townsend to Majority Whip in the Senate, Senator Lopez, to the Speaker, we had a great group. Help give us a little guidance as to what we think is upcoming in the session.
Exactly. Well, I just want to tell you thanks for being my partner and helping me put this and putting this event together. Why is this different in Zoom? I know this morning we had a lot of presentations, and I've had a couple people reach out and say this is very similar to a Zoom. Well, in some aspects it is, but in others it's quite different, because with our platform today, we get the opportunity to be really interactive with everyone as well. In fact, the second part of our afternoon is really going to focus on virtual office hours with our legislators, as well as we get the opportunity to interact with chambers throughout the whole state of New Mexico. I just wanted to kind of give you a little bit of some numbers here, but the chambers that we have, I believe we have over 22 chambers that are participating this afternoon, and they represent not only hundreds, but thousands of businesses throughout the state of New Mexico. And you truly get an opportunity to have some engaging one-on-one conversations with them, as well as get up to speed on what's going on with the trends in the hospitality arena. So we've got a very great, very fun, packed afternoon, lots of great information. But before we begin, I would like to go ahead and welcome to our virtual stage to say a few words one of our sponsors, our expo sponsor. We have Linda Vega. She is with Wells Fargo, and she's going to say a few words. And I just want to quickly add on that Wells Fargo has been the sponsor or title sponsor of our legislative reception for more than 15 years. And things look a little bit different this year, but as always, they're here to continue to support us in this new adventure that we've taken. So Linda, I'm going to pass it on to you just to say a few words.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome. Wow, this is so exciting. The very first virtual Roundhouse. I'm super excited. It's super excited to see so many people attending as well. So welcome, everybody. My name is Linda Vega, and I am the district manager for the Wells Fargo locations in the Santa Fe and surrounding communities. And as Bridget mentioned, okay, for several years, we have been working with the Santa Fe Chamber to sponsor these events for a number of years. And we're extremely honored to be a part of the first virtual Roundhouse event. So I'm excited to be here and excited for the concessions as well. First of all, I do want to thank Bridget and her staff. And I also want to thank the chamber board chair, Jeff Shabbat, and all of the board members for all of their great work and effort. So thank you, thank you. It is an honor for us at Wells Fargo to partner with our political leaders, our legislators, and our business community to work together to build a better future for all New Mexicans. I know this is going to be a super busy session for our legislators and our political leaders, and we want to thank them for their efforts. Over the past 10 months, we've all been shook by COVID and its impact on our local, our state, our global economies, and everybody has worked so diligently to help our communities overcome the adversities that have been compounded by the pandemic. So I wanted to take just a moment to share with you what Wells Fargo has done to support the community in this time of need, because I know last year you did not see much of us out in the community because we were restricted, obviously because of COVID. But Wells Fargo donated last year for COVID support over $850,000 to 49 nonprofits and community organizations for support of small business growth, affordable housing, financial education, sustainability, among some of the community needs. So super excited to be a part of the community. And while we're all unsure of what lies ahead, I will tell you what I am sure of. Okay, I am so confident that if we pull together our resources, our talent, our teams, if we all come together, we can continue to uplift our communities and our neighbors that are truly struggling with the pandemic and the everyday adversities. So thank you everyone for joining, and thank you for partnering with us as Wells Fargo and for making New Mexico such a great state. So thank you, really excited to be here. Thank you, Bridget.
Thank you once again, Linda. A big thank you to Wells Fargo and your team for always supporting us. I just want to reiterate again, for those that just joined us and were not able to participate this morning, everything from this morning has already been recorded, so you definitely can view that at a later date. Also, if you have friends that have not had an opportunity to log on to hop in, they can access this live presentation on YouTube. It's YouTube Live, currently going on. And I just want to thank the the New Mexico Hospitality Association and the New Mexico Chamber of Commerce for joining me on this venture to pull together the first ever virtual Roundhouse event series. We believe that New Mexico must have a strong business environment, and this virtual Roundhouse event series exists to provide the citizens of the state easy, safe, and free access to the state's governmental leaders. This platform is a digital replacement for the components and events that you're used to experiencing at the legislative social calendar. So we invite you to join us every single Tuesday at 7:30 in the morning for those office hours and other presentations. Now with that, I'm going to go and turn over to Rob Black. He is the president and CEO of the New Mexico Chamber of Commerce, formerly ACI. So he can do just a brief recap of this morning, and then we'll be on with our program. Rob, thank you.
Thank you, Bridget. And Linda, thank you for your support. Wells Fargo plays such an important role in our community here in New Mexico. So we really appreciate all that you do and taking a leap of faith with us on this journey with the virtual Roundhouse. We had over 650 people signed up for the event today. So that shows the need and the interest of folks wanting to engage with their government. And it's the sponsors like you, Linda, that allowed us to do this and to make that a free opportunity for the citizens of the state. So it's really the business community stepping up to create this platform. And so I want to thank PNM as our main stage sponsor, Los Alamos National Laboratory, AT&T, Bloomberg Foundation, as well as SBDC, the Economic Development Corporation of Lee County, and Christus St. Vincent. We just had tremendous support. So, thank you all. I'm cut off there, but and I'll give it over to Kathy.
Thank you, Rob. And I just want to echo Bridget and Rob's appreciation for our sponsors, because that's what makes it possible for us to open this up to be free to the public. And I know we've already seen so much feedback this morning from people who are so grateful for the opportunity and who are really starting to be excited about the fact that this is going to be an ongoing event throughout the legislative session. And I know we're going to have more legislators that are coming on board. I've heard from a couple of state departments say that they want to have access, and lots of other organizations are excited about having a chance to get out there and to sponsor this opportunity and to help make this virtual legislative session a success, to help drive us forward and to start to build economic recovery. So again, thank you to all our sponsors. Thanks to everyone that joined us this morning. Thank you, Rob and Bridget. It's been really fun partnering with you. I'm excited about day one and the next 10 sessions that we have to come. I think, as Rob said a couple of times, we sort of built this airplane in flight, and we're still building it, but it is flying high and flying strong. And so it's so exciting to be able to be a part of this and to make this process available to New Mexicans. So at this point, I am going to cue things up for our next speaker. This next portion that I'll be emceeing, some of you will be going to visit with legislators and to go participate in the expo, but a lot of you, especially a lot of you hospitality people, are going to be staying with us to take part in what would traditionally be our Trends Conference and to talk about the hospitality and tourism industry and how we're moving forward and how we're starting to plan for 2021. And so I'm really excited to have the opportunity to introduce today our next speaker, Jan Freitag. He's the National Director for Hospitality Market Analytics at CoStar, and he is the Senior Vice President of Lodging Insights at STR, aka Smith Travel Research. And he is going to be talking to us today about kind of where we're at as we're coming out of this dramatic 2020 that we experienced and what we can look forward to as an industry for 2021. So without further ado, I would like to turn this over to Jan. Take it away. And Jan, I'll be monitoring the chat room for you. And so once you finished your presentation, I'll forward you any questions so you can just focus on getting great information out to everyone.
Great, thank you. And good afternoon. Appreciate the opportunity to be with you today. I heard about the fun presenters this morning. I may not be one of them. The information that I have is decidedly not very fun. What I want to do in the next 20 minutes or so is give you a sense of the state of the US hotel industry, the way we see it, and then obviously zoom in on your specific state, market, and submarkets, but then also give you the forecast, which is also not fun, but at least it's a little bit better than the data that we have seen over the last 10 months. So the way to describe what happened, there are a lot of words out there. I think unprecedented is what we continue to use, because really last year broke all the charts, is what one of our fellow CoStar economists called it. So every chart going forward is just going to be really, really hard to read because the declines were so steep. The increases next year are going to be, in 2021, are going to be equally as pronounced. That's the good news. It's just going to be very hard to sort of make heads or tails out of what's actually true, because the sharp declines, how long is it going to take us to get back to 2019 levels? That's sort of the question that seems to be on a lot of investors and hoteliers' minds. So this is what happened. In April, RevPAR, revenue per available room, declined 80% for the United States. Think about RevPAR sort of, if you think about revenue, right? Revenue for the industry declined 80%. The good news is that after that, we got 10-point increases. So the data got less bad by 10 points every month, then sort of evened out around minus 50% or so. And then that was when the leisure travelers hit the road. After people were home for 90, 120 days, they were like, look, I'm done. Let's hop in the car and drive somewhere. So the great caravan of 2020, was sort of the headline of the summer months, and you probably saw that in some of your own hotels, that people, that markets that used to be drive-to markets, the definition of what a drive-to market is expanded drastically, right? So you used to say, well, it's like a 2 to 3 hour drive from a major metro area. In the summer of 2020, suddenly drive-to meant Nashville to Santa Fe. Why not? Like it was suddenly 12, 15 hours or so was a drive-to market. States out west, Wyoming, Utah, South Dakota, did really, really well, or comparatively speaking, better, just because they had the wide open spaces. Obviously, your state was a beneficiary of that, as well, as we will see in a minute. So then what happened after that is that Labor Day came around, and normally after Labor Day, we have a lot of group meetings. And this year we had, I'm not supposed to say none, but we really had none, right? Let's be honest. And then people stayed a little bit longer on the road because they could work from anywhere, and school was virtual anyways, so families just decided to stay out. But eventually people are going home, right? And that's what we're seeing right now. So RevPAR is coming down 50% year-over-year comparison. We get the question all the time, how do you handle closed hotels, right? Because a lot of what that very, very tremendous RevPAR decline then meant tremendous NOI and EBITDA decline, meant owners couldn't make their debt service, meant a lot of hotels were closed. What does a lot mean? So we can calculate our occupancy now two ways. One is what we call standard, just take rooms sold divided by rooms available, the way we've done it for STR for over 30 years, for 30 years. So that standard occupancy is 40% in November. But of course, a lot of rooms are closed. So we got the request from a lot of industry participants, hey, can you just tell me what it would look like if all rooms had been open? And the answer is yes, of course, we can do that, right? Because we know how many rooms are in the market. And you get this new methodology called TRI, Total Room Inventory. And the Total Room Inventory methodology then says, of course, your denominator is higher, right? You have total rooms. So the room demand is the same, which just means the math dictates that the occupancy drops. Well, by how much? Well, the difference is 3.4%. And that turns out to be, has to be mathematically the number of rooms that are temporarily closed. So in the US, in November, 3.5% of rooms are closed. Your mileage may vary, and the mileage varies widely. In New York City, that number was 29%. In San Francisco, that number was 27%. In Nashville, where I'm based, it was 1.2%. So it totally depends on where you are, but just know that there are still a lot of rooms temporarily closed. And as we see a further uptick in COVID cases, or in continued very, very sharp lockdown, and not lockdown, but people suggesting, look, don't travel. We may see some owners who just, they made it this far, but they can't make it any further. So we might see an increase in that number as well. Who got hit hardest? Not a big surprise. This is year to date through November for the first 11 months. Full service boxes that are targeting the group traveler. Upper upscale hotels, RevPAR down 60%. Luxury class properties, high end with high end incentive travelers, basically off the road, RevPAR down 50%. Lower end properties, roadside motels, actually did, I don't want to say better, but less bad, right? So economy class, RevPAR, for mid-scale class, RevPAR only down, call that 30% or so. When we unlayer the upper upscale number, we get to the segmentation data. Some of you may know, we're asking the upper end of the market for luxury and upper upscale hotels, is the room that you're selling sold in increments of 10 or more, what's called group, or increments between 1 and 9, what we call transient. And what you're seeing here is the very, very, very sharp decline in April, where group travel basically ground to a halt, and group RevPAR declined 95%, 94% for the nation. The problem with that number is that if you look on the far right and south in November, it hasn't really changed, right? Group RevPAR is still down, call that 90% for all intents and purposes. Yes, there's some transient demand. There's not really any signs of life on the room rate side, but there's more demand. So transient RevPAR is only down 60% from used to be minus 94. But the industry needs more group in order to do well. And there just isn't any group out there until we see prolonged vaccinations. And a lot of us have gotten the second shot in the arm, and that then gets us back out to travel. Quick look at the pipeline. Yes, there are a lot of rooms under construction today. 220,000 in May. That number declined since then to 206,000. In April, that number declined since April. And what we're proposing is going to happen is that the hotels that are in construction today will finish, right? Nobody is served by putting a tarp on a half-built property, right? That's not going to happen. Like, the owners don't like it, the developers don't like it, the bankers don't like it. Now, will the project open and then immediately go into receivership? Maybe, who knows? But the projects will open. What we expect, though, is that projects where the owner says, hey, I have some money, I'm thinking about a piece of land, I have some architectural drawings, I have some conversations with brands, that those will be shelved until middle of this year, maybe later. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how the pipeline will continue. We fully expect that what happened in 2008 where the pipeline peaked right at the end of 2007 and then rapidly deteriorated, that exactly that is going to happen in the United States as well. What are we building today? What's the influx of new rooms? Not a big surprise. This hasn't really changed over the last 5 years or so. 7 out of 10 rooms are limited service, upscale, upper mid-scale, and economy. I used to call this chart, we're not building ballrooms anymore. As you can see on the upper end, there's very limited new construction going on. And that's, we fully expect that this is not going to change very much. It's just the numbers are going to continue to deteriorate. And then when you look at where, so the data I just showed you is actually the absolute values. When you look at it slightly differently, you know, and you're saying, hey, so what does this mean for how many rooms are coming into the specific scale as a percentage of existing? You're getting a slightly different picture, right? So yes, there are relatively few luxury hotels being built, but that's actually 12% of the existing stock. You know, and for upscale, that's 8% of the existing stock. Now, not all of those rooms will open tomorrow, right? They're going to open over the next year or 2 years, or in luxury case, maybe 3 years. So if you divide that number by 2 or 3 in your head, you get a little bit better sense of the growth rate going forward. I think it's not a big surprise. Very, very few economy hotels being built. All right, let's talk about you. And yeah, so it's not that different, right? The April numbers were terrible across the board, but you're seeing, you know, that your data is a little less bad September, October, and November, you know, and the December prelim number was actually also slightly down from November. But this is sort of what you're dealing with. If there is any good news in this, you can tell your owner, hey, the comps are going to be really easy, you know, starting in March. So January and February, you know, in January you had slight declines and February was slightly positive, you know, but after that, the percent changes in some instances are going to be very noteworthy, you know. So that's going to be interesting to focus on. Coming back to the question of how many rooms are closed, so your standard occupancy in November was just under 40%. The TRI occupancy is 39.2%, implying that in the state, 1.5% of rooms are closed, which is half the national average. And then we're looking at the segmentation data again, you know, and here the group RevPAR picture in April is worse than it was for the United States. I mean, minus 99.9, there are no groups, you know, that literally meant there were no groups. And the good news is that the data is getting, yeah, less bad, you know, on the transient side and a little bit on the group side, but this is basically Smurf groups, right? Like small weddings, small family reunions, if you can do those. And on the transient side, it's just, you know, here one-off, you know, families going on the Great Caravan of 2020. But this chart has to change materially until we see pricing power, you know, because without groups, that really doesn't happen on the upper end. Let me then look at your specific markets and submarkets. This is not a surprise. If you've read your STAR report, you've seen exactly the same number. So this is year-to-date RevPAR percent change. And just like what we saw in the United States, is that downtown areas hurt more than suburban, small-town metro areas. You know, so areas that are not as dense and have mostly limited service hotel, oftentimes roadside hotels or motels, yeah, they saw some demand this summer. You know, as people hopped on the road, you know, maybe even parked their RV and said, okay, tonight I need a real shower, you know, so stay in a hotel. But that's really the story of the summer of 2020. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see if this is exactly what's going to happen in the summer of 2021, right? Where people are actually going to, again, hit the road. Maybe some will be flying, you know, but I think the road trip, now that we know how to do it, you know, is also going to be with us this summer. Quick look at the pipeline. Not a whole lot there. So I'm showing you here 617 rooms in construction, 1,200 in final planning, 800 in planning. Really, the question that is more relevant to answer is, what does that mean for the existing stock? Like, what is the growth rate? And you're seeing here, you know, even if you add this all up together, you get to what, 4 or 5% or so. Let's assume that final planning and planning are actually not all going to happen, which means that the in construction number is really your growth rate, and 1.2% certainly manageable. Now, if you're having a hotel opposite of one of those construction sites, you will feel it a little bit. But overall, for the market, for the state, this is really not that big of a deal. So let me tell you, since the title here is 2021 and beyond, let me give you a little bit of our thinking of how we look at the world, and then during the Q&A, I'd be very, very curious to see how you think about it. So this is with our friends from tourism economics. I don't know, you've probably have heard from Adam Sachs in the past. He's the smartest guy in any room, and I trust him very much with his thinking about travel and tourism, especially in these very, very uncertain times. So his point is domestic leisure drive and domestic leisure fly. So the drive piece is already happening, has already happened. The flying part, not a whole lot yet. That's still very much people are saying, look, maybe I had the virus, I have the antibiotics, I'm willing to go, or I'm picking an airline where every other seat is open. So that could happen. The secondary phase here is essential meetings, small and medium events, and regional international. So regional international, I would very much think that means in the United States, it's travel Canada and Mexico, just drive to travel. There will not be any material influx of international travelers into the United States for quite a while. Certainly the events of last week did not help and give people confidence in coming to the United States. But overall, I think people will stick close to home. We saw that. The Germans traveled in Germany. The French traveled in France. The Indonesian stayed in Indonesia this summer. And we fully expect some more of that to happen. Yes, they will travel. There's a lot of pent-up demand. But they may just be staying in areas where they understand the quarantine procedures, where they understand vaccinations, and where they understand, language and culture, and understand also, what there is to see. Essential meetings, that is obviously has to do with every company, and every company will look at it differently, because I hate to say it, but this is pretty efficient, and we've all gotten used to Zoom and Teams and WebEx and GoToMeeting and Blue Jeans, name your favorite platform, and a lot of these meetings can happen online. The thing that is missing is the culture building aspect. I'm in the middle for CoStar of building an international team, 4 people in the US, 1 person in Toronto, 1 person in London. And I would love for us to get together and have dinner, but that's not going to happen for a long time. So right now we meet on Teams, and after the meeting is sort of, if the agenda is over, we're all sort of done, and there isn't this, oh, let's grab a beer and get to know each other and look at pictures of our dogs or kids or whatever. That's not happening. And that's what's really, really hurting building culture. So I think a lot of companies will see that in the long run, they will have to get back out on the road. But the question is, how much does this substitute for in-person meeting? And I'm afraid the technology has gotten really, really good. So that's in Q2, and then in Q3, hopefully by that time, people like me who used to be hardcore travelers will have gotten the second shot of the vaccine. I don't know if you saw the New York Times had this super interesting survey where they said, give us your zip code, give us your age, and give us what you do for a living. And then they told me, congratulations, you have 287 million people ahead of you getting the shot, which is totally fine. Like, I'm, middle-aged white dude without pre-existing conditions. I should be the end of the line. But it was like still sort of jarring, so I'm not going to have that shot for a while. And that means I'm not like going to be super comfortable, hopping into a large ballroom, or hopping on a plane, and I mean, right now CoStar is saying, look, I can't fly anyways, but you see what I'm saying? Vaccinations to people who want to travel and can travel, and their companies let them travel, is really, really critical. And so we think that some of that is going to happen, in Q2, and then hopefully in Q3 we will see more people traveling. That's sort of the idea, and we hope, fingers crossed, that that's indeed correct. So then, here's where we're at. Last year, 2019, best year ever. Most rooms sold ever before, had the highest occupancy ever before, highest ADR and RevPAR than ever. You know, we've never seen numbers stronger than that. So that's why these percent changes are especially jarring. So RevPAR declined this year by 50, 50%. Just brutal, And well, this year, 2021, going to see the single strongest RevPAR growth ever recorded, ever, plus 30%. So driven by occupancy up, 23%, and unfortunately room rates, yeah, that's really the wild card. Room rates are only up 5.5% or so, which is really, really sad given that they dropped 21%. We always like to call out here the asterisk on the ADR number is that minus 21% is not active yield management. It's mix shift because the high-end transient travelers are gone. So the revenue pie shrunk, which means that ADRs declined that much. This is not you or me cutting rates, But so then next year, ADRs are not going to grow very much. And that pace of growth we're projecting sort of in that vein going forward. And because those numbers are so hard to compute in your head, minus 50 plus 30, we do the math for you here. But what we're suggesting is, 2020, 40% occupancy, 6 out of 10 rooms were empty. Next year, still half the rooms are empty. And there is no pricing power. So RevPAR went from $86 to $57. That's a 34% decline from 2019. And just for giggles, so to speak, the 2010 RevPAR was basically $57. So over 2 years, we wiped out a decade of RevPAR growth. So then when is it going to get better, right? When are we getting back? So we're getting back to room demand 2019 levels in 2023. So that's good. But ADR recoveries are never V-shaped, never have, never will be. So demand first, ADR second. So when is ADR coming back? And unfortunately, you don't see that on this chart. We have a 5-year forecast horizon. It's not in it. So, you can just draw the line in your head. It's 2025, spoiler alert. But we're suggesting for the United States that ADR growth, that absolute level of ADR, will be back at 2019 levels in 2025. So with that said, thank you for your time. And I will take your questions.
Thank you so much, Jan. You're right. It was a little bit depressing, but you put it, you put a good spin on it. We did have one comment that just came up in the middle that just said, that's sad. That was one of the comments, but next thing is to focus on economic recovery. We do have a couple of questions. I think you just answered one of the questions, which was, when do you anticipate we'll be back to 2019 levels? And
so your mileage may vary, right? If you are leisure driven, easy to get to, whatever easy means these days, it's all drive to markets, But if you are more focused on the leisure traveler, you may have, more pricing power in the summer. You may see 2019 levels come back just a little bit earlier, But if you are downtown, big box, meeting driven hotel, it's gonna be rough sledding, until people feel comfortable again going into a ballroom.
Okay. And sort of talking about that road travel, we have a question saying, since road travel will continue, is overnight camping something that travelers are looking for? And is RV travel still as hot as it was when we heard the reports in mid-2020 about RV rentals going through the roof?
So I can tell you, my mother-in-law will not be in a tent, just saying, So she will be a hotel guest, Now, my father-in-law may be in the tent, but so I think this is not for everybody. And I think this is sort of no offense to anybody, but it seems to be a little bit like an age thing, If you want to rough it, then go ahead. But I'm in the hotel industry, and I think hotels were designed for a reason. And the reason is for me not to sleep on the floor, on the ground. So that's why I think hotels will always have, a built-in demand. I think on the RV side, it was super interesting, right? That suddenly was like the thing to do. People said, I don't trust anybody. I only trust my own bubble. So let me drive my own bubble across the country, So I think RV rentals will continue to do well now that people have sort of gotten a taste for it. But again, I think people chose that as sort of the second, like if I can't go to a hotel and I want to go away, let me get to an RV. But if I can go back to a hotel with the pool and all the amenities, room service, what have you, I think you go on a vacation because you want somebody else to wait on you and not that you still do your own dishes. So I could absolutely see that there will still be some people doing it, but that a lot of people are just choosing to say, look, I like hotels.
I'm with you. I always say that my definition of camping is a hotel without room service.
Exactly right. Right. That's
me, that's
you're roughing it, right?
I'm roughing it if there's no room service. So we have another question. Could you discuss COVID-based short-term rental impacts relative to conventional lodging?
Yeah. So I was asked in March by a banker about that, and I said, there are two ways to look at this, and I picked exactly the wrong way to look at it. Like I was clear. I was perfectly convinced in my little mind that Airbnb would not be a good choice because I thought, who in their right mind wants to rent a room or a house from Jan because you don't know if Jan is CDC certified or a slob? And are you willing to bet your life on it? It turns out that people said, no, we want home rentals so we can disinfect them on our own and we don't interact with the owner at all. And so that's what got Airbnb to go public at whatever the number was, right? They really wrote that well, and really hit the zeitgeist and the consumer sentiment, of individual lodging, of having your own bubble, creating your own bubble. They did that really, really well. So yeah, that's going to be with us. Now, coming back to the room service question, like you don't have that. So I think there will always be a subset of people saying, look, I'm more comfortable doing my own thing. But there will be a lot of other people saying, I'm craving a hotel. I'm craving the large pool. I'm craving the golf. I'm craving the spa, what have you. And they will go back to it. So Airbnb is here. It's here to stay. They have a ton of money. They're going to, maybe consolidate more. And it's going to be an option, But I think in 2019, I got this question all the time. What's the impact of Airbnb? And I said, look, ladies and gentlemen, the US hotel industry has sold more rooms than ever. So what's the impact of Airbnb? I don't know, right? They're doing well, but the hotel industry is better than ever. And I think we're going to go back to that people who choose that option have always chosen that option, will choose that option, and people will go back to hotels as well.
Okay. And I think someone's typing in a question. So while we're waiting for them to type their question in, let me just ask you, the heartbeat of the industry, you're tracking trends. If you're personally looking at 2021, what's the thing you're most excited about? And on the flip side, what's the thing that worries you the most?
It's the same thing. I'm very excited to get my first and my second shot. I want to get vaccinated. I want to get back out there. I want everybody in my bubble, everybody around me to get shots, and then let's go. And joked about the roaring 20s, that all this pent up demand, is going to flood. The tidal wave of room demand is flooding over the United States and globally. But I'm also worried about the lack of rollout, right? We were just before this call, we were talking to our friends from Tourism Economics, and they said, look, the number of shots given is underwhelming, given to what was expected. And that then will have an impact on the number of people comfortable traveling, So that we have to figure that out. The new administration has some thoughts. We'll see how that works out. But vaccinations are key in my mind. Second only to, that's the headline. A secondary part could be a very rapid test. like literally a saliva test, like you spit on it. I don't know if that works, but you know, and it's not don't spit, but you know what I mean. Like you swab yourself, and you're like, okay, it turns blue, I'm good. You know, it turns red. Oh, you know, maybe I should stay home. Like, and you can do this at home all the time, all the time, all the time. You know, super cheap, very quick, and with a very low failure rate. That would also be very helpful. You know, because if you could swab everybody prior to them entering a ballroom, you could at least be comfortable that everybody in this ballroom just tested negative, you know, 5 minutes ago. So that, you know, I think there are a lot of different avenues that the medical community is working on that. But I think vaccinations are so critical.
Okay. And then, not to put you again personally on the spot here, but you alluded to the fact that New Mexico has an advantage in the fact that we're part of the wide open spaces and the beautiful West. So when we as New Mexico hoteliers, New Mexico tourism businesses are looking at starting to reposition ourselves for the economic recovery, as someone from out of state, what are the key drivers that you think are gonna put us ahead of the competition?
So you have a lot going for you. I think the wide open spaces were key in the summer, and there will still be people who don't have their vaccines, you know, that will continue to say, look, I don't want to be around a whole lot of other people. So that is critical, you know. But I think we've, sitting at home, been dreaming about travel, right? And we've put a background in our screen, you know, of Santa Fe, just, you know, so I'm like, oh, one day I will, you know. And I think you have this unique opportunity to say, okay, we're here, you're ready, you wanted this, we're ready for you, you know, and to just sort of put the dream into reality, you know. I think that's really a unique opportunity. You have so much to offer. Now, on the meeting side, you know, that's going to be later. You know, you're going to have to convince the group meeting planners, you know, okay, first you come on your own and here's what we can do to keep you safe, to keep everybody safe. You know, that's going to be a little bit longer lead time. But I think for the individual leisure traveler, you know, it's, you have what I want, what we want.
Perfect. And then I have just one more question for you. So the whole purpose of this event today is to sort of kick off our 2021 legislative session. And part of what we're going to be doing in the next couple of weeks is really trying to help our hospitality and tourism businesses sort of position themselves to become self-advocates and to become a really good messengers of what hospitality and tourism means to New Mexico. Do you have any messaging advice that you think we should drive home as we're trying to educate legislators about the role that hospitality and tourism plays?
It's a little bit above my pay grade, but I was always struck by the American Hotel and Lodging Association saying, look, when we walk into the House of Representatives, into the chambers of the members, we have a pretty easy in because there is a hotel in every single congressional district or more, you know, and this is all about jobs and well-paying, you know, low-entry jobs that then we are one of the few industries where you can literally start as a housekeeper or start as the night manager, the night auditor, and end up as the GM, you know, where you can go from the bottom to the top of the food chain within a couple of years. You know, I've always, and so that's my background as well, you know, that's how I started. I did an apprenticeship in Germany, you know, cleaning the toilets and all that, you know, and so I've always admired that about our industry, you know, that we're not only providing jobs, but we're providing entry-level jobs with a very clear career trajectory, you know, and I think as unemployment is still going to be very high, you know, and people are going to get kicked out and maybe looking for another career path, you know, the hotel industry can provide that. So I would always take the job, and of course there's the tax angle. Clearly, like, we generate taxes, and it's easy to tax people who don't vote, you know, in your specific district, you know. So that's always been a pretty easy sell. But I think the job angle is key.
Perfect. And then we did have another question pop up. Are you aware of the best sites that Smith Travel data providers may review or receive updated future dates and numbers for vaccine rollouts?
We don't do vaccine rollout numbers. The CDC does, the NIH does. STR has really good hotel data. So so I'm tracking a couple of websites, just FYI, if you're interested. The TSA makes their throughput data available. So how many people go through American airports by day? Super fascinating. And I track that religiously. And the other number I unfortunately track is ourworldindata.org, which shows you the number of new COVID cases, the cumulative COVID cases, and the number of deaths. I think those are really, really critical numbers to understand, to say, okay, if these numbers don't come down, American or travel sentiment will continue to be depressed. When those numbers start to take a turn, then we can think about, okay, people coming back out on the road. And then lastly, if you're interested in the best hotel data, obviously hotelnewsnow.com should be your source. You should all be signed up for the daily newsletter.
Perfect. Let me just check and see. I don't see any other questions. I do want to let everyone know that this great presentation, along with all the other presentations, is being recorded, and it'll be available next week at virtualroundhousenm.com, because I know that question came up a couple of times. So, and also we'll be getting presentations from our speakers and making those PowerPoints available to everyone, because we've had a lot of data come at us today. But Jan, I just cannot thank you enough for joining us today, and we may be tapping you again as we go through the next 10 weeks, because we really do want to make this legislative session really interactive, and we want to keep our constituents and our legislators apprised of what's going on in the industry. So don't be surprised if you get a call or an email from me at some point in the future. But for now, I just want to say thank you so much. And I know it's later where you're at, so we'll let you wrap for Monday, and we will move on to the next phase of trend. So thank you, Jan.
Thanks so much for having me.
Soon.
Stay safe, stay healthy. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
And everyone, so we've got a few minutes before our next session, and I do encourage you to stay on with us for that. The next up is the interactive session with Giant Noise and the New Mexico Tourism Department. They have a lot of great information for all of you. And then right after that, the last session of today will be a quick overview of the new Lodgers Tax Manual and a conversation about how we're going to roll that manual out and how we're going to start to educate communities about maximizing their lodgers tax potential. Again, this is day one. We have 10 more sessions to go through the legislative session, and your registration for today is open throughout the entire 10 weeks. So you don't have to re-register. I encourage you to keep coming back. We're going to be having more sessions. For the hospitality and tourism industry, we're going to be talking about how we can work with tax and revenue to sort of standardize how lodgers tax is being collected, especially by OTAs. We're going to be doing a great interactive session on meeting planning and what meeting planning is going to look like. You know, Jan just mentioned the fact that we have a long way to go before we really start to have meetings in any great scope or on any great level, but we want to start to plan for that and to talk about how we're going to roll those meetings out. And so we're going to be bringing together meeting planners and meeting space holders and hoteliers to talk about those issues. And then as we're waiting for the next session to get queued up, I just want to talk briefly, because again, we are starting the session. It kicks off next Tuesday, the 19th. And the Hospitality Association, of course, has been working with all of you, with our members and hospitality and tourism businesses from around the state for the last few months to talk about what our legislative priorities are and what we're going to be focusing on during the legislative session. And so I just want to hit a couple of those high points right now, again, while we're waiting for the next session. And then again, if you have questions at any point while I'm talking about this, you're welcome to put them in the chat box, and I'll try and keep an eye on both things. But again, for those of you who participated in the surveys that we've done over the last few months, I really want to thank you, because that made this year's planning process so much easier, because we were really able to focus in on what issues are important to you and what you want us to be doing for you as the Roundhouse kicks off. And so as we're looking at this session, of course, our priority is going to be engaging with policymakers, with all of our legislators to develop safe reopening strategies. And we want those strategies to be research driven. You know, we don't want to put our employees at risk. We don't want to put our communities at risk, but we want to be able to get back to business. I know that was a topic this morning that kept coming up, is that, you know, we have got to start looking at how we're going to get back to business. Of course, because we're in the hospitality and tourism business, we really want to make sure that legislators focus on maintaining investment in the tourism department marketing budget, and specifically supporting the governor's proposal for $25 million in additional tourism marketing funding. For those of you that were with us this morning, Secretary Schreier kicked things off talking about how important it is going to be positioned in the right way, so that as we come out of this pandemic and as we plan for economic recovery, we have the funding so we can compete with other states and we don't fall further behind. So that's going to be a huge thing that we are working on, is making sure that that proposal for the additional funding is protected. Of course, we'll be looking at anything that has to do with lodgers tax revenue, because our goal is to make sure that lodgers tax, as it starts to be collected again, is used in the proper way and gets reinvested back in communities to build tourism as we look at economic recovery. Another thing, and again, a lot of you helped us in this issue, was to work with the New Mexico Finance Authority to look at how the Small Business Recovery Act funds could be reworked a little bit to make those funds more accessible for our industry. And I'm really happy that it looks like going forward, the proposal is going to be to loosen up the restriction on businesses being New Mexico owned. And I know we touched on that this morning with Travis Cutler from the Marriott International, talking about how most hotels, even if they fly a banner of a large entity, are small businesses and they're independently owned and need to be treated as such. And so we want to make sure that every hotelier has access to small business recovery funds. Also, we'll be looking at things like debt relief and how we can sort of reduce the burden on businesses going forward, so that you don't have to absorb a huge tax burden in 2021. Liability protection issues to make sure that as we come out of this pandemic, you're not subject to liability cases. Of course, unemployment insurance is a huge concern. We had a couple of people talk about that this morning. And so we want to make sure that businesses don't suddenly get hit with a huge bill for unemployment insurance, and that those unemployment trust fund funds get rebuilt, and that we don't continue to go in the hole on those. And then also partnering with other organizations around the state. We've had conversations with the Restaurant Association about what we can do for areas like supporting, at least for a period of time, the ability for restaurants to do alcohol delivery along with food deliveries. And so we have an agenda that we're working on. It continues to morph. You are welcome to join us for Government Affairs Committee meetings and let us know what those issues are that are important to you. You're always welcome to email me and let me know if there's an issue that comes up that is of concern to you. And the one thing I really, really want to stress is that you take advantage of the fact that we do have a virtual world right now, and you don't have to travel to Santa Fe to participate in the legislative session. You can do it virtually. We'll be having the platform going forward on Tuesdays. A lot of legislators are also setting up their own independent Zoom office hours. And so while, excuse me, while this pandemic and this isolation can be a bit of a headache, when it comes to accessibility for your legislators in the next few weeks, there's a unique opportunity. There are multiple ways for you to get in touch with your legislators and let them know. As Jan just mentioned, there's a hotel in pretty much every community in New Mexico, and you are the employers, you are the job creators. You need to make sure that your individual legislators and the legislature as a whole understands the impact that you have in your community so that they can make decisions based on that information. And I've got a question here that just popped up. When is the discussion about meeting planning going to happen? We're working on getting that scheduled. We will send that notice out. If you're on our email list or you're on the list for this virtual Roundhouse, you'll be able to see that. If you come back and look at the virtual Roundhouse calendar as we build it out, you'll be able to see what's coming up. And so we will let you know. It will probably not be in the next 2 weeks because we want to get the session started and make sure that we're up and running. But I would say sometime between 2 to 4 weeks, we'll have that meeting planning session ready to go, and we'll make sure that everybody knows about that. So I'm going to just check here and see if it looks like our next group is coming up. So let's just give them a couple of more minutes. And for backstage, if you want to start letting people onto the stage, I'm okay with that. So we'll give people a minute to. And again, I just want to give you that website, virtualroundhousenm.com. Next week, all of the presentations from today will be available. And so if you missed something, or if there's something you want to refer to again, you'll be able to do that. Oh, good. Now we're starting to see our 3 o'clock panelists pop up. This is a big panel. We get to see all the boxes on this one. Oh, look at that.
Keep it coming.
Perfect.
Okay, I might have to log out because my audio is not sounding very great.
All right. So at this point, do we have everybody on screen? Does it look like? I think there were 7. Or, let's see, how many did we have? Yeah. 7 presenters plus Tanya.
Yeah, we're -1. Brianna Gallegos was briefly here. She's coming back.
Okay. Are you guys ready to start? If you're ready to start, we'll kick it off.
She's kind of kicking it off, so I think we need her here.
Oh, okay. We're excited to have all of you.
Excited to be here.
Can we make sure our sound is working really quick? Sorry, can you guys hear me? Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Health fires. Is mine working?
Yes.
It is.
I hear Erica. I didn't hear Elsa.
Elsa's muted.
Yeah, I don't hear Elsa.
And also, if you have the Backstage tab still open on your computer, if you close that Backstage tab and just have the Main Stage tab, that helps. And if you're backstage and you're listening, it looks like Brianna is still trying to get back on stage.
Oh, Judith.
This is like last year when everybody got stuck in the snow. This is like the virtual snowstorm of trying to get all the people in the room at the same time.
Oh, looks like a bunch of my team members.
Yeah, where did they go?
I don't know.
I don't know. You know, technology. That's the fun of it.
I have to say this platform has not been too tricky. We haven't had a ton of problems once we got things started this morning. while we're waiting for you guys to get everybody back on stage, I did just get a question about more sessions over the next few weeks. You can see those as they come up. They'll be on the virtual roundhousenm.com calendar. And also we'll be sending out updates as we get things scheduled to let you know what's coming up. I'm also really excited about the fact that we've got other organizations coming in that are going to be hosting some of the days during the legislative session. So you'll get to hear about healthcare, you'll get to hear about education. I think we're going to be talking about broadband and some other issues. So for those of you in the audience, I would encourage you to keep coming back. As I mentioned earlier, once you're registered for this event, your registration is good throughout the entire 10 weeks. So you don't have to re-register.
Kathy, so it seems that Elsa and Jennifer are having trouble accessing so they can see everything, but it's not allowing them to be on video. And for Jennifer, it's saying that it's full and they can't get in.
All right, then what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a quick introduction of Tanya. And while and then I will go off camera and that'll open up a space. And then the same thing then if Tanya, when you're done, if you go off, stay, if you click out and leave the meeting, that should open up space. So we'll get everybody opened up that way. So I will introduce Tanya Armenta. She is the CEO of Visit Albuquerque and also a New Mexico Hospitality Association board member. And Tanya, I will let you introduce everyone and I will open up a space.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much, Kathy. I want to say thanks to Kathy, a big thanks to Kathy and the New Mexico Hospitality Association, to the New Mexico Chamber of Commerce, and to the Santa Fe Chamber for what has been a great day. Really is exciting to do the first virtual Roundhouse. And while there have been a few technical difficulties like we're experiencing right now, for the most part, just to start off and have this ability to have these conversations and have input from our legislative leaders, along with industry leaders, especially even on the national front, with having Jan just presented from STR. Great programming today, and I'm excited about this session. This one has probably the most fun title of the entire day. But I want to say first, before I introduce the panel, I want to say thanks to the New Mexico Tourism Department. For the last 10 months have been unbelievably trying and devastating to this industry, and throughout they have just shown remarkable leadership and tenacity, along with innovation and resiliency. And so big thanks to Secretary Schreier and the entire team at the New Mexico Tourism Department, along with these great contractors that they work with. And so today we are going to hear from Brianna Gallegos with the New Mexico Tourism Department is going to, I'm told, lead this session. And then two contractors that work with the Tourism Department, both Giant Noise and TKO, contributing as well. So I hope that I pronounce the last names correctly. Please forgive me if I do not. But with Giant Noise, several people joining this afternoon. We have Jennifer Sinsky, who is the Senior Vice President with Giant Noise, Erica Benkin, the Account Director, Elsa Morales, Account Director, and Jessica Watts, an Account Executive with Giant Noise. And then from TKO, Raul Garza, the Creative Director, Monica Alas, the account manager, and then, as I said, Brianna, and I see Cody is here with us this afternoon as well. So I'm going to exit, so hopefully the rest of the team can join and look forward to the session. And the session is called From Flexcations to Staycations to Do-Over Trips, 2021 PR Travel Trends Explained. So here's to a great session. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Sorry about that. Just give me a second. I'm trying to share my screen. Doesn't seem to be letting me. Is Elsa able to join? Elsa and Jess?
She's gonna stay as a viewer so that we have enough space and we should be fine. And Elsa's trying to join right now. And then just the sharing screen.
Okay, sounds great. Wait, I'm sorry. What did you say about sharing screen?
Need you to be able to share screen. Elsa says it's still full and won't let her in.
Okay.
I'm gonna turn my camera off. Maybe that will open it up for Elsa. I guess our request for the event organizers is to allow for screen sharing For our presenting group, it looks like that feature is disabled for us. So if we can get some technical assistance in turning that on, that'd be appreciated.
Okay, so I'm seeing a message from the event staff about sharing the screen, but when I click on it, I'm still not able to click on the icon.
It says there's a memo that says folks reduce number of folks in the group to 4. Okay, one of us needs to drop out. I'm going to drop out.
And Brianna, while we wait for that, you know, a reminder for anyone that's watching is that today we're going to talk about PR in general, the basics of PR 101. We're going to get into some trends. So look on the positive of what we can control as we're waiting to be able to travel again. We're going to talk about working with travel writers and influencers and talk about 2021 content. And then we're going to have some dialogue. So it's going to be a great presentation once we get screen sharing.
Yes, most definitely. So I cannot see on my end, but are you able to see my screen where it says from Flexcations to Staycations? Our title screen? No? Okay, let me see what I can do. I cannot wait until we can all safely meet again. And I don't have to share my screen. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. Let's try this one. Are you able to see my screen now? Oh, goodness. Okay.
Looks like they just sent a memo, Brianna. I don't know if that will help at all.
So I am doing that. Let me see. When I go to share screen and then my application window, I'm trying to share my Adobe Acrobat window, and then I click share, but it doesn't seem to share. Jennifer or Erica, are you able to try to share screen? Okay, I'm sorry about that.
One second.
I think we're good, right? Sorry, I'm trying to get it bigger. Can everyone see that?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Yes, now we can. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Again, thank you everyone for bearing with us as we go through these technical difficulties. But again, my name is Brianna Gallegos. I am the Media Relations Coordinator for the New Mexico Tourism Department. We're really happy to be here today to kind of share some kind of overview of what we're looking at in terms of PR travel trends in 2021. Of course, we could not invite writers and influencers to physically be here with us in the state and share all the magnificent things that New Mexico has to offer. So what we've been doing is thinking outside of the box and trying to find ways where we still can engage with these influencers and writers. And instead of bringing them here physically, we are digging a little bit deeper and bringing them here mentally by sharing rich things that New Mexico has to offer. So engaging their senses, sharing some food, some ideas, some recipes that they can cook at home, and also just the magnificent smells that we have here. Sharing some candles, some soaps, some lotions, whatever that is that we could to engage them and bring them a little bit closer to us from afar. And from a PR standpoint, we really have an advantage of really connecting with people on an emotional level. And I think through that, we are able to build our brand credibility and our destination credibility, and as well as amplify our reputation for positive reputation. So that's going to be the conversation that we're going to be having today as we go through this presentation. So Raul already mentioned who will be on this call, as well as Tanya, but we'll just go through that really quickly. And I'll kick it off to Raul to share a little bit more about his team.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. TKO is thrilled to be in this partnership and to support our brand effort and our conversations about brand. We partner with the team who has what we consider the greatest ongoing relationship with travel influencers, travel writers, traditional and emerging media, as well as social media. That's Giant Noise. And representing Giant Noise are our team members who Tanya introduced briefly: Jennifer, Erica, Elsa, Jessica, and then supporting the TKO team today is myself, Raul, and Monica. And we partner on an ongoing basis. As many of y'all understand, this has been a year of inventing as we go along. So we're very grateful to be having this dialogue with you today. So let's talk about what we're gonna do today. As I mentioned, we're gonna start by reminding all of us what PR is, what its role is, how that feeds into media trends for 2021, and how our state is uniquely positioned to capitalize on these trends. So there is some positive news we're going to be talking about. We're going to discuss the potential of working with leading travel writers and influencers. We're going to go over 2021 content requests, and we're going to have a dialogue that involves your questions and answers. So PR 101, what is PR? And because the campaign has been so successful in targeting the venturesome traveler, we sometimes conflate, or we lose sight of what the line between advertising and PR is. So we're going to go over that briefly for you. For those that are in the industry, a lot of times we learn at the very beginning, advertising is what you pay for, PR is what you pray for. So that's an easy mnemonic to remember that by. Advertising is the paid units, usually seasonal, very tactical, very specific. Public relations, what we're talking about today, is our ability to guide the conversation, to hold that space. So we influence brand reputation, positivity, word of mouth, which leads to decision making. So the process of that is engaging with those who have trust among travel decision makers. So that's why the process, when we talk about our partners and our writers and our influencers, that's why that's really, really important. So the good news is things like reputation, things like trust help advance ADR and the stature of destinations. And that's really, really important, as we just learned in the session before, in getting back to the levels where we were. So again, think about PR as this long-term base of brand trust, brand equity, and in some cases, a little bit of FOMO, or brand urgency, of wanting to be there. And we'll be happy to answer any questions about the distinction between PR and advertising as we move along. In a time like COVID, in a time where we're not able to travel, the big question on many destinations' mind is, should we be doing this? Should we be investing in this? So Jennifer from our team is going to explain to you the long-term value of investing in PR and how we are building to re-engage travelers once the gates are open.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, still learning that we need to not all be on camera at the same time. But as Raul said, just kind of going into the value of PR. So what our role is we work every day with the tourism department, and we have a weekly meeting, and then we're on email every day with everybody to make sure that we can keep track of kind of the overall goals of the state. So what we do is we have an ongoing PR strategy where we identify different audiences of people who would travel to the state. We look at demographics such as age, gender, location where these people live, their income level, to determine where they're reading, where they're finding their news online, where they're finding their news on print, what magazines they subscribe to, so that we can find out that information to pitch those outlets in turn for editorial coverage. We are able to kind of provide more credibility with PR via that good PR strategy so that we can have destination coverage for several years and long-lasting media relationships with those individual editors and then also influencers, which we'll get to a little bit later, to be able to make sure that we're sustaining those relationships. So PR is really worth it for the following reasons. I mean, the main thing is that your editorial coverage, which is your press that you could get in a newspaper, on the radio, a TV segment, online coverage, really any sort of earned media. So as in, we're not paying for it. We're not putting in an advertisement. We're not doing an advertorial. We're not writing those stories ourselves. Those editorial features can really boost our search rankings and also the ability to just find our destination. So those sites that have the credible coverage, whether it's Travel and Leisure or Condé Nast Traveler as bigger ones, or even local and regional newspapers, when people type in your destination, those are the coverage that's going to come to Google's going to rank those to the highest. And that's what people are going to look at when they're listing at, looking for things to do or road trips to take or places to go in the Southwest or whatever they're Googling to find out where their next destination should be. Next, marketing and advertising work better and work more effective and more efficiently if PR is part of the overall strategy. So a lot of times these terms can be so difficult to keep track on what is PR, what is advertising, and really what we work all together, and we work with the paid media buys and making sure that we have relationships with those media outlets to pitch the editorial side. We make sure that where media buys are being done, if they're being done in drive market states in Colorado and Texas, that we're talking to media outlets in Colorado and Texas so that the residents will have multiple chances to have their eyeballs on the state. We also know that PR is often less expensive than traditional paid buys. So if you're hiring a PR team, we are available, we're constantly on the account coming up with ideas to storytell, whereas your advertisement might be a one-time print buy or one-time out of home billboard that's up for a few months, but we're having continuous ideas to come up with coverage with media. Also, overall, our target audience really trusts the opinions of their favorite writers and bloggers and social media influencers or favorite magazines to when they're researching destinations on where to travel, they're likely to follow those recommendations. So PR is also a long game overall. It's not something that happens overnight where you pitch a writer and then you see a story the next week. There's different lead times. There's different considerations that you go into in storytelling, and we have some more information on those in the later slides. But the real value of it is it needs to be part of your overall marketing strategy, and it really gives you authenticity when talking to your consumer. And then to go over some of our PR strategies and tactics. So these are some of the general tactics that we're working with the tourism office for, and what we kind of do on really an everyday basis. A lot of these obviously are very different right now due to COVID, and we definitely want to bring up the concerns of COVID. The last presentation has some similar things that we're going to talk about with trends that have been greatly impacted by COVID, and our strategies have been adjusted. We would like to host everyone in the state, but that is not possible right now. So we still are looking for those opportunities for individual and group press trips, but we'll be doing those when it's safe to do so after, there's a more vaccine available, after people feel comfortable traveling. We are looking for hosted trips in the future, as we've done in the past, with editors, with TV shows, with influencers, with also a lot of freelance writers so that they can experience the destinations in person, because there's truly nothing better than that. But in the meantime, one thing that we're looking to do this year in 2021, and we've done some of this already, is do virtual desk sides with riders. So that means that we want to create kind of a content program for them based around New Mexico. It can be targeted towards wine writers and be more about the state's wine industry. It can be targeted towards culinary writers. It can be targeted towards more traditional travel writers, where we offer a group of those writers and freelancers and editors to come into a similar situation like this, where we're all on a Zoom or we're all in, able to speak to each other virtually and show various presentations, do anything like a chocolate tasting where we can send them product, they can try it, they can meet somebody behind the creation, whether that's a chef or winemaker, that kind of thing, and kind of have that one-on-one experience virtually. This is what a lot of destinations are doing, are having to do right now across the country. And what we're seeing with hotels trying to find ways to make an experience virtual, with kind of large events, those kinds of things. So our plan is we have a list of target outlets and editors and freelancers and what they're based on, their interests are, and what kind of stories they told us that they're looking to work on in 2021, and then building out those virtual media events from there. We also are always doing trend spotting, storytelling, and doing proactive pitching. So right now, this is also a little bit different because we can't obviously encourage people to come to the state as we normally would. So we're looking for trends such as, someone mentioned in the last presentation, obviously, that RV travel is really popular. So pitching stories that are like, on Route 66, the best places to stop, or stories that are like, if you're going to be camping, here are the best places to camp, or stories that have to do with socially distant travel opportunities and are also geared towards in-state travelers. So if we can pitch regional outlets in-state and drive market that are still focused on the trends that were happening during COVID, where people want to remain outside, they want to remain socially distant, and they want to travel with their pod or with one other person, where it's not focused on travel based around being a large group or anything that is considered dangerous. With the storytelling that we're looking for, we always look to have great photography. If you have any video assets for your organization, we'd love to have that as well. And we can always use that to share and be able to pitch proactive ideas of saying, like, did you know that this was happening? Here's how you can work with us to tell that story. Media events, different than having kind of a media mission where we're having media come together and we're putting on a presentation. We've been working on pitching events that have gone virtual. For example, we worked on Zozobra, where we sent out media boxes that had kind of a virtual Zozobra experience where you could watch it on television throughout New Mexico, you could stream it online, and we sent select media really beautifully designed boxes that had some information about Zozobra in it so that they could kind of experience the tradition and learn about the burning of Zozobra, especially in 2020, and we could all kind of burn our glooms together. And then that resulted in coverage in national media outlets to tell other people to view, no matter where they are, and information about viewing and why it was an interesting tradition for the state. So if your event is going virtual and you're able to send media any gift baskets or have them along for that virtual experience, we definitely want to hear about that information because it's super important for us to pitch. And then lastly, we do think that speaking of kind of trending forward on travel, that influencers are likely going to be the first group back to travel. We're hearing that directly. We're already getting influencer requests. People saying, I'm an Instagram influencer, I have X number of followers, I would really love to come and, visit the state as soon as you're able. Here's what I'm looking to do. And we are, categorizing those requests, making sure that those people, once we are ready to invite in people from Drive Markets first, that we can help with their itinerary and give them, ample opportunity to create content. A lot of the influencers are looking for places that have, they can do a lot of video content around, that they can take a lot of photos. So it's a slightly different idea than when we're talking to traditional editors who will have kind of a story idea in play, and it will have, a timeline of when it's going to come out. Influencers are on their own editorial calendars, and so are looking to create certain topics and certain content based on what their followers are interested in. And to give a little bit more background there, for an influencer can really be anyone who's built up their own platform. We do look a ton at Instagram as the kind of primary content source, but we've also been engaging with influencers who built up their following on TikTok and also on YouTube, of course, Facebook as well, and making sure that their content is something that their audience really engages with and could be beneficial for the state. And that's why we would like to engage with them on a hosting level. Anytime we send anyone information about a potential hosting event, which obviously would not be happening right now due to COVID, we will vet these people for you and tell you what their expectations are, why we should work with them, and the type of content that we should expect to receive. And then from there, Erica's going to go in to talk to some of the trends of 2021.
Sure. So thanks, Jennifer. First, we'll talk about how we measure success in PR. So we use a variety of tools to calculate the estimated number of impressions, media values for all of the stories that we're pitching and securing, so that we can track through Cision, SimilarWeb, anywhere to pull the most accurate number, in addition to using the media kits from the individual outlets. This really helps us to get the best idea of how many people are viewing the articles or reading things in print, and really calculating overall what that earned value is. Some other metrics we use too is we calculate the total amount of coverage secured for any given topic that we're pitching, tracking what that article engagement rate is, the sentiment, so weighing whether the story turned out positively, negatively, or neutrally based on the comments it's receiving from the readers, and overall the coverage focus, so whether we might be looking at a story that's more culinary focused, so the different restaurants in New Mexico, lifestyle, so maybe some activities of what people can go and do, and outdoor travel, knowing that's a really popular topic right now as well. And some specific things that we do for the New Mexico Tourism Department is tracking mentions for all of the cities and regions in New Mexico. So we are constantly focusing on all the different areas and everything those locations have to offer. Again, weighing what that sentiment is, especially in our current times surrounding COVID. You know, is that story positive? Is it negative? Is there questions about travel at this time? And again, tracking those media impressions. And in addition to that, as Jennifer mentioned, Bruce, keeping a really close eye on these reporters who are covering the state. So who's interested in visiting once it's safe to do so? Who's talking about the different elements of New Mexico, whether it's food, again, outdoor travel, or elsewhere, and making sure we're keeping all of those people in mind and keeping in close conversations with them and keeping them apprised of how things are developing here in New Mexico, especially around COVID and the state reopening. And for us, you know, what does success look like in 2021? So we all know that, especially right now, when travel is lacking, you know, it's hard to really track what the success rate is. But our goal is really to keep people inspired about booking future travel and the things that they have to look forward to, and helping to garner news coverage in the meantime that really helps keep New Mexico top of mind, you know, and viewed positively. And again, just outlining all of these different aspects that people have to look forward to once it's safe to come back to the state. So here we've identified a few different travel trends that we're tracking for 2021. So the first, as Jennifer mentioned earlier, is the younger generation is really going to be leading the way. So whether this is, you know, your Gen Z and millennial travelers to influencers, or maybe just younger media, they're really going to be the first ones who are going to be the first to really be up and at them at going out and traveling again once it's safe to do so and once the state is reopened. So we are really going to be leaning closely to identify who these individuals are, keeping track of what they're saying in the meantime, and making sure that we're reaching out to them first once travel is open. Another trend that we're going to continue to see is outdoor activities. You know, while the pandemic is continuing to kind of evolve and the vaccine is coming into play, it's anticipated that a lot of travelers are still going to really be interested in focusing on that outdoor, off-the-grid activity. You know, whether that's a national park, a hot spring, or just somewhere they can go for a fun hike, where they can still maintain that social distance from other travelers. Thankfully for New Mexico, there is a plethora of beautiful offerings for people to go and enjoy. So we're really looking forward to promoting those aspects as we can. And again, another trend that's going to continue is that health and wellness. So, you know, people are really going to actively be seeking what they can do to focus on the physical and mental wellness in 2021. You know, we saw, I think, a large spike in alcohol sales and at-home baking and a lot of trends surrounding that in 2020. But now people are kind of transitioning back into that healthier lifestyle and aspect, and really going to be looking for activities where they can reduce their anxiety, boost their immunity, and really maintain their vitality, which again, New Mexico has a plethora of offerings that we can't wait to push. COVID safe practices are also another trend that are going to continue throughout 2021. I think what we've seen over the past year is that New Mexico has done a really good job of ensuring people that they're going to be safe with the institution of the New Mexico Safe Promise and the New Mexico Safe certified businesses. We're really encouraging partners to get their businesses safe certified, as those are a big focus for us when it comes to pitching the area. But again, I think overall, just having the ability to outline these protocols that we have in place for COVID safe measures are really going to make New Mexico a really enticing destination for people to come to. And then another trend we're seeing is remote working and flexcation. So now that a lot of people are on work from home or their children are doing distance learning, there's this ability to go out and, have an extended stay somewhere else. So you can rent an Airbnb for multiple weeks at a time, or stay at a hotel for multiple weeks at a time, or even travel via RV, and really have an opportunity to, stay safe and abide by those health regulations that are in place with quarantines, et cetera. And also, while you're accomplishing your day-to-day tasks, whether it's your Zoom calls or your meetings, you still have more of an opportunity to go out and explore the destination and what all it has to offer after that. And then also, as we heard in the previous conversation with road trips and RV vacations, this is still something that we're anticipating to see a lot of. While we're not anticipating that flight travel is going to be really popping up again until Q2 of this year, we are still expecting a lot of people to jump in their cars, drive to those regional destinations, or even their own backyard to really start exploring again. Another thing too is family gatherings. So there's a really big increase on family focus this year. While a lot of people had to unfortunately forgo their family activities last year, they're really going to be looking for an opportunity to reconnect in different destinations where they can safely gather with their families. And then the last two are staying local. So a big trend that we're going to be seeing this year and that we are looking to support is exploring your own backyard. So while you may not be ready to travel out of state, there's still so much that we haven't gotten to see in our own backyards. And for those of you in New Mexico that you may not have ever seen, even if you've lived within the destination for 20 years. So really encouraging people to go out, support their local economies, eat local, so shop at those local businesses that you love, and really just making sure that you're staying safe at the same time. And last but not least, something that we'll be doing on our end is really challenging ourselves to continue to think outside of the box. A way that we worked to engage with media during the pandemic early on was creating these different visual and tactile opportunities for them to feel like they were still exploring the traditions of New Mexico. So as Jennifer mentioned, creating the Zozobra media boxes to help them have this virtual experience at home, or also the holiday boxes that we recently created with the tourism department to give people a sense of the taste and the smells of New Mexico and everything they love, even if they couldn't travel this year. So that's definitely something that we're looking forward to more in 2021 and working with partners to accomplish. And as Jennifer mentioned too, exploring the route of virtual desk side meetings too, just making sure that we're doing everything to keep New Mexico top of mind as we go forward.
I'll take it over from here. Working with travel writers and influencers. So we wanted to give y'all a little bit of an overview of what it is to work with these folks, which we're in communication with every day, and some of the best practices to apply. So one of the key things when crafting our PR plan and strategy is understanding lead times. So we know that working with media outlets require advanced planning to garner the best coverage opportunities. And some of the national print publications are the ones that usually require the most lead time. So for consumer publication, we're looking at a 4 to 8 month lead time. For a trade publication, 6 to 8 week lead time. A national newspaper, about 1 to 3. Online's a little bit sooner with immediate to 1 week lead time, and with bloggers and influencers, it's a little bit more of an immediate turnaround. So this is where we really encourage y'all to make sure to keep media posted on any major news coming up, any updates, if there's anything a big milestone, an anniversary. Of course, any sort of hotel opening, restaurant opening, the sooner we can start those conversations with media about coverage opportunities, the better. Right now, some of the national lifestyle and travel publications are working on the summer, even fall issues for this year. So we know that we'll have anything going on around that time period, definitely best to start those conversations now for consideration. And some of the bigger travel publications will even start looking into 2022, or we'll want to kind of share those updates now for them to keep on the radar. Best practices. So communication is key. Through our experience working in the hospitality and travel industry, we've been lucky enough to establish relationships with some of the top travel writers and freelancers, and we found that that really is key in placing successful PR hits and press coverage, and that's something that we definitely encourage all our partners to do, to establish that relationship, foster that relationship. It really pays off, and we've seen that, you know, once that relationship is established, media will keep coming back to you to use you as a source for a different piece, or any sort of opportunities will keep you top of mind. So as part of kind of fostering that relationship, one tip is to always respond in a timely manner. If you receive a request from a member of the media, make sure you get back to them as soon as possible, and you know, in a quickly and an efficient way, and that can lead to have the media feature your business and reach out again. Value of image and assets. I think Jennifer mentioned this earlier, but it's almost always necessary to include a good, high quality, high risk image with any sort of pitch or press release that we are sending out. We always encourage our clients and partners to make that investment, because it's definitely something valuable, and to go ahead and include it in that first outreach, or when you're doing your announcement, just to avoid that second email follow-up that we know will require, or will be requesting an image. So we've definitely seen that it's extremely valuable, and something that set us apart from other businesses or organizations being pitched, is to include that image. Understanding newsworthiness. So it is important to consistently offer newsworthy information, just to keep the media interested and informed, constantly keeping them updated on any sort of like news, like I mentioned before, any openings, any sort of events going on, and some of the key things to keep in mind when crafting this pitches or announcements. Is there anything actually new in my story? So what is the news hook? What is this timely news hook? Is it part of a national trend, maybe, that we can tie it in locally? Has it been an angle that maybe hasn't been explored enough, or hasn't been reported on enough? Is the story compelling? Does it make you want to kind of stop and listen? Is it something that makes you want to share the news immediately with your friends? Even share it across your social media platforms. Think about what your reaction might be after sharing the news. Is it unique enough? As much as it's something that is out of the box. Is it maybe offering like a fresh new twist of something old? Is there an element of surprise? Anything that you can really think of that will set you apart from your competitors? And then, of course, is it timely? Is there anything, if there isn't really any sort of major news or extravagant changes or expensive remodels or opening, is there any way that we can capitalize on community events, maybe seasonal moments? Something that's big in PR is using national holidays, so national foodie holidays. So is there anything like that we can kind of capitalize and use as the timely news hook to get a press moment? And then, of course, Something key is who's the audience? Who is interested? Who will be interested in this news and this update? Are we wanting to target locals? Is this more of a national story for travelers, or are we mainly speaking to industry folks? So here, just a little bit of a quick overview of how usually our communication is with a travel writer versus a social media influencer. Here's an example of a travel freelance writer that we work with a ton, Ashley Halper. She contributes to some of the top travel publications like FAR, Condé Nast Traveler, New York Magazine, and more. So when pitching her, we'd definitely be thinking of knowing what she's specifically interested in and pitching those specific stories. So anything, we know that she likes to cover travel in general, and some of her specific verticals include culture, museums, anything culinary. So always researching writers and making sure that the information and the news that we're sending is relevant to what they cover and what their interests are. As mentioned before, any travel writers or editor will definitely need more lead time. They love to receive constant news and updates. They like to receive the information in a press release. A great thing about working with freelance writers is that there's usually the opportunity to get coverage in multiple outlets because more than likely they'll contribute, like Ashley does, to several publications. So it'll be a great way if we pitch them a story or a different story, more than likely we'll be getting press coverage in several media outlets. Most of the time, travel writers are very interested in participating in press strips. A lot of times they even prefer that. If we're pitching a story, they prefer to hold off on writing about it until they're able to experience it firsthand. But something to keep in mind is that some of the national outlets, such as the New York Times, are not able to accept press trips. So that's just something that we always have to keep in mind when inviting media, that knowing that some outlets will not allow their writers to come out in to press trips. And then here's an example of a social media influencer that we would target as well for a campaign. And on the other hand, social media influencers are always willing, for the most part, wanting to come out to press trips. A few things to keep in mind is that a lot of social media influencers, especially those with higher following, will require some sort of payment as part of the partnership and or expect all expenses on the trip to be covered. But a really great advantage is that we see that return almost immediately. We see the coverage and what they're experiencing being covered in real time through Instagram stories, Instagram posts, and then usually we'll see an online blog post as well immediately, whereas in working with travel writers and editors, the turnaround time is a little bit longer. It takes usually weeks, sometimes, of course, months if it's going to be a print story. And then here are just some more examples of media writers and influencers that we would be targeting when focusing or keeping in mind the audience that we're trying to target. So for example, if we're trying to publish a story where we would be targeting maybe the younger demographic that is all about outdoor travel, outdoor adventure, we'd be working with freelance writer Josh Mellon, who covers or contributes to outlets like CNN Travel and Island Thrillist, and his interests tend to go a little bit more towards entertainment travel and outdoor and adventure. So we'd be targeting him for those types of stories. If we're looking to get some coverage on the culinary scene, we'd be looking to work with foodie influencer Andrew Knowlton, who used to be former editor at Bon Appetit and now mainly focuses on his social media platforms. And then we know that in 2019, multi-generational travel was a big trend, and we think something that will continue into 2021. So working with writers like Sterling Kelso, who is based in Texas here in Austin, and a lot of the stories that she focuses on is based in family travel and going to destination where she can have experiences that are great for even the grandparents, the parents, and the family as well. And
Oh, Jennifer, I don't think we can hear you.
From there, we wanted to open it up to a Q&A and then also let you know about how you can kind of request, how we would like to request content from you. And we do have a Google Doc form that Brianna can share with everyone, as well as she shared our press room contact on the newmexico.org site. It has a form where you can fill out all your information, what you would like, the kind of the story coverage that you're requesting help with, if it's something that's a virtual event, if it's something that you would like, help us kind of get the word out for. But we'd love to do that. We also send out a newsletter as well. So we can sign you up for the newsletter if you're interested in doing that, where we kind of have that call to action for information of things going on in the city that we're working with kitchen.
Yes, so most definitely. What Jennifer said is any information that you can give us regarding what's new, even if it's not in 2021, 2022, or if there's an anniversary coming up within the next 5 years, to get that on our radar, that'd be amazing. So we can also just start crafting pitches and, like we mentioned, know what's on the radar, so we can plan for longer leads. And we'd like to open up for any questions. If you have any questions, please add them in the comment box. So we'll go through these really quickly.
The first one being any word on overnight camping allowed in state parks. I'm not sure, Brianna, if you have any update on that or not.
No, Edna, unfortunately, we do not have an update on any camping or overnight camping, when that would be allowed at state parks.
And then the next one from Jake, what is the best way for a small business to put ourselves out there and attract riders and influencers to come visit us? Erica, do you want to handle that one?
Sure. So I think there's a couple of options there for you, Jake. I think first, as Jennifer mentioned, we do have a page on the website for the tourism department where you can go and submit information about anything that your business might be doing that's new and exciting, or if you have a new shop opening up, things like that. Those are sort of hidden gems that we are constantly looking for on our end. And, we love supporting all of the local businesses in New Mexico. So I think a first step, just helping to make sure that we, here at Giant Noise and the tourism department are aware of what you're doing. And we can definitely keep in mind all of the different opportunities that you're presenting as we have opportunities come through from media.
And then another thing with influencers for small businesses, a few different things. Like one, maybe obviously make sure that you have really good photography available for them to share, so they can have some information on what they're able to shoot there. And then another thing is to kind of work out, what you want from them. So be really clear on your ask and say, if you're going to come experience my business, I would like X number of photos that I can share on my social media with photo credit. If you're going to come experience, I would like you to post on your stories and on your timeline. So be really clear on what you want them to do, and then they'll come back to you and make sure that they're able to do it and get everything in writing. A lot of people, we use influencer contracts, so you can look up online, like even what a basic influencer contract is, to kind of have it in writing, especially if you're giving a good or a service or a stay or anything that's of higher value. If you're going to pay an influencer, also make sure that you've outlined the expectations back and forth on what they're providing you. Ask them for a media kit is another really important thing when working with an influencer. So there was another question that was saying, do you work with micro influencers in the state, from Aaron? And we definitely want to work with micro influencers. We don't look at, okay, this person needs to have 100,000 followers for them to be relevant, because a lot of times people who have a smaller following, their following is actually more engaged and they'll have a higher rate of engagement. And you can check on sites, like one site, for example, is called socialblade.com, and you can type in their Instagram handle and it'll give you an engagement percentage and also tell you, you can see their followers and how many followers they've been gaining over time. So if someone has jumped, 10,000 followers overnight, a lot of times those followers are fake or they've purchased them and they're not real people who are actually engaging. So their engagement percentage, if it's a good metric, is if it's over about 3% engagement, which means about 3% of their followers are commenting or liking. That's a pretty great number for an influencer. If it's 10% or even higher than that, then that means it's a really, really good number for an influencer. But you don't really want to work with people who have like 1% engagement or any lower than that, because not enough of their followers are actually clicking through on their content. So under micro influencers, what that is you can really consider anyone, some people consider that under 100,000 followers. Some people consider that under 50,000 followers. Some people consider that under 10,000 followers. But honestly, as long as they have a high engagement number, we really want to work with them. So we do look at people with as low as, 3,000, 5,000 followers, as long as they have those high engagement numbers and they're producing great content. And we'll still consider hosting them or consider, giving them a media rate or whatever your business is comfortable with doing to make sure that we're getting something in return from working with them. Also with influencers, you can give them a referral link so you can track how many people clicked on it and were able to purchase your item if they're sharing it in their stories. So definitely a lot of success with micro influencers in the state. We found more in-state micro influencers, people who actually live in New Mexico and are based primarily in Santa Fe and Albuquerque, who want to travel to other areas of the state. So we really like engaging with those people. And then there was a good question from Judith as well. A challenge that has occurred in working with influencers is the tendency to make posts about themselves, i.e. a series of selfies. Understand that they are promoting their own brands, so why is it necessary to create clear lines of what a brand expects from them? We definitely hear you there, Judith, that sometimes you just get that selfie in front of a hotel wall and you can't even tell where the person is and they didn't even tag your location. So definitely outlining in your contracts, tag my business, tag our location. Here are some guidelines of photos of what we want to shoot. So a lot of times if we're hosting an influencer at a hotel, for example, we'll provide them with our photography in advance and say, here is our great, fountain area. Here's our restaurant. Here's our pool. Here's our patio. Here's everything that we think is our highlights, so that when they're taking their own photography, we give them some examples. And then we also, a lot of times will require they do the kind of carousel of shots on Instagram. So they might be in one photo, but then the additional photos will be like the food that they ate or the pool they swam in or the room they stayed in, so that we can get a more full picture outside of just them standing there. Does anyone else have anything on influencers that I missed? We can answer Gabe's question. Also would probably be good for answering this one. So have you thought about strategies for summer events given the unknown variables?
Sure. So that's something that we've, of course, been doing a lot all of last year, is just thinking of different ways to engage with media and making sure that New Mexico is still top of mind. So one of the few things that we plan on doing that will probably go into the summer is doing virtual events with media. So similar to a media mission or a desk side opportunities with media, where we can do in a similar setting and offer an opportunity for media to hear directly from from the state and from different partners about different updates, different things going on. Like I mentioned before, using some of the national holiday opportunities to be included in online roundups and pitches. For example, in the summer, we know that there is National Margarita Day, which is a huge hit with some of the online outlets. So using those sort of opportunities and working with partners to gather recipes, margarita recipes, or really unique twist on margarita recipes. And then we're also exploring the opportunities to do a little bit more of like interactive events where we can maybe do some sort of like cooking classes with select national media. So definitely something that I think we still have, we're still hopeful that we'll be able to do a lot of the strategies that we usually do, like press trips and traditional media missions, but definitely thinking, like we mentioned, outside the box and different opportunities where we can still engage with media and have them have New Mexico top of mind and include it in coverage.
And then the next one being what drive markets are a focus for 2021. Erica, do you want to talk about that?
I'll take this one. So right now, of course, our drive markets are still remaining to be Arizona, Colorado, and parts of Texas. However, we are making sure that we are compliant with the public health order. So we are not necessarily encouraging travel to New Mexico, but we are taking this opportunity to make sure New Mexico stays top of mind by educating our readers and our viewers about everything in New Mexico. So when it is safe to travel again, they know what the hidden gems are. They still are remaining, or they're seeing that content about New Mexico, both from a marketing standpoint and also from a PR standpoint. So in terms of what our drive markets are going to look like, our drive markets are always going to remain the same, kind of within, of course, the driving area around New Mexico. But as I mentioned, that is contingent on the public health order and pretty much the trajectory of the virus and what we see is going to happen 6 months from now to a year from now. So we're continuing to monitor that, but also staying focused to ensure that we're complying with the public health orders.
And then Carrie asked if we can definitely, I have an influencer contract kind of template that we can share with everyone where you could look kind of what the basic language is and then add additional requirements to whatever is relevant for your business. So if your business is a hotel versus a restaurant versus an experience, but we can definitely send along an example of that along with this presentation.
And if you would like to know a little bit more about what goes into a contract, or if you would like to see that contract, just for organizational purposes, if you wouldn't mind sending us an email, I linked all of our contact information and we can get that out to you, what a sample looks like. And also if you have any other questions about what you should be putting into your contract or what kind of the best practices are. And that's another thing. We want to open this door and let you all know that we are here to support you. So please leverage our efforts. We are doing this on a day-to-day basis, just trying to influence other people about traveling to New Mexico when it is safe and keeping New Mexico top of mind.
Awesome. Does anyone have any more questions? I think we have 2 minutes left.
I'm just skimming through really quickly. I think we covered everything. I just want to thank everyone for joining us today and also bearing with us as we had some technical difficulties at the beginning. But I just want to reiterate, it's really important to ensure that we're all working together to make sure that there is a positive reputation on New Mexico. And we continue with that. We have seen such amazing growth over the years. So we know that people love New Mexico and they're coming to New Mexico for a greater connection than just a vacation. We're seeing people come back multiple times. They have either made New Mexico their traditional vacation spot. So we love that there is that connection already, and we just want to make sure that we keep growing with that connection.
Awesome. Yes, thank y'all so much. And I think that the next presenter is starting soon. So I think we can log off if y'all would like us to, or, oh wait, Gabe had one more question you can answer. So Gabe just asked, can we talk about Reels and the relevance of video on social? Yes. So for that is obviously, I think video content performs really, really well. And you can tell even on your own social media, if you post something as a reel or as video on Instagram versus a still photo, the number, because Reels is calculating the overall views and not just the likes. So you can get a higher number of how many people actually watch something. And we definitely think that you should be engaging on video as much as you're able to. And if you're working with an influencer, also asking them to create video content if there's something that they're used to doing, and creating Reels will perform very well for your destination. It is obviously a growing platform, especially for Instagram. And we also have found that so many people, a lot of the younger generation, of course, has a massive video content following on TikTok. So it's great to find influencers that use all the different platforms. If it's someone who specializes in longer form YouTube videos, somebody who does shorter form Instagram video and also still photography, or if they're super active on TikTok and have a good following there, then you can kind of work with them on a variety of those platforms and what they're used to performing on. But we also definitely think that using video on your own feed, if you're producing your own Instagram content and creating reels, in addition to using your still photography, it's going to perform really, really well. And you'll be able to see those additional views, and you can track your metrics of where those people, how those people are viewing, and then if they're also liking it. So great question, and keeping up with the new trends on social media platforms and the things that they're adding, like Twitter just added Fleets, which is their video focus, which is a little bit not as popular as Reels and TikTok is, but paying attention to what's new and what the editing tools are available on those platforms is super important if you're producing your own content. And then never be afraid to ask an influencer to, if you see them making videos, say, you know, I'd really rather have a video post versus a photo post. And those are all things you can outline in your contract as well. But yeah, I think that was maybe the last question. And thank you all so much again. And we really appreciate your time.
Thanks, everyone. I think we just leave, or do we have to pass it to Kathy? Okay, I think we leave. All right, have a good afternoon.
Thanks, everyone.
All right, everyone. It is time for the first day of the virtual Roundhouse. I'm so grateful. I want to say a special thank you to the tourism department. That was such a great, energetic, and content-filled presentation, and we really appreciate their patience with the technical challenges at the beginning. I think that's just a great example of the kind of content we're going to try to provide to you through this format in the coming weeks. Again, we want this to be something where you get things to think about, you get ideas for strategies for your business, and you have a chance to network and learn how to work together and share information to build tourism and hospitality across the state. So I'm going to go ahead and get started on our last presentation. And then, but before I do that, I do want to encourage all of you to, again, join us next Tuesday. And every Tuesday during the session, we'll have different sessions. It's not just going to be focused on hospitality and tourism. We've got a cross-section of issues. We've got cultural entertainment coming up. And so it'll be a great way for you to engage and have a sense of being involved in the legislative session. If you didn't have a chance already to go visit the marketplace, to visit the expo booths, and to visit legislators, if lodger's tax is not high on your radar screen, I encourage you to go and drop in and have a conversation with legislators, and also drop into some of those great chamber and business booths that we have set up. And also there is a networking opportunity. There's a whole networking function, so you can do quick networking with other people around the community. So I'm getting a note that some people can't hear. Are you guys, am I being heard? If somebody can just send me a note in the chat box and let me know if I'm talking to myself or not. I'll just, I'll keep going under the illusion that I am being heard. Oh, good. Somebody can hear me at least. Perfect. So I am going to share my screen. I hope. Oh. Give me just a minute to get to what I want to share. Oh, that does not look promising. Hold on one second. Okay, I might have to have a little help from backstage as to why it is sharing not the document that I want to share. Let me see. At the end of 10 weeks, we're going to be so good at this, it's going to be crazy. But today, as day one, is a little bit of a challenge. Let me just check here. They're going to give me instructions. And I do want to give a shout out. We have had the best behind the scenes event staff. They have been so patient and so helpful. And they really have been here since 7:30 this morning, making sure that this event goes smoothly. And so I'm really grateful. And they are giving me good instructions. So oh, obviously they're giving me good instructions, but I'm not necessarily following them that well. Okay, it's still not doing it correctly. Sorry. All right, so. Well, for some reason, it's not opening. Bear with me. All right, talk amongst yourselves, and we'll be right back with you. I am going to see if we can figure out what's going on with this.
Hey there, Kathy. This is Henry with
Hey.
the booth. How you doing?
Not too bad.
Okay, so do me a favor, and you see the little icon that's the monitor with the slash through it. Just go ahead and tap that for me one time and tell me what you see.
I see the background is the screen with my video running on it.
Up at
And
the
then in
top
front of
there,
that,
it says, does it say your entire screen?
yes.
And then
if I go
it
to,
says application window.
so if I go to application window, it looks the same. And the title is Backstage for Stage.
You don't see your PDF there?
No.
Is your PDF opened in your browser tab if you're using Chrome?
let me open it.
Open that PDF.
Yep, it's open.
Is it in Chrome or is it just sort of on its own?
It's on its own.
Okay. And when you look in that share screen for application window, do you see it there?
Oh, there it was there for a minute.
Oh.
Oh. It shows up for a second and then it goes away.
Can you drag that PDF into an open tab of Chrome?
Let's see. Whew. No, it is not letting me do that. For some reason.
Close your little share box by clicking cancel and then open it again and see if it picks up your open PDF.
No, it's not showing anything. Huh.
And you can't open it in Chrome?
No, for some reason.
See.
So now I'm in Adobe Acrobat.
So try the share again and looking in application window to see if it brings up Adobe Acrobat.
Nope. Nothing comes up in application window.
Then I'm not sure you're going to be able to share that document.
Okay. Well, let me do it this way. What if I go to my website? See if I get to it from the website, if that works.
Okay, great.
Now let's turn it.
Were you able to open it on the website?
Yes.
Okay. So when you click the share, there was my entire screen, there was application window, and then there's Chrome tabs.
Look at that.
And then try and share that the right Chrome tab. You are on it. Okay, we'll see you later.
Is it working?
Yep.
Look at that.
You hit it out of the park.
Okay. Well, thank you so
You're
much.
welcome.
All right, everyone. I apologize for that and hope you're still with us as we make our way through the Lodgers Tax Best Practices Manual. Again, before we start, I do want to just give a sincere thank you. This manual was made possible because of the work of so many of you around the state, and also so many of you who served on our task force, who responded to survey questions. And I especially want to say thank you to Deputy Secretary Antoinette Vigil. She went above and beyond when it comes to working with us on this and to making sure that that the content was there and that people were questions were answered and that we got the kind of background knowledge in this manual that we needed to have. So I want to say a special thanks to her and the rest of the tourism department for their input. We did design this document to be a digital resource and to be an ongoing living resource. And so we wanted to make sure that as things change, you know, in the last 2 legislative sessions, we've had things come up, things have changed. And so having the ability to adapt this document and make it a living document was really important to us. In addition, this document also has all live links. So all of the resources are live links that we're keeping updated. So as communities update their lodgers tax practices, we can update that. As legislative things change, we can update that. As the situation changes with short-term rentals, we can update it and keep it as a living document. Another thing that's unique about this document is you do have the ability to customize the cover. So if you are in your community and you want to have this best practices handbook as a resource in your community, you can customize the cover with a photograph of your community. And so I think that's going to be a really helpful and personalizing tool that'll make this document relevant for all of you and make it personal for your community. So here you can see the table of contents. And again, people have asked us how we designed the flow. And what we really decided to do was divide this into 2 parts. And the first is to follow the path of lodgers tax. So you can see, and let me go back, and you can see that we designed a visual, and we want to start at the process of collecting lodgers tax, the submission of reports, the administration of the funds, the oversight and transparency modules, the disbursement of funds, and then of course additional stakeholders. And so that's how the first part of the manual flows through, is to follow that path of lodgers tax. Then we talk about additional stakeholders, we talk about additional financing mechanisms, and then we actually added a section which is an overview of the short-term rental market. And so that's how it is designed. And we think that'll be useful, because then if you really are just looking at redoing your short-term rental policies, you've got your own little breakout section there. And if you want to have an overview of how money flows and how different communities are doing it, that's in that first section. And I did see a question pop up in the questions. Is there a cost? And that is a good question. And there is no cost. We provide this free of charge. We've worked with the tourism department to create this resource, and we want it to be a free tool that any community can access at any point in time. So there is no cost. If you want a custom version of it, all you have to do is contact me at the Hospitality Association, and we'll get you that customizable version. Otherwise, there's a downloadable manual on our website, which is newmexicohospitality.org. So that's the flow of it. Also, I'm not going to go through every single page today, because I think that would put everyone to sleep. But we are looking at designing custom trainings, and we would love to get feedback from those of you that are on today as to how you think that training should look. Right now, what we're considering is doing a training that would be specifically for lodgers tax advisory boards, and then doing a training for the staff of communities, finance staff and legal staff, so that it's customized, and then maybe bringing everybody together and doing one last training. So your feedback as to what you think would be valuable would be really helpful for us. And again, I'll just go through this briefly so you can kind of see how it's laid out, and you can see some of the resource documents. Like I said, everything is in a live link. We start with the collection of lodgers tax, talking about how you submit your reports through DFA, how you as local governments govern and administer those funds. And again, one of the things we really are trying to accomplish with this manual is that we want for communities to start to work together, and we want to sort of standardize how things are handled across the state. We don't want to, put a hammer down and tell each community they have to do everything exactly the same way. But we do want all communities to start to have sort of a standardized vision of how lodger's tax is collected and also how it should be reinvested, because we really want to make the focus of lodger's tax on growing the tourism economy. That's what it was designed for. And we want to make sure that when lodger's tax money is collected, that money gets reinvested appropriately and goes back to building the tourism economy, and that it promotes and develops tourism, increases tourism employment, and that we have good fiscal stewardship of lodger's tax funds across the state. And one of the components of doing that is that we really want for lodger's tax advisory boards to become vibrant and actively engaged components of every community, and that those lodger's tax advisory boards are engaged in the development of lodger's tax policies. They monitor how lodger's tax money is spent, and then they monitor the results of how that money is spent. So again, we do want to do quite a bit of emphasis on making sure that lodger's tax advisory boards are well aware of what their obligation is to their community, and that that obligation is fulfilled correctly, and that we're getting the maximum out of lodger's tax dollars as they're collected. We did start developing industry best practices, and that's another thing that we want to be ongoing, is that we want to, as you develop new practices in your community, if you share them, we'll put them in as part of the resource guide for this document. And again, we want all of those best practices to be developed around similar statistics. So economic impact of the industry on the economy, employment numbers, where visitors are staying, what visitors are spending on things like transportation, retail, lodging, what occupancy rates are, average daily rates are, what the demand history is in your community, and other statistics, because again, research-driven practices is what we want this manual to support, and we want communities to start standardizing how they approach lodger's tax. Excuse me. And I was just checking the questions. And again, if you're looking for a copy of this, it is on our website at New Mexico Hospitality. And so you are welcome to download a copy of it. And so as I'm scrolling through here, you'll see that we've also put through, helpful tips about how to develop a strategic process to utilize your funds, whether it's identifying ways for the project to convert heads into beds, or developing community marketing strategies, what kind of requirements you put on projects that are applying for lodger's tax funds, how you leverage additional community support for lodger's tax funded projects, identifying promotional activities and make sure that you're maximizing those promotional activities, working with the tourism department on, again, making sure that you tie into any existing promotions, looking at what other communities are doing so that there is consistency, presenting information in a consistent fashion so that when we do comparisons between different regions around the state, we're comparing apples to apples. And most importantly, making sure that every time you invest money in a lodger's tax project, that you can demonstrate how that project served the community and how it helped build your community brand. Because I think that's the most important thing that we want to come out of this, is that lodger's tax is collected in a community and gets reinvested back in your community in a way that, again, creates that cycle of success and builds upon itself. We did go through and work with communities about acceptable uses of lodger's tax, as well as some alternative uses that might be sort of a secondary use, but we want the focus to be on events that promote to define tourists and are attended by tourists which in this case, we are defining as someone coming from outside a 60-mile radius. We do have some flexibility there because we know there are a lot of events that that are done regionally that might not meet that requirement. But again, that's kind of the standard that we're using. We want marketing campaigns that promote community assets. We want campaigns that maximize media usage and that really, again, go back and build that brand. We have here, we want to talk about measuring the return on investment. We have lots of great resources there. There's the New Mexico Tourism Department Co-op Marketing Program, and we want to make sure that every community knows what resources are out there so you can maximize your dollars, you can add to your dollars, and build, especially for some of the smaller communities, that you can build on the resources that you bring to the table with resources from around the state. Again, I mentioned that in addition to the path of lodger's tax and the traditional lodger's tax collectors and distribution points, we have additional stakeholders, the regional tourism boards that do such a great job working around the state, New Mexico Taxation and Revenue, and we're working with them to try and standardize how lodger's tax is collected. I know with recent changes in legislation, there's and some headaches between how some of the OTA funds, and so we're working to standardize that. And of course, the best resource going, which is the New Mexico Tourism Department. They are always there. You saw just in the previous presentation what a great job they do about making resources available. They're always accessible. They have great knowledgeable staff members who will who are available at any point in time. And we encourage you to really make sure that you access the tourism department anytime you have questions related to lodger's tax. And of course, you can also reach out to us at any point in time. I mentioned earlier, short-term rental is becoming a huge factor in the lodger's tax market. Since 2019, short-term rental properties are required to collect lodger's tax. And so we want to really focus in 2021 on working with communities to develop policies and practices that allow them to maximize the collection of lodger's tax from short-term rentals. Because again, that was a pool of money that was going untapped. And we were really excited when we got the legislation in place in 2019. And so now we want to work with communities to make sure, excuse me, to make sure that they are accessing, that they're creating systems that allow them to access that money. I know Santa Fe has done some great work around short-term rentals. Taos has done some great work. I know Roswell has been in the process of updating their short-term rental programs. And so what we want to do again is work with all of you around the state and help you put together a short-term rental or short-term rental plan that allows you to collect as much lodger's tax money as you possibly can so that you can reinvest that back into the community. Again, lots of the communities have great tools for identifying what is out there as far as mining, data mining services. I know Taos uses a great resource, and a lot of those are listed in the resource guide so that you can check those out. Those are companies that charge for their services, but you get a good return on those things, on those services, because they do allow you to identify what properties are collecting or are being rented out as vacation rentals or short-term rentals. Another thing is we're helping smaller communities determine what the impact is of short-term rentals on their community from a resource standpoint, whether it's law enforcement, trash collection, things like that might not have been considered, and how you can put overarching policies, not just about collecting lodger's tax, but how your community views short-term rentals. You can create a comprehensive short-term rental plan for your community, and that maximizes value for the members of your community that want to have short-term rentals, but doesn't tax your community resources. And I'm just going to check the questions here. The date of the handbook 2020, that is the most current handbook. We just updated it in November. And so November 2020 is the current handbook. And again, whenever we do updates, we'll send out notifications about the updated handbook. Let me just go back over here real quick. And so again, we really worked through with some of the community members how we best think you can start to look at your short-term rental policies, how you can identify your policy objectives, how you can, as we say here, there's no one-size-fits-all approach. So we want to help you customize an approach for your community where your local regulations meet the needs of your community, and make sure that your community has a system in place that works for you. So again, considering objectives that factor in community aspects, that take into account maintaining a good level of affordable housing, ensuring you have the budget and the monitoring systems and the workforce available to monitor any regulations you put in place. That's a huge challenge, I think, for some of the smaller communities. Having reporting modules and metrics tracking modules that work for you, and making sure that, again, you can set reasonable goals and benchmarks that work for your individual community. We have identified ideas for regulatory approaches when, if you are starting from scratch and really looking at how you are going to put a short-term rental policy in place in your community, this graph will help you work through it and to deal with things like making sure that you don't have people sort of creating pseudo hotels that are not subject to the same regulations as traditional lodging, making sure you don't have zones where homes are turned into party houses, making sure it doesn't have a negative impact on potential parking in communities. I mentioned this earlier, public safety, noise and trash problems, ensuring that you don't have too many long-term rental properties converted to short-term rentals so that it impacts the ability for people to access affordable housing in your community. Ensuring physical safety of short-term rental units and the renters. And again, ensuring that your regulations don't negatively affect property values or create other long-term effects. So again, we've gone through, we've set up resources for each of the points that came up in our conversations with different communities, whether it's monitoring, the issue of compliance, the issue of enforcement. We have a roadmap for you that you can use to start the process in your community. So how do you identify the properties? Do you need a voluntary collection agreement? Are you going to have an application process? What city and county departments are going to be involved? What's your fee structure going to be? Are you going to have inspection fees? If you have inspection fees, do you have inspection staff available that can handle those inspections based on the number of units that you think you're going to have? What are your structural and safety requirements going to be? What are your fire compliance requirements going to be? How are you going to assess the neighborhood impact in relation to parking, traffic, noise? Again, are you going to have registration fees? Are they one-time fees? Are they recurring fees? If you do think that it's going to have an impact on affordable housing in your community, do you need to put some affordable housing fees in place to offset that? Are you going to have penalties and fees for non-compliance? How are you going to notify properties of ordinance requirements as you put them in place? What departments in your municipality are going to be responsible? And again, we talked about penalties for non-compliance, and how often are you going to reevaluate these policies, and who are you going to have involved in the process to assess and evaluate your policies. So that is the quick overview. As I mentioned, we have a resource directory. Here are some specific short-term rental resources. We have all the definitions, so you know what we're referring to. And then we have a resource appendix, which is probably going to be the most organic part of this document because our plan is to continue to populate this resource appendix with new resources and with updated policies from around the state. So that is sort of a Lodgers Tax 101 in a very quick nutshell. And I want to get down here because I want to show you the people that we want to say thank you to. This is not everyone that was involved in putting this together, but these people helped. And again, a special thank you to Jennifer Lazarz from Gallup, Noah Trujillo from Rio Rancho, Will McGuire with Ambiance Hospitality, Debbie Edwards from the Artesia Chamber, Dora Dominguez with Sandoval County, Karina Armijo from Taos, Cynthia Jaramillo from City of Albuquerque, Judith Newby from Village of Corrales, Valerie Lind when she was with Visit Albuquerque, Steve Rose with the Blake at Taos Ski Valley. A special thank you to Barbara Rudolph with Sunny 505. She did all the design on this document and made a really user-friendly document for us. And again, one that we can customize for you. Tanya Armenta with Visit Albuquerque, Randy Randall with Tourism Santa Fe, our lobbyist, Jason Weeks, who does so much good work for the Hospitality Association and our members, Kim Skinner from Sierra County, Lisa Boyke from City of Carlsbad, Rochelle Howell with Southwest Planning and Marketing helped us with all of the research that went into this document and that also went in with the short-term rental impact study that we did. And of course, the New Mexico Tourism Department and especially Antoinette Vigil for all of the work that she did in helping us get this put together. So at this point, I've sort of given you the really quick overview. As I said, we do want to put together some very specific training sessions for your individual communities. We can do them regionally. We can do them with your individual communities. We could do them again with Lodgers Tax Advisory Boards from around the state, with regional tourism boards from around the state. So while I have you here, and I know you're all in there in the chat box, if you could give us some feedback, if not today, email me at the association and let us know what kind of training you think would be most valuable, because our goal really is in the next couple of months to get all of this information out to every community in New Mexico, start that process of sort of helping people get started on updating their lodgers tax policies and making sure that, again, that we start to build some consistency and that we start to utilize all of our creative impact as a group to start to train people on how best to reinvest those funds. And we want, as I said earlier, we want to make sure that when we collect lodgers tax funds and reinvest them, that we're just building a constant building cycle of investment that, again, builds and grows the tourism economy and that increases tourism employment. And I think that's especially important at this point in time because, you know, we have so many people that are facing unemployment right now that have been laid off or had their hours reduced. And so we really want to make sure that as we're moving forward, we develop policies that drive employment and get people back to work in every county. So let's see, I've got some questions coming up now. So thank you. That's what we're here for, is to get feedback. Are we finding it easy to get city government to want training? To be honest, we haven't asked them yet. So this is actually our first outreach. So those of you that are out there and that are working with city government, give us that feedback and let us know what the best way is to get the message out to them. Because I do think, especially now that we've been through 2020 and every community has been impacted by this hit that travel and hospitality has taken, I think communities are at a point to really appreciate the impact that tourism has in their community. And so if we can catch them right now, we can get them to start thinking about how, again, they can maximize revenues as the industry starts to come back and as recovery starts to build, and that we can, again, drive jobs. Because I know that's what every city government wants to do, is to drive employment and to drive economic recovery. So what else out there? I know you guys have questions. or you're getting tired because we worn you out with a full day of amazing information and amazing resources. So while I'm waiting to see if any other questions come up, again, I just want to stress the fact that this document is a living, breathing document. If you are working with, Angel Fire wants to have Village Lodgers Tax Committee training. We will do it. We will make it happen. I will get in touch with you and we will make sure that we get a training set up for you. But we want this to be a really good resource. That's what the Hospitality Association is here for, is to help build things like this and to help communities maximize their resources when it comes to hospitality and tourism. So you can reach out to me at any point in time. As I said, we're going to have some stuff going on every week during the legislative session. So keep an eye out for what comes up on the calendar. We will work with each and every one of you. As I said, we'll do it individually. We'll do it regionally, however works for you to get the word out and to get training in place. We will do what it takes to get that training out there. We're really excited about this manual. Again, it was a result of so much hard work from so many people, including the ones listed on the screen and some other people that we recruited throughout the process. And so we want this document to get rolled out and we want people to maximize the value from it. And so just let us know what we can do to help you get this resource out there. And again, I thank you all so much for your attention today. I know we gave you a full day of things to think about, and I'm so grateful. I know we had more than 650 people sign up for this day, and we had constant interaction throughout the day. We had at least 250 people participate in each and every section. And so I think we were able to get value. I'm reading a question here, sorry. Yes, and we can work with regional boards to help train lodgers tax members. That is definitely an outlet that we would be willing to use, is to use those regional boards to help us reach out to lodgers tax advisory boards in those communities and to develop training. So yes, thank you, Erica. We will utilize every resource that you in the community make available to us to make sure that we get the word out about lodgers tax, and also to start getting feedback in, because as I said, we want to build that resource directory. As we're wrapping up, I want to just remind you again, we'll be here every week for the next 10 weeks. We'll have different content. If you are out there in your community and you want us to feature something in your community, let me know, because we do have, we want to do cultural presentations. We want to focus on some of the amazing things that are happening out in communities. We want to give you an outlet to talk about issues that are important to your community and to interact with your legislators. That's why we built this virtual Roundhouse, and we want to make sure that all of you get access to the virtual Roundhouse and can utilize it during the session, since we can't be in person. Although I, like a couple of the other presenters earlier today, I really look forward, even though I'm pretty much an introvert, I am really looking forward to getting to see all of you in person again at some point, and to be able to feel the energy and to get things going in person and to start building meetings and events and things like that. So again, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to be having interactive sessions on meeting planning for 2021. I know there's a group that's working on putting together the CSPs for events and festivals, and we want to get everybody engaged in that process. So over the course of the next 2 months, as we're going through the session, please utilize the Hospitality Association as a resource. If you want us to get the word out about something to your legislators, that's what we're here for. We'll keep you apprised of what our legislative priorities are as we're moving forward. And again, if there's not any more questions, I think that's all we have for you today. I just encourage you to keep coming back every Tuesday. We'll start at 7:30. Here's one fun thing that we'll be doing every Tuesday is the Small Business Development Company. corporation, sorry. Every Tuesday, they're going to be focused on different regions, and they're going to be honoring small businesses. And so we want to make sure that those small businesses have a good audience to appreciate the creativity that they have exhibited, and to showcase all of the good things that are happening in New Mexico. We've all survived a really crazy year, and I think it's time to start focusing on all the good things and all the amazing creativity, the great energy that's out there. And so I would encourage all of you to become interactive with us through this process, or through email, or you can call. It doesn't matter. We really want to hear from you, and we want to make sure that we are representing your interest for the industry, and make sure that your voice is heard during the legislative session. So if I don't see any other questions, I think that's it. We will let you go, and hopefully we will see you all next Tuesday at 7:30 or sometime during the day for some of our great content as we start to kick off the 2021 legislative session. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye. And I'll hang on for a minute if anybody wants to contact me in the comments about putting training together for you. So thank you all.